I didn't expect that I would still have to work from 9 to 5 after traveling through time. With a sword on his waist, Wei Fan went out wearing a green robe. On the green robe, there was a big Cha character written on it. He traveled through time and became a runner in the Yunqing Yamen, which was considered to be a government official. After locking the door, Wei Fan rubbed his aching head and felt a big blood clot. According to the memory of his previous life, this blood clot was caused by someone hitting him with a stick when he was arresting someone yesterday. It was probably this stick that allowed him to travel through time. Before, this blood clot hurt him half to death, but as the memory merged, the pain was reduced a lot. But his eyes were still a little blurry, and he saw things a little blurry. Demons are everywhere, and evil spirits are everywhere? Wei Fan whispered. According to his memory, the world he traveled through was not a simple ancient background world. There were demons and evil spirits, but there were also people who were masters of martial arts. His previous life was a warrior. After becoming a runner in the Yamen, he was taught a golden bell cover and a blood evil sword technique. After practicing for 3 months, he still hasn't mastered the golden bell cover, but he has made some progress in the blood evil sword technique. Master Wei, what are you eating today? 3 big meat buns. When passing by the bun shop, Wei Fan bought a few buns and continued to rush to the classroom. Although he is just a low level in the Yamen, in the eyes of ordinary people, he is a big shot, and they nod and bow when they speak, for fear of offending him. Because his identity as a Yamen runner is the same as that of a tobacco man in his previous life, it can only be inherited from his father, and ordinary people don't have such an opportunity. Walking on the street with a green skin, others will take the initiative to give way when they see him coming. Master Wei, thanks to you yesterday, otherwise my granddaughter would have been abused by that beast. I came here specially to thank you. An old man carrying a basket and a little girl of 13 or 14 suddenly stopped in front of Wei Fan on the side of the road, with a grateful face. Wei Fan looked and recognized the two people. Yesterday, when he was patrolling the streets, he discovered someone trying to do something indecent to this little girl, so he tried to arrest him, but was hit on the back of the head by the person who was trying to do something indecent. The little girl hid behind the old man timidly, occasionally sticking her head out to steal a glance at Wei Fan. Don't be polite, Uncle Zhang, I'm just doing my job. The old man's surname is Zhang, and he still lives in a nearby street, so Wei Fan and he didn't know each other because of what happened yesterday. From what he remembered, Uncle Zhang's son and daughter-in-law seemed to have been killed by evil spirits. Wei Fan remembered that when he ran to see, he only saw some torn corpses. Wei Fan was busy rushing to the government office to report in, and after he finished speaking, he planned to leave, but old man Zhang grabbed him and handed him the basket. Little old man, I don't have any good things here, only these eggs. They are my small token of my appreciation. Please accept them, Lord Wei. Wei Fan looked down and saw 5 or 6 eggs in the basket, all of which were cooked. He felt warm in his heart. His predecessor had a strong sense of justice and was a conscientious constable who had helped many people, but this was the first time someone had brought something to thank him. Wei Fan didn't intend to accept it, but old man Zhang kept pulling him, and he didn't dare to use force for fear of pulling old man Zhang to the ground. I'll take the things, but I'll only take one, and you can give the rest to the little girl to replenish her body. Wei Fan reached out and took an egg from the basket, and old man Zhang didn't continue to stalemate with him. Lord Wei is kind-hearted, but it's a pity that there are not many good constables like him. Old man Zhang looked at Wei Fan's receding back and sighed a lot. Grandpa, there is money here. Old man Zhang looked down when he heard that, and saw 2 copper coins in the basket. Master Wei. His eyes instantly turned red. He had lived for decades, and it was considered good that the runners did not plunder the people. Little girl, remember this for Grandpa. If you have the ability in the future, you must repay Master Wei. Hey, pure natural country eggs are delicious. After eating the eggs in a few bites, Wei Fan regretted not taking a few more before. After walking for a while, he arrived at the classroom. After reporting to the squad leader, Wei Fan and his companion Zhou Qi went to patrol the streets. After leaving the Yamen, Zhou Qi suddenly said, I heard that Yang Jun was released last night. Yang Jun was the person Wei Fan arrested yesterday. The guy wanted to kidnap Zhang's girl in the street to commit indecent acts. When Wei Fan, an officer, went there, the guy not only did not stop, but also resisted and beat Wei Fan. Finally, Wei Fan pulled out a knife, and the guy stopped. Wei Fan's eyes condensed and said, Who let him go? Kidnapped people in the street, attacked police officers, and was just let go like that. Zhou Qi said, It is said that it was Captain Li who let him go. After all, Yang Jun's brother-in-law is the leader of the Tiger Gang. I told you yesterday not to worry about it. It would be useless to arrest him. I heard that when Yang Jun left, he said to you wait. In our line of work, you can see how many people are as serious as you. Those who are serious are gone. Hey, you should be more careful in the future. The Tiger Gang is not to be messed with. You know how they got their name. There is no future. Because the predecessor had actually been beaten to death with that stick. Tiger Gang. Wei Fan pondered, and quickly found the memory of the Tiger Gang in his mind. It is said that the reason why this gang took this name is because this gang is related to tiger monsters. The purpose of the gang's existence is to collect treasures, beauties, and provide people as food for these tiger monsters. After many people offended the Tiger Gang, they went straight disappear immediately. Not to mention the patrol officers like them, even the head of the police didn't dare to offend the Tiger Gang. By the way, is your boss okay? Nothing. Wei Fan shook his head. It's really like human life is worthless. This gang that openly feeds people to the tiger monster, no one cares. Murder! Suddenly someone shouted. Wei Fan and Zhou Qi looked at each other and hurriedly ran towards the place where the sound came from. Get out of the way, we are from the government. Wei Fan pushed aside the crowd and looked. There was a pool of blood on the ground, and several broken eggs and 2 copper coins were stained in the blood. Old man Zhang, who had brought eggs to thank him before, had his neck cut open by a knife. He fell in the pool of blood with his eyes wide open, his hands stretched in a certain direction, as if he was desperately trying to grab something. Which direction did the people who did it run to? Wei Fan grabbed the collar of a bystander and asked. They ran in that direction carrying a little girl. The man pointed to an alley and said. Wei Fan left the man behind and ran into the alley. All he could see was old man Zhang lying in a pool of blood with his eyes wide open. Wei Fan, don't go. They are just trying to lead you there. Zhou Qi shouted from behind, but saw Wei Fan running into the alley in the blink of an eye. Ha ha! Wei Fan, you're here. I knew you would chase me. In the alley, Yang Jun was holding a knife. There were 2 men behind him, holding tightly onto the girl from the Zhang family who was already crying heartbreakingly. Brother Wei, they killed Grandpa. They are not human beings. Woo woo. The girl from the Zhang family struggled desperately, but she was only a teenager. How could she break free from the hands of 2 big men? Yang Jun, let her go. Come to me if you have any problems. Wei Fan walked into the alley step by step with a knife in his hand. Zhou Qi, who caught up with him, hesitated for a while and followed him in. Let her go? Just because she didn't know what was good for her yesterday, I was put in jail for the first time. And you, if you dare not give me face, don't even think about having an easy time. I will make you regret provoking me little by little, and then give you to Lord who is food. Yang Jun said, and slapped the crying girl from the Zhang family with his backhand. In an instant, the little girl almost fainted, and her fair face swelled up instantly. Don't you want to be a hero? Come on, let me slap you, and I won't slap her. Yang Jun, don't force me. Wei Fan stared at the arrogant Yang Jun, and suddenly found that the things that had been hazy in front of his eyes when he traveled through time suddenly became clear. Martial arts, golden bell cover, not yet started, blood evil sword technique, minor success, skill, 3 months, adding martial arts with skill can improve martial arts progress, killing demons and evil spirits can gain corresponding skill, martial arts. Golden bell cover, not mastered, blood evil blade technique. Mastered, current skill, none, adding martial arts with skills can improve martial arts progress, killing demons and evil spirits can gain corresponding skills. It turns out that the reason why I could not see clearly before was not because of the hit on the head, but because of the golden finger. A golden finger that can increase the skill by killing demons. Wei Fan frowned slightly. He has not yet mastered the golden bell cover. Going to kill demons and evil spirits is just giving away his life. Can't you see? I'm just forcing you. You were the one who killed old man Zhang. This is the price of your meddling. If you hadn't meddled yesterday, I would have taken her body at most. Now I've changed my mind. I'm going to have with her and then give her to Master Hu Jiu to eat, and then slowly kill you. If you dare to attack me again today, believe it or not, your chief constable can skin you alive without me doing anything. Yaman runner? So impressive. Yang Jun came over and slapped Wei Fan in the face. Wei Fan grabbed Yang Jun's hand, and the slap did not come. Zhou Qi said, Yang Jun, don't go too far. We are also servants. It was indeed Wei Fan who was wrong yesterday. I apologize to you on his behalf. Hearing this, Yang Jun blared and shouted, Get lost. Since you didn't make a move yesterday, I won't bother you. But no one can plead for Wei Fan. Wei Fan let go of Yang Jun's hand and said, I admit that I can't afford to offend the Tiger Gang. I was impulsive yesterday. What do you want to do to get over what happened yesterday and spare the girl from the Zhang family? He kept looking at Yang Jun, and after he finished speaking, the scene in front of him changed again. Yang Jun, he raped, insulted, and plundered, forced women into prostitution, and fed the monster for 3 years. His heart is already black. Kill him and you can gain 3 years of skill. It's a red name monster. It turns out that people can also be considered monsters. Yang Jun is not a warrior, which means that this skill is not that skill, or his understanding of skill is too narrow, thinking that only warriors have skill. Are you finally scared? Come, lick the blood of old man Zhang off this knife, and then I'll tell you. You have to kneel down and lick it, otherwise I'll kill this little girl right here in front of you. Seeing that Wei Fan was not as tough as yesterday, Yang Jun handed over the knife stained with old man Zhang's blood, even more arrogantly. He said that he would slowly kill Wei Fan, and this was just the beginning. He raped, humiliated, and forced women into prostitution. He fed the monster for 3 years. His heart is black. Kill him, and you will gain 3 years of skill. Wei Fan stared at the words on the panel, his eyes flashing with cold light, and gradually a touch of madness appeared. You want to attack me in the face, right? You want to play hard? You think you are the only one who knows how to play? Tiger Gang, Tiger Monster? We all have one life, the Tiger Monster is not here, and you want to play like this? Give me the knife. Wei Fan stretched out his hand, and Yang Jun handed the knife to Wei Fan with a smile. He thought that kneeling down and licking it clean would be the end of it, but he has prepared a lot of things. Look, brothers. Well, our Constable Wei is about to show his special skills. Yang Jun said arrogantly, kneel down quickly and lick all the blood clean. He really wanted to see how the man who saved old man Zhang and his grandson yesterday would react when he licked old man Zhang's blood. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw Wei Fan in front of him taking the knife and taking a step forward. He grabbed his neck with one hand and suddenly pushed the knife forward with the other hand. Puff! The sound of clothes and bones being cut was heard, and the sharp long knife instantly pierced through Yang Jun's chest, and the tip of the knife came out from behind. Ha! Ha! In an instant, Yang Jun's chest heaved violently like a leaking wind drum. He looked at Wei Fan, who was so close, in horror, with an unbelievable look on his face. Haven't this guy's bones been soft all this time? Sword technique. The long knife was pulled out, and boiling blood spurted out, splashing all over the ground. Wei Fan was like a ghost, and he quickly stepped forward and slashed the 2 men who had grabbed the girl from the Zhang family with another knife. The blood-stained long knife vibrated, making a humming sound and emitting a faint red light. Mastery level blood evil sword technique. Zhou Qi screamed. When he was taught the evil sword technique, he remembered that the head coach said that if one learns the technique in 3 months, it is considered average, and if one can achieve some success in 3 months, it is considered to have a talent for the sword technique. The Wei Fan in front of him, who has mastered the evil sword technique in 3 months, what is this? The knife light flashed, breathtaking, and a head with round eyes flew up, followed by a second one. With just one knife, the 2 people who were holding the girl from the Zhang family had their heads chopped off together, and blood flew into the sky. Before the flying blood fell, a big hand grabbed the girl from the Zhang family, saving her from the fate of being covered in blood. She looked up at the person who grabbed her with a complex look of fear and gratitude. Smelling the blood on the knife, she felt uncomfortable in her stomach. You killed Yang Jun and the others. Zhou Qi stepped back, and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. In the alley in front of him, Yang Jun fell to the ground without breathing, and blood began to spread from his body. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. Zhou Qi's scalp numbed. As far as he knew, there were more than 1 or 2 Yamen runners who were captured by the Tiger Gang to feed the Tiger Demon. Killing the brother-in-law of the Tiger Gang's incense master was a big disaster. Moreover, it was rumored that there was not just one Tiger Demon behind the Tiger Gang, but a nest of them. Yang Jun killed someone and resisted arrest, and wanted to kill the hostages. He was killed by the officer Wei Fan. Wei Fan shook the blood off the knife lightly, revealing a bright knife light, and the murderous intent on his body gradually extinguished. The cold gaze made Zhou Qi tremble all over. He reacted and said hurriedly, yes. Yang Jun killed someone and resisted arrest, and wanted to kill the hostages. He was killed by the officer Wei Fan. Wei Fan, you saved a life? This is a great achievement, I will go and call for help. His voice was trembling, and he turned and ran out of the alley. Wei Fan watched Zhou Qi's back disappear, and finally did not attack Zhou Qi. Life or death depended on what Zhou Qi chose next. Do you have any family members? Wei Fan leaned over. The Zhang family girl's cheeks were red and swollen, and there were traces of tears. Yes. There is also a cousin. Go find her quickly, I'll take care of your grandfather's affairs. He stuffed some money into the little girl. After the little girl left, he found a place in the alley and sat down, his face pale. Evil sword technique. This is the sword technique for killing evil passed down by the government office, so that the Yaman runners who have not cultivated true energy can also use this sword technique to fight against demons. This kind of sword technique that can fight against demons without true energy is not something that can be performed without any cost. Before cultivating true energy, every time you use it, you are kryptoning your life. Every time you use the sword, you will cut out a part of your own blood and energy. Blood and energy are the foundation of human beings. Using too much will not only lead to physical deficiency, but may also cause death. You hit me with a stick, and I will return you a knife. No one is taking advantage of anyone. Looking at Yang Jun's somewhat stiff corpse, Wei Fan looked at the panel. Kill Yang Jun, gain 3 years of skill. Kill Yang Ping, gain half a year of skill. Kill Yang Ji, gain half a year of skill. Current skill, 4 years, all 3 of them are named Yang, and they have gained 4 years of skill. Wei Fan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that killing the other 2 people would also explode their skills. 4 years of skill should be able to improve the golden bell cover. Get the true energy out first. Using the blood evil sword technique every day is not a long-term solution. The reason why many Yaman runners have not been able to get started with the golden bell cover is also related to the excessive use of the blood evil sword technique. To put it bluntly, Yaman runners like them are consumables. Anyway, the world lacks everything, but there is no shortage of cannon fodder. 4 years of skill, add the golden bell cover to all. As Wei Fan thought about it, the panel flashed, deduct 4 years of skills, add the martial arts golden bell cover. You have decent talent, 1 year of skills, the golden bell cover breaks through the 2nd level. 2 years of skills, then break through the 4th level. 3 years of skills, the golden bell cover breaks through the 5th level. 4 years of skills, the golden bell cover breaks through the 6th level. Golden bell cover, 6th level, the result of adding skills is actually related to one's own talent. The predecessor has been practicing the golden bell cover for 3 months and has not yet made progress, not because of poor talent. When the golden bell cover was obtained, the head coach said that if you can make progress in the golden bell cover in 1 year, you are considered talented in martial arts, and those with poor aptitude cannot make progress in 2 or 3 years. After 1 year of hard work, the golden bell cover actually broke through to the 2nd level. After 4 years of skills, the golden bell cover rose to the 6th level. The 6th level of the golden bell cover is a realm that many people cannot reach after practicing for a lifetime. As the level increased, Wei Fan felt his dantian explode with a bang, and then a strong qi swept out, and his body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. His muscles and bones became solid, and his body became stronger. As a martial art that cultivates both internal and external aspects, the golden bell cover is not only about cultivating qi, but also about tempering the body. The depleted blood and qi were restored, and became full and vigorous again, and his strength began to increase. In the alley, Wei Fan stood up refreshed. The weakness caused by the loss of blood and energy was swept away, and he felt the strength surging all over his body. After 4 years of practice, he had reached the 6th level of the golden bell cover. His previous martial arts talent was definitely good. Because he heard from the Yaman runners that many head constables practiced for 7 or 8 years, but they only reached the 3rd level of the golden bell cover. Try the effect of the 6th level of the golden bell cover. With a thought, Wei Fan's body emitted a faint golden light, as if there was a thin film attached to his body. He stretched out his finger and pressed it, and the film was hard and bounced his finger back. This world is full of monsters and evil spirits, and the skills passed down by the Yaman are not random. The sword method kills monsters, and the golden bell cover protects the body, allowing these Yaman runners to have both offense and defense when facing monsters. I'm only at the 6th level. It is said that when the golden bell cover reaches the 9th level, the true qi will form a big golden bell outside the body, and this layer of film is just a cone. If he had any remaining power, he would have liked to increase the golden bell cover to the 9th level in one go, but unfortunately it had been used up. It was also at this time that Zhou Qi, who had left, rushed here with a group of Yaman runners and began to clean up the bodies of Yang Jun and the other 2. None of the Yaman runners spoke to Wei Fan. When they looked at him, they were shocked and regretful. Yang Jun was nothing, and even the Tiger Gang was nothing. What was really frightening was the Tiger Demon behind the Tiger Gang. After the bodies were dealt with, Zhou Qi and Wei Fan continued to patrol the streets. He did not betray Wei Fan. When he went to the Yaman to report, he reported according to Wei Fan's words. Let's go back to the Yaman. After walking for a while, Zhou Qi suddenly spoke. It was too quiet. It didn't matter that the Yaman didn't react. After all, they were all colleagues. They wouldn't do anything too much on the surface. If they didn't consider Wei Fan, they had to consider others. But why didn't even the Tiger Gang react? After such a long time, the Tiger Gang should have known about the murder of Young Jun and the other two. Isn't it our duty to patrol the streets? What are we going back to the government office for? Wei Fan shook his head and continued to patrol the streets. At lunchtime, the two returned to the classroom to eat lunch. You don't have to patrol the streets this afternoon. Someone is missing in Woolly Village. You, Gue and Xiaoping should go investigate to see if there is a demon causing trouble. After lunch, Chief Constable Li Shan called Wei Fan over. This Chief Constable Li Shan was the same one who released Young Jun yesterday. Okay. Wei Fan nodded, and quickly rushed to Woolly Village with his two colleagues named Gue and Xiaoping. Li Shan watched the three people leave at the door until their backs disappeared, and then he returned to the classroom. Wei Fan was not very familiar with these two people. When he entered the government office, the two had been working as yamen runners for several years, and they didn't have much interaction with each other. They were familiar faces. Along the way, Gue and Xiaoping didn't talk to Wei Fan. The two walked behind Wei Fan was walking in front. If they were not wearing the same uniform, people would have thought that the two were escorting Wei Fan. Woolly Village was named because it was exactly 5 miles away from Yuncheng. After walking for more than half an hour, a large village appeared in Wei Fan's eyes. The village was not big, and it looked like there were only about 70 or 80 households. When he arrived at the entrance of the village, Wei Fan found that almost every household had closed their doors and there was no one walking in the village. When he stepped into the village, there was a foul smell that hit his nose. You two, go that way. Wei Fan turned around and asked Gue and Xiaoping, showing his white teeth. Go straight ahead. The yamen runner named Gue pointed with a smile on his face. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoping, and both of them were satisfied. After passing through the village, a small courtyard that was not bad soon appeared in front of him. It was this family who reported the case. Go in and ask them, and learn how to deal with this kind of thing. Let's go around and ask other people. Xiaoping and Gue stopped about 10 or 20 meters away from the yard, and let Wei Fan go alone. Okay. Wei Fan nodded, holding back the stench. This small yard seemed to be the source of the stench. After arriving here, the stench seemed to be suffocating people. Wei Fan wanted to knock on the door, but when he got closer, he found that the door of the yard was half open. Is anyone there? He said, and walked in. Bang! As soon as he stepped over the threshold, a strong wind blew up from the flat ground and slammed the door shut. Are you finally here? It's been a long time since I had the meet of the officers. You officers have learned martial arts. Even if you haven't practiced true chi, your meat is stronger than that of ordinary people, and your blood is also sufficient. It's very nourishing. A deep voice sounded, and the air seemed to be shaken by the sound. Wei Fan looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a huge tiger lying on a large stone slab in the corner of the yard, staring at him excitedly. Wei Fan continued to look around and found that there were a lot of human bones piled around the large stone slab, some of which were still, and some had turned into white bones. Are you one of the tiger monsters behind the Tiger Gang? Wei Fan naturally knew the rumor that there was more than one tiger monster behind the Tiger Gang. He focused his eyes on the big tiger in front of him to confirm that it was this tiger that spoke before. He walked over slowly, and as he got closer, new content appeared on the panel in front of him. Tiger monster, first level of the initial realm, can speak human language, and feeds on humans. Kill it, and you will gain 5 years of skill. It took 3 years of skill to kill Young Jun, but only 5 years for such a tiger monster? When the tiger monster heard Wei Fan's words, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. You are so brave. Lord Tiger has eaten countless people, and you are the first one who doesn't run away or shout for mercy when I see you. The bones are hard and chewy. It will be more interesting if you come here. Wei Fan smiled lightly and said, Is it useful to shout and beg for mercy? If it is useful, I don't mind shouting a few times. It's useless. Lord Tiger will definitely eat you. The meat of the yamen runners is much more delicious than other people's meat. The tiger demon was stunned. It turned out that he was not afraid because he accepted his fate. You are an interesting person. If Jiang Chuan hadn't sent you here, I would have kept you by my side to do things for me. Wei Fan narrowed his eyes and continued to move forward, so I didn't shout and took the initiative to send you here. Maybe you can give me a quick death later. The tiger demon slowly stood up and nodded. You are really a smart person. You are the most obedient among so many people. The others were scared when they ate, and the meat was bitter. I will give you a quick death later. I will bite off your neck first. The last Z was not uttered. The tiger demon's sight was full of a golden knife light. Real energy? Roar! The tiger demon's eyes were filled with horror. It wanted to jump up to avoid it, but the knife was too fast. Its body jumped away, but its head remained in place. With a puff, a string of blood flowers splashed in the air, and the huge tiger head fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Bones flew and were smashed into pieces by the tiger demon's huge body. Kill the tiger demon and gain 5 years of skill. You are quite interesting, talking so much, so I will cut off your neck first and give you a quick death. Wei Fan sheathed the knife, bent down and picked up the tiger demon's head in his hand. Is the first grade tiger demon in the initial realm so weak? But that's right, the first grade in the initial realm is just qualified to be called a demon, and its magical powers are not great. Use true energy to replace blood energy, the blood evil knife technique is still powerful. This tiger demon is so big that there is not much resistance when it is chopped. Wei Fan carried the tiger demon's head and checked several rooms. He found that there were no other tiger demons, but there were many human bones in each room. It seems that this place is just a stronghold of the tiger demons behind the tiger gang. After the inspection, he walked out of the yard. Outside the yard, Xiao Ping and Gue were still standing in the original position. Wei Fan should be dead. I heard the roar of Master Hu Jiao. The young man is ignorant of the world. He deserves to die for killing the brother-in-law of the tiger gang's incense leader. If he didn't die, we would have to suffer with him. Yeah, fortunately, Captain Li went to find Zhang Chuan in time and took the initiative to push Wei Fan out. This kid followed us stupidly. At first I thought he would run away on the road. I didn't expect him to enter the yard and didn't react. It's really stupid. I didn't hear Wei Fan's screams. Why didn't Master Hu Jiao torture him this time before? Xiao Ping couldn't say the rest of the words. He saw Wei Fan, who he thought would die in the yard, holding a tiger's head with his eyes open, walking towards here step by step. You killed Tiger Nine Lord, how is that possible? Gue and Xiao Ping trembled all over, their faces filled with horror. Tiger Nine Lord was killed, and they felt that the sky of Yunqing was about to fall. Wei Fan raised the tiger head in his hand and said, "It's just a tiger, is it difficult to kill it?" Xiao Ping's scalp numbed, and he shouted, "Wei Fan, you've caused a big disaster. Tiger Nine Lord is the 9th son of the Tiger King. If you kill Tiger Nine Lord, the Tiger King will definitely take revenge." As Li Xin's confidants, Xiao Ping and Gue knew more. The tiger in the yard was just the young son of the Tiger King. It was born a few years ago and was not very powerful. The real horror was the Tiger King. Causing trouble, or a big disaster, does it mean that I should be eaten by him obediently? Wei Fan's eyes condensed, and murderous intent emerged. You keep calling him Tiger Lord, you have such a close relationship with this tiger monster, and you have sent many people to it to eat. Now it's gone, I'll send you down to accompany it. Gue and Xiao Ping's expressions changed drastically. The two men then realized that they were in danger. Wei Fan had the ability to kill Tiger Nine Lord, so he naturally had the ability to kill them. He was not stupid at all. He did not realize that they were bringing him to die. Instead, he was skilled and courageous. He did not need to run away. Instead, he killed the tiger demon. Gue, he colluded with the tiger demon and fed the demon with humans. His heart is black. Kill him and you will gain 2 years of skill. Xiao Ping, he colluded with the tiger demon and fed the demon with humans. His heart is black. Kill him and you will gain 3 years of skill. The information of the two began to appear on the panel. They had really sent a lot of people. I think some of the human bones in the yard were the credit of these two people. I will fight you. Don't be afraid. He has only practiced martial arts for 3 months. I don't know what despicable means he used to harm Tiger Nine Lord. If we don't kill him, we will have a hard time surviving. Xiao Ping and Gue took the initiative. Wei Fan killed the tiger demon that they were afraid of, but they were not afraid of Wei Fan. Because if they didn't kill Wei Fan, they would face something more terrifying than death. The two men drew their swords instantly, and the long swords glowed with a faint red light. They attacked Wei Fan from the left and the right. Two idiots, you have practiced martial arts for many years, but you have only mastered the blood evil sword technique, and you haven't even mastered the golden bell cover yet. Wei Fan was not surprised that the two men attacked him first. These weak bones dared not fight monsters, but they were very good at fighting people. Boom! Wei Fan's true energy exploded, and a layer of golden film appeared on his body in an instant. The bulging muscles made his body instantly thicker. Although the golden bell cover is not a pure horizontal training external skill, it is very effective for the body. The tempering of the body is also unmatched by ordinary martial arts. Wei Fan is now at the 6th level of the golden bell cover. Just the physical strength, his single arm strength is over 1,000 pounds. Facing two people whose highest golden bell cover is only the 1st level, he doesn't even need to draw his sword. These two people are just used to test the defense of the 6th level of the golden bell cover. Bang! Two knives chopped on his body, and the thin film shook, and the knives in Xiao Ping and Gui's hands were shaken away in an instant. Their knives couldn't even hurt Wei Ping. The body is like copper skin and a piece of yellow. This is the 6th level of the golden bell cover. Xiao Ping and Gui screamed, and the hands holding the knives had been cracked by the recoil force, and blood was flowing from the tiger's mouth. You each chopped me with a knife, and I will kick you back. No one owes anyone anything. Seeing that the two people couldn't even break his body protection true chi, Wei Fan couldn't help but be disappointed. He kicked his legs, and the air made a bursting sound. Wei Fan, spare me. It was Captain Li who colluded with the Tiger Gang and asked us to harm you. Xiao Ping and Gui screamed and begged for mercy. The 6th level golden bell cover frightened them. A warrior with the 6th level golden bell cover could be killed by a kick or even a poke. Crack! Wei Fan looked indifferent. He kicked Xiao Ping to death with the first kick. The whole person almost exploded, and a lot of broken bones pierced through the flesh and blood. He caught up with Gui, who had escaped for 2 steps, and kicked him. Gui flew out like a ball and died after landing. Kill Gui and gain 2 years of skill. Kill Xiao Ping and gain 3 years of skill. Current skill, 10 years. The number 10 made Wei Fan's eyes light up. While investigating a case, officers Xiao Ping and Gui were attacked by demons and unfortunately died in the line of duty. Officer Wei Fan risked his life to kill a tiger demon. After throwing the bodies of the 2 men into the yard, Wei Fan turned and walked towards the city. When he reached the entrance of the village, he suddenly heard footsteps from behind. Wei Fan looked back and saw a group of old, weak, sick and disabled people kneeling behind him, shouting, "The brave man has great merits." These beasts! Wei Fan did not see any young men or children in his sight. Most of them were people in their twilight years. You guys should leave quickly, the tiger demon will be here soon. All he could do was to remind these people. After that, Wei Fan turned around and left. After walking for a while, he found a secluded jungle and dived into it. Use 4 years of your skills to add the golden bell cover to your martial arts. It took 4 years of skills to break through the golden bell cover to the 6th level. There are only 7, 8, 9 and 3 levels left. 4 years of skills should be enough. It was enough to raise the golden bell cover to the highest 9th level. However, the result was not what Wei Fan thought. Deduct 4 years of skill. 5 years of skill, your golden bell cover has not broken through, it is still a little short of the heat. 6 years of skill, your golden bell cover has made some progress, breaking through the 7th level. 7 years of skill, your golden bell cover broke through the 8th level. 8 years of skill, your golden bell cover is still standing still. Golden bell cover, 8th level, current skill, 6 years. With his crazy growing true energy and hard body, Wei Fan frowned slightly. The last 3 levels of the golden bell cover actually required more skill than the first 6 levels. He added another year of skill. Deduct 1 year of skill. 9 years of skill, the bottleneck of the 9th level of the golden bell cover has loosened a little. It was not enough, so Wei Fan added another year. Deduct 1 year of skill. 10 years of skill, your golden bell cover broke through the 9th level, copper skin and iron bones, and the golden bell protects the body. Golden bell, 9th level. Current skill level, 4 years. As soon as the 9th level was broken through, Wei Fan experienced the most drastic change, which was even more drastic than the changes in the previous 8 levels combined. Bang bang bang. The solidification of his flesh and bones caused a burst of explosions in his body. Looking inside, his bones began to have a cold metallic luster. He was originally tall, and now under the most drastic change, his body became thicker. His bulging muscles and delicate golden skin made him look like he was wearing a layer of golden armor. The 9th level of the golden bell, copper skin and iron bones, was completed. At the same time, surging and perfect true energy seeped out from his pores, forming an inverted golden bell outside his body, rotating in the void. Is this the martial arts golden bell? Why do I feel that it has some high-level martial arts flavor? Wei Fan rushed forward with the golden bell, and immediately smashed a small tree with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters, and his arm was able to pass through the golden bell without any hindrance. It's really a body-protecting martial art. The recoil force alone can kill me before. With a thought, Wei Fan took back the true chi that made up the golden bell, and his whole body immediately returned to normal. I still have 4 years of skills. The golden bell cover can be further increased, but Wei Fan did not try to continue to use his skills to increase the golden bell cover. Now that the golden bell cover has reached the highest level of 9, adding more skills would be a self-created martial art, which is definitely not something that can be achieved with these few years of skills. The mastery level of the blood evil sword technique is not enough to exert the power of his true chi. He plans to add the remaining skills to the Blood Evil Sword technique. Use 1 year of skill to add Blood Evil Blade technique. His predecessor had a good talent for swordsmanship, and he practiced Blood Evil Blade technique to the mastery level in 3 months. Most of the people who learned Blood Evil Blade technique with him were just beginners, and a few reached the minor success level. Wei Fan was worried that adding too much would be a waste, so he planned to add it year by year. Deduct 1 year of skill. You have a good talent for swordsmanship. After practicing for 3 months, Blood Evil Blade technique has reached the mastery level. Practicing for half a year, Blood Evil Blade technique has reached the great success. Practicing for 1 year and 3 months, Blood Evil Blade technique has been perfected. Blood Evil Blade technique, perfected, current skill, 3 years, his talent is really good. After only 1 year of skill, Blood Evil Blade technique has been perfected. Of course, this kind of Kryptonian swordsmanship will not be too profound, and it is all used to play with cannon fodder. A lot of experience in practicing swordsmanship began to emerge in his memory, and his hands seemed to have really practiced swordsmanship for a year. The calluses became thicker and his arms became thicker. Try the power of the perfect blood-killing sword technique. Wei Fan drew his sword and slashed it out. Instantly, red light filled the sky, as if he had slashed out a sea of blood. With a bang, the ground burst open, and the long sword energy extended 2 or 3 meters before disappearing. When the smoke and dust cleared, the ground had been cut open by the sword with a depth of half a meter. If you use blood energy when you fight desperately, the power of this sword will be even greater. Wei Fan just used his true energy to activate it, and it was not the maximum power of the blood-killing sword technique. This kind of Kryptonian sword technique can only be most powerful if it is activated by life. Picking up the tiger head, he continued to return to the city. What a big tiger head! Did this Yaman runner kill a monster outside the city? How is that possible? It's good enough that these Yaman runners don't send the people to be eaten by monsters. How can they be expected to kill monsters? Looking at their age, how can they kill monsters? It's good enough that they don't get eaten. Don't you smell the stench? This is a monster. Ordinary beasts don't stink so bad. Wei Fan carried the tiger head through the streets, attracting the attention of many people. Soon he arrived at the Yaman. Silence. As he stepped into the classroom, the whole classroom was dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was shocked to see him carrying the tiger head. These Yaman runners who didn't have to patrol the streets were basically old hands. Li Shan asked Wei Fan, Xiaoping, and Gui to go to Woolly Village. Naturally, they knew what they were going to do. But now Wei Fan is back, still carrying a tiger head, but Xiaoping and Gui are nowhere to be seen. How could these old hands not understand what happened? That's Tiger 9's head. Wei Fan killed Tiger 9. Li Shan's pupils shrank sharply, and his heart was in turmoil. The Tiger King's youngest son was dead, and he didn't know what terrible things would happen next. Are you here? They said you went to Woolly Village to investigate a case. There is a tiger demon lurking there. Are you okay? A female voice sounded from the side, breaking the silence. Without looking at her, you know who the woman who was talking was. Hu Qing, a female Yaman runner who received martial arts training with him and entered the Yaman together. The difference is that he came to risk his life, while she came to play. She can come to the class whenever she wants, because Hu Qing's father is Hu Qingyun, the chief coach of these Yaman runners, and no one dares to control her. Ah! Why do you have a tiger head in your hand? Hu Qing only saw the tiger head in Wei Fan's hand at this time and couldn't help but exclaimed. Wei Fan ignored Hu Qing, walked quickly to Li Shan, and said with a sad face, "Report to Captain Li, the 3 of us were investigating missing people in Woolly Village, and unfortunately we were attacked by the tiger demon entrenched in Woolly Village. The 3 of us fought against the tiger demon without fear of life and death. In the end, the Yaman runners Gui and Xiaoping died in the battle. I was lucky enough to kill the tiger demon and cut off its head and brought it back. Gui and Xiaoping fought bravely and died miserably. I would like to ask for credit for them. I hope the captain will approve it." Zhou Qi's mouth twitched. Why did this sound so familiar? He had roughly guessed that Xiaoping and Gui did not die in battle, but were killed by Wei Fan. The others also had strange expressions on their faces. Only Hu Qing, who heard that 2 colleagues had died, showed a somewhat sad expression and said, "Tiger monster. They died fighting the tiger monster, which is indeed a merit. I will report this to the squad leader." Li Shan's expression was as ugly as if his parents had died, but he had to force a smile. Although some things are known to everyone, they cannot be said publicly in such occasions. Wei Fan smiled and said, "In that case, I thank Captain Li." Seeing Wei Fan's smiling face, the smile that Li Shan had forced out disappeared. Master Hu Jiu was killed, and his 2 confidants also died. If Wei Fan was not killed next, not only him, but also his family would be in trouble. Because if he hadn't asked someone to take Wei Fan there, the tiger demon would not have died at all. The Tiger King would never forgive him when he took revenge. Wei Fan didn't care about Li Shen's ugly expression, and continued, I heard that Captain Li and Yang Jun's brother-in-law have a good relationship. I accidentally killed Yang Jun today, and I have been feeling sorry. I will ask Captain Li to help me thread the needle later. I plan to apologize in person to see if I can resolve this grudge. Wei Fan's face was full of sincerity, and he looked regretful, which made Li Shen stunned. Could it be that Yang Jun was really killed accidentally, and he didn't know that he went to Woolly Village because of Yang Jun's matter and sent him to the tiger demon to eat? Okay, I'll try. Li Shen squeezed out from between his teeth. A few words, no matter what the real situation is, since Wei Fan took the initiative to meet Zhang Chuan, he would not refuse. Now give me the tiger head. Tiger Ji died, his head was chopped off and taken away. Just like a human being, he died without a complete body. Although those monsters feed on humans, they also imitate humans in many behaviors. It is also very uncomfortable for monsters to die without a complete body. If they can bring the tiger head to the Tiger King, it can reduce some of the Tiger King's anger. The tiger head is my credit, I can't give it to you, Captain Li. If you want it, go to the squad leader later. Wei Fan shook his head. He brought the tiger monster's head back from Woolly Village on purpose. They, the Yamen runners, will be taught 2 basic martial arts, the Golden Bell Cover and the Blood Evil Knife skill, after entering the Yamen. If they want to learn other martial arts later, they can only exchange them with merit. Kill a monster, and you can go to the squad leader to exchange for a martial art. Okay. Li Shen gritted his teeth. Anyway, the tiger head would be useless if it was exchanged for martial arts, and he could still get it from the squad leader. He turned and left, hurriedly leaving the government office to find Zhang Chuan. Zhang Chuan probably still thought that Wei Fan had been eaten by Tiger Jui, and didn't know that they were in big trouble. Wei Fan, I heard about Yang Jun's incident. That guy is not a good guy. He killed people in the street and committed many evil deeds. You killed him to get rid of harm to the people. Why did you go to his family to apologize? Seeing Li Shen leave, Hu Qing came over with a puzzled look on her face. Wei Fan said in a deep voice, how can you say that? You are a Yamen runner. We Yamen runners are only responsible for arresting people and maintaining public order. As for whether the bad guys should die, it should be judged by the law, not by us. Even if Yang Jun deserves to die, his family is innocent. Do you know how painful it is for them to lose a loved one? If my apology can make them feel better and help them get out of the grief of losing their loved ones, I, Wei Fan, will have no complaints no matter how much I do. Hu Qing was ashamed. You are right, I am narrow-minded, I am not a qualified Yamen runner. Zhou Qi was stunned. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes how ferocious you were when you put the knife into Yang Jun's body, I would have believed you. Hu Qing added, but I heard from them that Yang Jun's brother-in-law Zhang Chuan is the leader of the Tiger Gang, and he is not a good person either. If you go, they may not do anything good to you. Wei Fan shook his head. After all, I killed their relatives. So what if they beat me up? Besides, Captain Li will go with me by then. Okay, you go and do your thing. I'm going to find the squad leader. Hu Qing looked at Wei Fan in a daze as he left. She wanted to say that Captain Li was not trustworthy, but she was embarrassed to say such words in this kind of situation. Did you kill the tiger demon in Woolly Village? When the squad leader Luo Wen heard that the tiger head in his hand was the head of the tiger demon entrenched in Woolly Village, he was so scared that he wanted to throw the tiger head away. The government office was not unaware of the situation in Woolly Village. The tiger demon entrenched in Woolly Village was only the first level of the initial realm. It could be surrounded and killed by sending a few constables. The reason why the tiger demon was allowed to entrench there to eat people was because they were afraid of the Tiger King behind it. Luo Wen's face turned green. In fact, there was a tacit understanding between the government office and the tiger demon. If the tiger demon did not come out to eat people and let the world know, the government office would not send people to encircle and suppress it. They turned a blind eye and maintained a tacit understanding. Now that the tiger demon in Woolly Village has been killed, the consequences will be very serious. Wei Fan corrected, I didn't kill it. The government servants Gue, Xiaoping, and I killed it together. They both died in battle. He showed a look of grief. Sir, I want to exchange martial arts. You. Ah. Luo Wen sighed. He knew that the newcomer Wei Fan was upright and honest, and some people in the government office did not like him. But he thought it was nothing. This was still a government office. If everyone was corrupt, it would not be good. Some people had to do good things to keep the government office's reputation. Who would have thought that today, Wei Fan would bring him the head of the tiger monster from Woolly Village. I'm afraid many people would die next. He didn't know how to teach Wei Fan. Did he say that he couldn't kill the tiger monster? Wouldn't that mean he would be eaten by the tiger monster? These are what ordinary government officials can exchange. You can choose which one you want. With a long sigh, Lu Owen took out a few secret books and put them on the table. Wei Fan didn't care about Lu Owen's expression and looked at the secret books. Flowing Cloud Chasing Windstep, Iron Body Skill, Iron Sand Palm, 5 Tiger Soul-Breaking Sword. There were about 10 secret books, including Fist, Palm, Sword, and Light Skill. He had heard of most of the names. Wei Fan was a little confused about what to choose. He had the Blood Evil Sword skill, which was barely enough, but he didn't have any fist and foot skills, and he didn't have any light skill. And he also wanted to practice horizontal training martial arts to improve his physical strength. In addition to the fact that you saved that girl this morning, you can choose 2 books. Just when Wei Fan was thinking about which one to choose, Lu Owen suddenly spoke. The first-grade demon beast of the initial realm is actually able to speak human language, and other than this, it is not much different from other beasts. Wei Fan was able to kill the first-grade tiger demon of the initial realm. His golden bell cover should have reached the 2nd level, and his blood evil blade technique must have been mastered at the worst level. He is definitely a martial arts genius. Although he had caused a big disaster, he was not 100% sure to die. He would not help Wei Fan, but he could still give him one more secret book. It would be best if he could grow up, but it would be no loss if he died. Wei Fan's eyes lit up. Thank you, squad leader. He could choose one more book, so he didn't have so many entanglements. Qigong was a must, of course, but he didn't want to choose fists and feet for the time being. He chose another horizontal martial arts book, Flowing Cloud Chasing Windstep, Iron Body Kung Fu. In the end, Wei Fan chose these 2 martial arts books and returned to his seat to read them. An hour later, the panel in front of him changed. Iron Body Kung Fu, not yet started. Flowing Cloud Chasing Windstep, not yet started. Current skill, 3 years. Wei Fan was delighted. The golden finger had such a function. He thought that he had to practice the 2 martial arts for a period of time before they would appear on the panel. This would save a lot of time. 3 years of skill to add Flowing Cloud Chasing Windstep. Without hesitation, he added the remaining 3 years of skill to Flowing Cloud Chasing Windstep. His biggest weakness now was the speed of Qigong. If he could only choose a martial art, he would definitely choose a martial art of Qigong body movement. Deduct 3 years of skill. You have reached the 9th level of true energy and powerful skill. In 1 year, you will open up the meridians of both feet and master the Flowing Cloud Chasing Windstep. 2 years of skill, you will have mastered the Flowing Cloud Chasing Windstep and will be able to walk on snow without leaving any trace. 3 years of skill, the Flowing Cloud Chasing Windstep is perfected. You are like a ghost and as fast as thunder. Flowing Cloud Chasing Windstep, perfected. Current skill, 0. Wei Fan only felt the true energy gushing out from his dantian, his legs became hot, and his body gradually became lighter, as if he could float up to the sky with just a little effort on his feet. It's a pity that I don't have the skills anymore, otherwise I would try the effect of this Iron Body skill. Strictly speaking, Iron Body skill and Golden Bell cover are not the same kind of martial arts. Iron Body skill is a horizontal martial art and does not involve any operation of true chi. Horizontal martial arts are difficult to practice, but once you master it, it is said that you can beat people who practice true chi at the same level. However, because horizontal martial arts only train the body and there is no such thing as true chi, when facing monsters, the means of killing are as life-threatening as the blood evil sword technique, so there are generally few people who practice it, or they all practice it concurrently, and the focus is not on horizontal martial arts. Wei Fan also plans to practice it concurrently. Horizontal martial arts are good at killing people, but they are helpless against some monsters that don't have their own physical bodies. Master Jiang Xiang agrees to talk to you, let's go. When it was time to disperse, Li Shin came back and used an talking to Wei Fan in a tone that disappoints others. Wei Fan looked over and found that the guy looked very unhappy. Thank you, Captain Li, please take me to apologize to Jiang Xiangzhu. I will thank you specially after the matter is over. He put his sword across his waist and followed Li Shin out of the yamen. Is Wei Fan really going to apologize to Jiang Chuan? Zhou Qi was a little stunned. Apart from really going to apologize, he really couldn't figure out what Wei Fan's purpose was in taking the initiative to find Jiang Chuan. He wanted to tell Wei Fan not to go, but he was afraid of offending Li Shin. People are thinking about you, and they may have ambushed people. Wei Fan, come back. Hu Cheng didn't have so many scruples and shouted from behind. She was just simple, but not stupid. She just asked around and found out that Li Shin arranged Wei Fan to go to Woolly Village. No, I have to save Wei Fan. Hu Qing stomped her feet and ran out of the yamen. We're here. Wei Fan followed Li Xin and soon walked to a courtyard. It seemed that they had been waiting for Wei Fan and Li Xin to arrive. The gate of the courtyard had been opened long ago. Excuse me, Captain Li, Wei Fan said, and walked in directly. Li Xin followed behind. When they stepped into the courtyard, the first thing that caught their eyes was 3 vermilion coffins placed in the middle of the courtyard. Not far away stood a few burly men and a man sitting on a chair with a big horse and a golden sword. Jiang Chuan, she level 4, the leader of the Tiger Gang, has been feeding monsters for 10 years, has killed countless people, and has committed many evil deeds. Kill him and you will gain 10 years of power. Only 10 years? Wei Fan was a little disappointed. Yang Jun could gain 3 years of power without practicing martial arts, but Jiang Chuan, a Qi level 4 warrior, could only gain 10 years of power. Bang! Li Xin closed the door and followed in. He blocked Wei Fan's retreat from behind, and at the same time, one hand was on the sword, ready to strike at any time. Kill Tiger 9, you little beast, how dare you come? Jiang Chuan stood up from his chair, his eyes flashing coldly. Come on, catch him and hand him over to the Tiger King for disposal, otherwise all of us will die. Although Wei Fan killed his brother-in-law, it was no longer his decision whether to kill Wei Fan or not. He could only catch Wei Fan and hand him over to the Tiger King to see if he could let the Tiger King spare him. If I don't come, how can I send you beasts to see the Tiger Demon? Wei Fan slowly drew out his sword. If I don't come, how can I explode your skills? Blast our skills? Jiang Chuan was stunned. This Wei Fan is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. I don't know what you mean. You have only practiced martial arts for 3 months. No matter how talented you are, you can only reach the 2nd level of the Death Heaven Golden Bell cover. You don't know anything. You think you are invincible after killing Tiger Jui. Come on, capture him alive. With a loud shout from Jiang Chuan, 4 or 5 burly men behind him jumped over the big red coffin and killed him. Several of them did not use weapons, either fists or palms. They did not take Wei Fan seriously at all and wanted to capture him alive. They are all martial artists of the 3rd level of true Qi. If they were put in the government office, they would all be capable of being head constables. Wei Fan glanced and instantly saw through the cultivation of all these people. It can be said that Jiang Chuan has taken him very seriously. In addition, with Jiang Chuan and Li Xin here, even a master of the 5th level of true Qi would have to suffer here. It's a pity that they don't know that the person in front of them is a cheat. Lu Yun Juefeng step. Wei Fan stepped into the air, his figure rose from the ground, and a knife swept out in the air and turned a circle. The next moment, there were sounds of blood spurting and heads falling everywhere. 4 or 5 burly men who jumped up were all killed by him with one knife. Then, he slashed a knife in the air and split Jiang Chuan in half before he could react. This guy never realized how terrifying Wei Fan was until he died. With just this little ability, how dare you say you want to capture me alive? Wei Fan floated down from the sky and said, now you don't have to grieve for the death of your loved ones, nor do you have to worry about the revenge of the Tiger King. My goal of coming here has been achieved. Hu Qing must admire me when she knows this. This is a truly qualified yamen runner, don't you think so, Captain Li? Wei Fan whispered, smiling, showing his white teeth, very kind. But in Li Xin's eyes, his smile was more terrifying than seeing a demon. His face was pale, and his teeth were chattering. Knife Qi, you can actually use your true Qi to stimulate the knife Qi. How many levels have you cultivated your golden bell cover to? He could no longer tell how high Wei Fan's cultivation level was, because his cultivation level was only the 5th level of true Qi. However, he knew that in order to cut out knife Qi, one must at least be at the 7th level of true Qi before the true Qi can leave the body, and the blood evil sword technique also requires reaching the great success level. Wei Fan smiled and said, Captain Li, you are quite interesting. At this time, you are only curious about how many levels my golden bell cover has been cultivated to. Li Xin's expression changed, and he reacted and begged for mercy. Wei Fan, spare me, you killed Jiang Chuan's brother-in-law, and I pushed you out because I was afraid of revenge from the Tiger Gang. I didn't really mean to hurt you. You know, as a captain, I have to sacrifice some people in order to protect more people. I'm not bad. If I don't do this, those tiger monsters will kill more people. I hope if you can understand me, I will definitely be a good captain in the future. He had no intention of escaping. In front of a warrior who could cut with a sword, running away would only make him die faster. If he appealed to his emotions and reasoned with him, maybe he could survive. Wei Fan said, don't be afraid, Captain Li. Have you forgotten that I said before that I would thank you very much? Li Xin was delighted and thought that Wei Fan was going to let him go. The next moment, Wei Fan's words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Don't worry, I will move quickly, and I promise that you won't feel any pain. Don't kill. Li Shin was horrified. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt something in his sight was rolling. My head flew off. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt his vision quickly turn black, and soon he lost consciousness. Wei Fan did what he said and gave Li Shin a quick death. After he put away his knife, he looked at the panel, kill Jiang Chuan and gain 10 years of skill, kill Li Shin and gain 11 years of skill, kill Jiang Ping and gain 5 years of skill. Current skill, 46 years, Wei Fan smiled happily. He actually gained 46 years of skill at once. He was not in a hurry to leave. He looked around the house and confirmed that there was no one else. Then he opened the gate of the yard and left. As for the corpses, someone from the Tiger Gang would naturally come to clean them up. Wei Fan, are you okay? After taking 2 steps, he ran into Hu Qing and the head coach Hu Qingyun. Wei Fan shook his head and bowed, saying, I have met Coach Hu. Hu Qingyun frowned slightly, you smell of blood. It seems that I, an old man, have come here in vain. His eyes were filled with doubt. Did Wei Fan kill Jiang Chuan and the others? Others didn't know, but as the chief martial arts instructor of the government office, how could he not know that Li Shin and Jiang Chuan and the others were in cahoots? Otherwise he wouldn't have come. Now Wei Fan came out with the smell of blood on his body. He couldn't have come out if he hadn't killed Jiang Chuan and the others. But this is incredible. Wei Fan has a talent for martial arts, but it's also possible that he could have killed the leader of the Tiger Gang in just 3 months. Hu Qing said, blood smell. What happened in there? How could they let you go? She asked her father in a hurry to save Wei Fan. If Jiang Chuan was so easy to talk to, she wouldn't have to ask her father. Wei Fan showed a sad expression. There was a fight inside. Originally, I came to apologize and planned to get the forgiveness of Jiang Shangju so that he could get out of the grief of losing his loved ones. But Jiang Shangju was very stubborn and refused to forgive me no matter what. Captain Li interceded for me in the middle. I don't know how, but he and Jiang Shangju started fighting while talking, and then they died together. This is all because of me. I am in a sad mood now. I just want to go home and eat. Oh no, I don't want to talk. Coach Hu, I'll take my leave first. Wei Fan bowed and walked around Hu Qingyun and Hu Qing and left. Li Shin, Jiang Chuan, and others died together? Hu Qing was already stunned. How could this happen? Did she misunderstand Captain Li before? He was a good man? You silly girl, listen to this kid's nonsense. There is not a word of truth in his mouth. Hu Qingyun looked at his daughter's appearance and couldn't help sighing. This girl is not stupid, but for some reason, she believes everything Wei Fan said. I'm not stupid. Wei Fan won't lie to me. Hu Qing retorted. He came to apologize as soon as he said it, even if he might hurt him. When has Wei Fan ever lied to him? Wait for me here, I'll go in and take a look. This situation is not the first time he has encountered it. Hu Qingyun was too lazy to say more, and pushed open the gate of the yard and walked in. Jiang Chuan and Li Shen are all dead. The scene in front of him made Hu Qingyun gasp, and he had a premonition that a catastrophe was about to happen. The youngest son of the Tiger King died, and now even Jiang Chuan and Li Shen were dead. It would be strange if the Tiger Gang and the Tiger King did not get angry. Who was so cruel that he dared to kill the incense master of the Tiger Gang and the head of the Yamen at the same time? Although Wei Fan was full of lies, he did not think that Wei Fan killed these people. Wei Fan might have seen the real murderer, but did not say it. After all, these people were not good people. Killing others was to eliminate harm for the people. Based on his understanding of Wei Fan, he would not report the real good people for a few scumbags. Look, Wei Fan did not lie to me. Head Constable Li and Jiang Chuan really died together. Hu Qing also walked in, pointing to the corpses in the yard, without any fear because of the blood all over the ground. Hu Qingyun's eyes widened. They were all killed in one move. There is no sign of fighting at all. Tell Dad how they died together. You can't even tell this. You are the chief martial arts instructor of the government office. It was obviously Captain Li who launched a sneak attack and killed several small shrimps under Jiang Chuan in one move. Then Jiang Chuan attacked Captain Li, and the two of them used a move to kill each other at the same time. Do you want to say that Wei Fan killed them? He has only practiced martial arts for 3 months. How could he kill so many masters at once? It was a perfect reasoning. Hu Qingyun didn't say anything for a long time. It doesn't matter who killed these people. Anyway, they are not good people. And if it was really Wei Fan who killed them, it would be too scary. It's better to pretend not to know. Go and call for help. There is so much blood here. If the bodies are not dealt with, it will easily attract unclean things. Without staying here for too long, Hu Qingyun took his daughter Hu Qing to the government office to call for help. The government office can ignore who the murderer is, but these bodies must be dealt with. If dirty things are attracted, they are more terrifying than monsters. Master Wei, please take a seat. Wei Fan stepped into a restaurant. He was a regular customer of this Manji restaurant. After entering, he was greeted by the waiter to sit down. It's still the same. His usual meal was a bowl of fried rice, half a caddy of braised meat, and a vegetable soup. After saying this, he sat and waited. At this moment, the sky was slightly dark, and there were not many pedestrians on the street. Yunqing did not have a curfew, but because there were too many demons and evil spirits, most people would not go out at night. Demons and evil spirits have always existed in this world and can never be killed, so the government's policy is to maintain a peaceful appearance. And the demons will not be too presumptuous and eat people blatantly. They all cultivate gang forces like the Tiger Gang and secretly send people to them to eat. The government also knows about these things. As long as they don't make too much trouble, they will turn a blind eye. Of course, this is also related to the policy of the local officials. The current Yunqing city lord is the kind of person who is more afraid of demons. Since he took office, the evil spirits in Yunqing have become more and more serious, officials and bandits have colluded, and the people have complained. Master Wei, your food is here. Just as Wei Fan was thinking, the waiter began to serve the dishes, including crispy pork elbow, braised beef, steamed sea bass, roast chicken, and a jar of old wine. The wrong dishes were served. These are not what I want. Wei Fan was surprised. The waiter heard this and whispered, "This is the shopkeeper's invitation. You killed the evil Yang Jun. The shopkeeper said that you will not be charged for coming here in the future." Master Wei, you don't know that our shopkeeper had a daughter who was abused by Yang Jun before, and she hanged herself a few days later. Today you killed Yang Jun, and I don't know how many families in the nearby streets are secretly celebrating. If it weren't for the Tiger Gang, they would have gone to the streets to set off firecrackers. In this case, Wei Fan was no longer polite and started eating. He was on duty at the yamen, and his monthly salary was not small, but such good wine and food could not be afforded every day. Half an hour later, Wei Fan was full and a little drunk. He walked home, but before he got home, the slight drunkenness was driven away by the spontaneous circulation of the true qi. His previous life was alone. His mother had passed away 2 or 3 years ago. His father was a yamen runner, but after a duty 3 months ago, he returned with only some bloodstained clothes and no body. It is said that he encountered a big monster while investigating a case and was swallowed by the monster. Therefore, his previous life was able to take over. Father entered the government office and became a patrolling yamen runner. Of course, the predecessor was not the only son, he had an older sister who was married, so the predecessor lived alone. When he got home, Wei Fan immediately lay down on the bed and opened the panel. Martial arts, golden bell cover, 9th level, blood evil sword technique, perfect, flowing cloud chasing wine step, perfect, iron body skill, not yet mastered, current skill, 46 years, of the 4 martial arts, 3 have reached the highest level, and only the horizontal training external skill iron body skill has not yet been mastered. 10 years of skill, add the martial arts iron body skill. For the first time, Wei Fan directly used 10 years of skill. It took 10 years of skill to cultivate the golden bell cover to the highest 9th level. If you want to cultivate the horizontal training martial arts to the 9th level, it will take even longer. Deduct 10 years of skill. You practice the internal and external martial arts golden bell cover, and your physical foundation is very good. After 1 year of practice, the iron body skill has reached the 3rd level, and the single arm strength is 3000 gene. The golden bell cover is said to be internal and external, but in fact, the main practice is still the true qi. Tempering the body is just an additional effect of martial arts. Many true qi martial arts actually have a certain body tempering effect, but it is just a matter of depth. At the 9th level of the golden bell cover, his single arm strength is 2000 gene. But with the horizontal martial arts, only the 2nd level is needed, and the pure physical strength can reach the level of 2000 gene with 1 arm. In terms of body tempering, the true qi martial arts and the pure horizontal martial arts are not comparable. At the same time, Wei Fan discovered another reason why few people practiced the horizontal martial arts, not only because the horizontal martial arts had low lethality to those without flesh and blood, but also because of the pain. This kind of horizontal martial arts practice is like throwing a person into a frying pan. In an instant, the pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow spread throughout his body, making him almost faint. Wei Fan gritted his teeth and endured silently. After 2 years of practice, you have reached the 4th level of iron body through extreme training, and the strength of one arm is 4,000 pounds. After 3 years of practice, your iron body has broken through the 5th level, and the strength of one arm is 5,000 pounds. After 4 years of practice, your iron body has broken through the 6th level, and the strength of one arm is 6,000 pounds. This is why horizontal training martial arts is more terrifying than true Chi martial arts. Almost every time you break through a level, your strength increases by 1,000 pounds. When you reach the 9th level, the strength of one arm can reach a terrifying 10,000 pounds. If you don't practice this kind of martial arts, you will be in trouble when facing those without flesh and blood. When the demons are coming, you can only fight them with your life, and there must be many people practicing. After 5 years of practice, your iron body skill has reached a bottleneck and has not been broken through. After 6 years of practice, your iron body skill is still at the 6th level, but the bottleneck has been loosened. After 7 years of practice, you can wear away the stone with a drop of water, and the iron body skill has reached the 7th level, with a single arm strength of 7,000 kilograms. After 10 years of practice, the iron body skill has not broken through the 9th level, iron body skill, 8th level, current practice, 36 years. After 10 years of practice, you can't even cultivate the iron body skill to the highest 9th level, and this is still the case with the foundation of the golden bell cover. If it weren't for the previous tempering of the body by the golden bell cover, it would probably take a few more years to reach the 8th level. After a rest, Wei Fan added 3 years of practice to the iron body skill in one breath. Deduct 3 years of practice. After 11 years of practice, your iron body skill still hasn't been able to break through. You are not anxious and continue to temper your body. After 12 years of practice, your physical strength and power begin to slowly increase, and you see the dawn of a breakthrough. After 13 years of practice, with your perseverance, you break the limit of your physical body in one fell swoop, and the iron body skill reaches the 9th level of perfection. Your body is as hard as iron, and the strength of one arm is 10,000 pounds. Iron body skill, 9th level. Current practice, 33 years. The last level took 4 years of practice. Crack! Wei Fan stretched his waist, and the bed under him immediately made a sound of being overwhelmed. The perfect 9th level of iron body skill has also changed his weight a lot. At this moment, Wei Fan looked down, and his muscle lines were obvious. The outer membrane was more like a polished metal, emitting a cold luster, and his whole body was like cast iron. He flicked his fingers, and his skin made a clanging sound. He gently scratched it with a long knife, and it felt a little slippery. 13 years of practice, it's worth it. Wei Fan showed a happy face. Perfect horizontal training martial arts plus perfect true Chi martial arts is not as simple as 1 + 1. 10,000 pounds of strength plus the powerful true Chi of the 9th level, the power of a single strike is more than doubled, not to mention the improvement in defense. There are still 33 years of skills. After looking at the panel, he did not continue to add skills to other martial arts. He perfected a horizontal training martial art in one breath, and all the sins he had to endure for more than 10 years were concentrated in this short period of time. His body was strong, but his spirit was already exhausted. Yunqing is just a small city in the whole Great Shu state. However, even though it is a small city, Yunqing has a permanent population of more than 100,000. Therefore, in order to facilitate management, Yunqing is divided into 4 districts, east, west, south and north, in addition to the inner city. Each district has a clerk to help the city lord manage. Under the clerk, there are also the head of the city, the chief constable, the squad leader and the constable to assist the clerk in management. The area where Wei Fan works is the East District. Early in the morning, the East District Yamen of Yunqing. At this moment, except for the night duty officers, all the officers in the East District are here, and no one goes out for patrol. All the officers stand in the courtyard in front of the squad room. One face is uglier than the other, and some are even terrified. Because just now the Tiger Gang sent someone to send a letter to them, asking them to hand over Wei Fan, who killed the Tiger King's young son, before lunch today. If they don't hand it over, the Tiger Demon will kill into the East District after lunch. Not to mention how many people will die if the Tiger Demon kills into the East District. They, Wei Fan's colleagues, will definitely be taken care of by the Tiger Demon. I suggest that Wei Fan be handed over. We can't let the whole city's citizens be harmed because of him. Meng, one of the chief constables, spoke up. As soon as he spoke, he immediately gained the support of many people. The Tiger Demon only wants Wei Fan. If Wei Fan is handed over, all the troubles will be eliminated. They have no friendship with Wei Fan, so there is no need to live and die with Wei Fan. Besides, they don't want to go to war with the demon. Handing Wei Fan over is the best way. They can stand on the righteousness. It's not that they are afraid of death, but they don't want the innocent people to be harmed. Luo Wen glanced at Meng, and he didn't seem surprised that Meng said such a thing. Hu Qing couldn't help but say, Wei Fan has made merit by killing the demon. If we hand him over and compromise with the demon, how will the government explain to the people? Killing demons is meritorious, this has been a consensus since ancient times. Meng said in a deep voice, do you know how many people will die if Wei Fan is not handed over? Besides, we are protecting the people. If we hand over Wei Fan, they will be happy to be free from the scourge of monsters. We, the Yamen runners and constables, have taken protecting the people as our bounden duty. It is a worthy death to die for the people. His death in exchange for the peace of the whole city. I believe that if Wei Fan were here, he would agree with his character. As soon as these words came out, they were agreed by many people. Hu Qing said angrily, you mean, if a monster asks to hand you over in the future, everyone will hand you over? Yes, I forgot that a spineless person like you would not dare to go against monsters. There will never be such a day. These words, if it was Wei Fan who said it, Hu Qing would only be full of admiration, but she knew exactly what kind of person Meng was. No matter how righteous he was, he could not cover up his cowardly nature. Meng's expression did not change, and he said righteously, if there really comes a day when my life can be exchanged for the peace of the whole city, I will stand up without hesitation and will never be a coward. Hu Qing, if you don't have this awareness, I advise you to leave the government office as soon as possible, so as not to embarrass Master Hu one day. You are talking without any pain in your waist. Hu Qing's face flushed with anger. Although she knew that Meng was a hypocrite, he was standing on a moral high ground, and she didn't know how to refute for a while. Shut up! The squad leader Luo Wen interrupted the quarrel between Meng and Hu Qing and said, Wei Fan cannot be handed over. Last night, the chief officer promoted him to one of the 8 chief constables in the East District to take over the area previously managed by Li Shun. How can you, Meng, a chief constable, say such a thing as handing over your own people just because of the threat of the demons? Meng's face changed, showing an incredible expression. How is it possible? Wei Fan killed Chief Constable Li and caused such a big disaster. How could the chief constable promote him to be a chief constable? Luo Wen's eyes turned cold and he scolded, how dare you question the chief constable? Did you see Wei Fan kill Chief Constable Li with your own eyes? He became more and more disappointed with Meng. If he hadn't climbed up to the Tiger Gang like Li Shin, he would not have been a chief constable with this IQ. No matter how rotten the government office is, no matter how afraid the city lord is of demons, these things cannot be brought to the table. No matter how big a disaster Wei Fan had caused, killing that monster was considered a meritorious service in the government office. If no reward is given for meritorious service, who would be willing to work for the clerk and fight for the city lord in the future? Hand over Wei Fan? Maybe the clerk would put him in jail the moment he handed Wei Fan over. It was better for the East District to be ravaged by the tiger monster than to hand over Wei Fan, a method that was thought up by a pig brain. Meng's face changed, knowing that he had spoken out of turn. Everyone now knew that Li Shin's death was related to Wei Fan, but no one had said it publicly. By saying this, he was questioning the clerk and the squad leader's blindness at the same time. Luo Wen waved his hand, everyone disperse, everyone strengthen patrols, and once a tiger monster is found entering the city, no one is allowed to avoid fighting. There must be no ambiguity about the attitude towards the monster. As Luo Wen was able to sit in the position of squad leader, he knew this. As for what his subordinates would do after being ordered, that was the business of his subordinates. Counterattack, he is the one who gives orders, but he doesn't have to fight on the front line. Wei Fan is here, let him come to see me. Wei Fan came late. Congratulations, Wei Fan, you are now a captain, I will call you Captain Wei from now on. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Zhou Qi say that he was a captain. He didn't care whether he was a captain or not, but he still smiled. It was not because he was promoted, but as a captain, he would be freer than before, and when he made contributions, he would be able to choose more advanced martial arts. By the way, the squad leader wants you to see him when he comes. Zhou Qi didn't mention the tiger monster. The moment they passed each other, he whispered in Wei Fan's ear, be careful of Captain Meng. Wei Fan nodded and quickly came to Luo Wen. Here are your captain's clothes and saber, change them before coming. Okay. Wei Fan nodded and quickly changed into the captain's clothes. The clothes were not much different from the previous ones, but the saber was much better than the previous ones, it was a good sword. Wei Fan took it out and looked at it, and instantly a cold light flashed. You are indeed much more energetic. Looking at the whole Yunqing, you are now the youngest captain. Luo Wen showed praise, but he changed his tone and said, I will not pursue how Li Shin died. We are all smart people. You understand what I mean. Wei Fan nodded gently, thank you, Captain. In fact, he was not afraid that people would know that he killed Li Shen. If he was afraid, he would not have blatantly asked Li Shen to take him to find Jiang Chuan and then catch him in one fell swoop. This is the confidence from strength. Why is the Tiger Gang so arrogant? It's because the tiger monster behind them is powerful. He is also powerful now, so why doesn't he take revenge? But Luo Wen gave him face and promoted him to captain, so he still has to say thank you. Luo Wen shook his head and said, "Do you know that the leader of the Tiger Gang died last night and was eaten alive by the tiger monster behind them?" Wei Fan was stunned, and then he suddenly realized. The Tiger Gang is majestic and overbearing in Yunqing, but in essence, it is just a dog fostered by the tiger demon in Yunqing. Now that this dog has killed its master's son, it will naturally be slaughtered, and at most a new one will be raised. Just like the government office to the yamen runners, there are plenty of cattle and horses. If it doesn't work, just replace it with a new one. Although he killed the Tiger King's young son, the fundamental reason was that Jiang Chuan wanted to use Tiger 9 to get rid of Wei Fan, so he was killed. Now that Jiang Chuan and Li Shen are both dead, those tiger demons can only vent their anger on the gang leader. Luo Wen continued, "Before you came, the Tiger Gang sent a letter threatening us to hand you over. If we don't send you to Woolly Village before lunch, the tiger demon will enter the city. I suppressed the matter and forbade you to hand you over." In fact, there was another reason why he suppressed the matter and didn't hand over Wei Fan. The real cause of death of Li Shen and Jiang Chuan is still a mystery. We only know that it must be related to Wei Fan, but no one knows whether it was Wei Fan who killed the people or the people behind Wei Fan. Anyway, since yesterday, Wei Fan is no longer the Wei Fan he is familiar with, and he can't understand what he has become. Hand Wei Fan over to the tiger demon? The example of Li Shen and others is still vivid in his mind. Only idiots like Meng clamor to hand over Wei Fan. Wei Fan whispered, "Are they in Woolly Village?" Luo Wen nodded, "Don't worry about where they are. Go and prepare now and select your men. The tiger demon will enter the city at lunchtime. The government will never compromise with the tiger demon." Wei Fan shook his head, "No, I will go and talk to the tiger demon. I was the one who killed the tiger demon in Woolly Village. There is no need to implicate everyone." Luo Wen's face sank. "Why are you going? Isn't this playing into the tiger demon's hands?" Wei Fan said, "Team leader, don't try to persuade me. This is my fault. I will take responsibility for it myself. However, there are a few things that I would like to ask for your approval." After a moment of silence, Luo Wen said, "You say?" Wei Fan said, "I want a book of sword techniques for killing demons. The sword technique is a sword technique for killing evil spirits. Its true power can only be exerted in conjunction with Krypton life. Wei Fan does not want to use this sword technique too much. Moreover, the sword technique can only really restrain those demons without flesh and blood. For demons with flesh and blood like tiger demons, its lethality is only within the normal range, and there is no restraint or bonus. With his current strength, if he had a book on sword techniques for slaying demons, his lethality to demons would be further enhanced." "Okay." Luo Wen nodded and agreed. "This is all the martial arts that I can get that the head constable can touch. You can choose whatever you like. You can take them all if you like." Luo Wen probably guessed Wei Fan's plan. He could solve this problem, but he wanted benefits. Without further ado, he took out all the martial arts that the head constable could touch, and let Wei Fan choose whatever he wanted, with no limit on the number. Of course, the number was not large, only 3 books. One was called Tiangang Burning Blood Sword True Chi Chapter, which was a sword technique. One was called Liuli Treasure Body Horizontal Training Chapter, which was horizontal training martial arts. The last one was called Longing Shattering Heaven Finger, True Chi Chapter. This is a book of finger techniques. Although they are all martial arts at the True Chi level, since Luo Wen allowed him to take them all, Wei Fan didn't hesitate and collected all 3 martial arts. He collected the martial arts first. Anyway, there was no loss in collecting them, and he could add more when he had extra skills. Moreover, they were all marked with True Chi Chapter or Horizontal Training Chapter. Obviously, these martial arts have subsequent more advanced mental methods. They are not martial arts like the Golden Bell Cover that only reach the 9th level of True Chi, which are obviously more advanced. Luo Wen said, "The Heavenly Gang Burning Blood Knife is very lethal to demons with flesh and blood. I only have the True Chi Chapter, as well as the Glazed Treasure Body and the Dragonine Shattering Heaven Finger. If you want to obtain the mental methods behind them, you can only enter the Demon Suppression Division or become a captain. The position of a captain is higher than that of a squad leader, second only to a clerk. If the city lord doesn't like you, you can't sit in the position of a captain even if you have made meritorious deeds." Wei Fan of the Demon Suppression Division heard Hu Qing say that her greatest wish was to become a member of the Demon Suppression Division, but if you want to join the Demon Suppression Division, you have to wait until you have performed well and they will come to you on their own initiative. This is a very mysterious organization in the Great Shu State, specializing in fighting demons, but few people have seen members of the Demon Suppression Division, and no one knows where their department is. Any other requirements? I'll try my best to satisfy you. Luo Wen saw Wei Fan put away all 3 martial arts books, but he didn't care. He didn't understand why Wei Fan did this, but he knew that Wei Fan would most likely be in danger if he went, so he would satisfy Wei Fan on any condition. He didn't agree to hand over Wei Fan, but Wei Fan took the initiative to go, which was naturally different. By then, when the demon disaster is quelled, he will have such a brave and fearless head of the police, and people will only say that he is a good leader. Yes. Wei Fan said, please prepare a carriage for me. In half an hour, I want Captain Meng to drive the carriage himself and take me to find the tiger monster. Luo Wen's eyes fixed, and he was silent for a long time before he said, okay, I'll arrange a carriage now. Luo Wen left. Wei Fan found a place to sit down, and began to flip through the 3 secret books. The glazed body can be cultivated, but unfortunately, in the Qi realm, you can only cultivate one kind of mental method. As long as you have the energy, you can practice horizontal martial arts at will, and you can practice as many as you want, but you can only practice one kind of mental method for cultivating true Qi, because the true Qi cultivated by each mental method is different, and practicing multiple methods at the same time will cause the problem of true Qi conflict. Time flies, and half an hour has passed. Dragon Roar Shattering Skyfinger, not yet introduced. Tiangang Burning Blood Knife, not yet started. Liuli Baori, not yet started. All 3 martial arts books were recorded on the panel. Wei Fan walked to the yard with the head of the police saber and found that all the Yamen runners were waiting here with solemn expressions. Because they had already learned from Luo when that Wei Fan was going to find the tiger demon to solve this incident. This was equivalent to going to die. No matter who it was, no one showed a playful smile at this moment. Even if they cursed Wei Fan's behavior like a fool in their hearts, they did not dare to show it at this time. Wei Fan, don't go. There are so many Yamen runners. Why should you bear it alone? If the tiger demon dares to enter the city, we will fight them. Hu Qing's eyes were red, and she didn't want Wei Fan to go to the tiger demon. Among all the people, it is probably only her who doesn't want Wei Fan to go. Others are eager for Wei Fan to go, so that they don't have to fight with the tiger demon. Wei Fan said, I can't not go. This is the trouble I caused. I will go and talk to the Tiger King. I killed his son. I can understand his feelings. Believe me, I can convince the Tiger King and let him get out of grief. Zhou Qi's mouth twitched. You said the same thing yesterday, but Jiang Chuan and a group of your men were killed by you. That's the Tiger King, can you convince him? Hu Qing was stunned. Is Wei Fan going to convince the Tiger King? Isn't he going to die? I can. Wei Fan said, turning to look at Luo Wen, you can go. Luo Wen nodded and looked at Meng. Captain, didn't you say before that as long as you can eliminate the disaster, you will stand up without hesitation? Now I need you to drive Wei Fan to find the Tiger King, are you willing? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to Meng. Even Hu Qing forgot her sadness and looked over. She said it so righteously before, now let's see how you step down. I am willing. Meng nodded without hesitation, looking like he was ready to die at any time. If Wei Fan's panel had not already shown that this guy was colluding with the tiger demon, he would have believed that he was an upright captain. Even Hu Qing felt that she might have misunderstood Meng. Meng, 5th level of True Qi, head of the Yamen police, murdered his colleagues, colluded with the tiger demon, kill him and you will gain 12 years of power. Like Li Xin, Meng had colluded with the tiger demon long ago, which was why he did not hesitate to send Wei Fan to find the tiger demon, because he would be fine, and it would also create a heroic and fearless image. Excuse me, Captain. Wei Fan showed his white teeth and got on the carriage first. Did I do the right thing? Looking at the back of the carriage, Luo Wen fell into deep thought. Regarding the matter of the tiger demon, his idea was naturally to hand over Wei Fan and quell the disaster. But as a squad leader, he naturally couldn't do such a thing openly, so he adopted a roundabout tactic. When Wei Fan took the initiative to ask to find the tiger demon, he thought he had Wei Fan under control, but when Wei Fan later asked Meng to drive, he realized that he was wrong. It was not because he gave him the position of head of the police that Wei Fan was grateful to Zaid and went to die. In the morning, Meng proposed to hand over Wei Fan, so in Wei Fan's list, Meng, like Li Xin yesterday, was also on the death list. Maybe the fact that I helped him get the position of head of the police was all in his calculations. Thinking of this, Luo Wen felt a chill in his heart. Thinking carefully, it seemed that he had been led by Wei Fan. In other words, he is not afraid of the tiger demon behind the tiger gang. Only by not being afraid of the tiger demon can all this be explained clearly, and can it be explained that at this time, Wei Fan still wanted to get rid of Meng, who was hostile to him. Martial arts, golden bell cover, 9th level, iron body skill, 9th level, blood evil sword skill, perfect, flowing cloud chasing wine step, perfect, dragon roar shattering skyfinger, not yet mastered, Tiangang burning blood sword, not yet mastered, glass treasure body, not yet mastered, current skill, 33 years, use 3 years of skill to add Tiangang burning blood sword. In the carriage, Wei Fan thought about it and decided to use 3 years of skill to add Tiangang burning blood sword. This is the real demon killing martial arts, and its lethality to flesh and blood demons far exceeds that of the blood evil sword skill. The blood evil sword skill is too basic. Even if he has added the blood evil sword skill to the perfect realm, this sword skill cannot exert the full power of his powerful true energy. According to his estimation, with 100% of his power, the blood evil sword skill can only exert about 60% of its power. The Tiangang burning blood saber should not be too bad. Deduct 3 years of training, you have a good talent for swordsmanship. You will quickly master the Tiangang burning blood saber and understand that this is a martial art that condenses a special sword energy. After 1 year of training, your Tiangang burning blood saber will reach the proficient level and condense the Tiangang sword energy. After 2 years of training, your Tiangang burning blood saber will break through to the great success. The sword energy will be transformed into sword energy, which is invincible and indestructible. After 3 years of training, the Tiangang burning blood saber will reach perfection. The sword energy is like a substance, and demons will bow down. Tiangang burning blood saber, perfect, current training, power, 30 years, what a terrible sword technique. The blood evil sword technique is completely incomparable to the heavenly blade blood blade. Wei Fan opened his 5 fingers, and a ray of energy that seemed to be real jumped out of his palm, emitting a scorching high temperature. Once this terrible sword energy is cut on the flesh and blood, it will instantly evaporate the flesh and blood, which is absolutely no different from a red-hot knife cutting into the flesh and blood. There is something in the demon suppression division. The heavenly blade blood blade, which is only in the Qi realm, has such power. The part that exceeds the Qi realm must be even more terrible. 10 years of skill to add the golden bell cover. Cultivation is the foundation. No matter how powerful the martial arts are, it will not work if the cultivation is not high. As his main Qi martial arts, the golden bell cover naturally needs to be further strengthened. However, the golden bell cover has reached the highest 9th level, and Wei Fan does not know whether it will be useful to continue to add skills, so he will first use 10 years of skill to test the water. If it is not very useful, he plans to use the remaining skills to add to other martial arts. In fact, his best solution now is to find a martial art that surpasses the Qi realm to replace the golden bell cover, but he is not a captain, nor a member of the demon suppression division, and cannot access martial arts that surpass the Qi realm. He can only try to use his skills to stack the golden bell cover to see if he can come up with a mental method that surpasses the Qi realm. He has speculated that this golden finger does not belong to the deduction type of golden finger, and even if he keeps adding skills, he may not be able to come up with the 10th level of the golden bell cover. But everything has to be tried. After 10 years of skills, even if he can't come up with the 10th level of the mental method, he should have some gains. Deduct 10 years of skills, your golden bell cover has already been perfected in the 9th level, and there is no room for improvement, but you are not willing to give up and continue to work hard on the golden bell cover. After 1 year of skills, your Qi has become thicker and more pure. After 2 years of skills, your Qi has become thicker and more pure. After 3 years of skills, your Qi has become thicker and more pure. Wei Fan's face was dark. After 3 years of practice, his Qi was only purer and more powerful. He felt it carefully and found that the increase in his power was not even 10%. In other words, his Qi could not increase in quantity. If he wanted to increase it in quantity, he could only break through to a higher level. After 4 years of practice, your Qi no longer increased, but became more pure. After 5 years of practice, your Qi became more and more pure, and began to drive your body to become stronger. After 9 years of practice, your Qi was so pure that it was terrifying. The continuous increase in power at this point, some magical changes have occurred in the golden bell cover. Seeing this, Wei Fan's eyes lit up. The 10 years of effort put into it were not in vain. Even if the golden bell cover has not reached the 10th level, his true energy is now 3 or 4 times more refined than before. After 10 years of effort, you finally discovered what the magical changes are. Year after year of hard practice of the golden bell cover, a golden bell that is as real as a substance has condensed in your body. Tiger roaring golden bell cover, beginner. Current skill, 20 years. Tiger roaring golden bell cover? A gleam of light flashed in Wei Fan's eyes. He could feel that under the membrane of his body, a golden bell that was between illusion and reality appeared at this moment, emitting a glittering golden light. The golden bell cover has become a martial art? The golden bell cover not only cultivates both inside and outside, but it is also considered a martial art. Once it reaches the 9th level, the true energy can be transformed into a golden bell to protect the body. With the continuous increase of power, the golden finger did not deduce the 10th level of the skill, but made this martial art, which is both a mental method and a martial art, change in terms of martial arts, and completely separated the mental method in martial arts. With the infusion of 10 years of power, the true chi formed a golden bell in his body. No! It is not appropriate to say that it was formed by true chi, because although the golden bell he felt was still related to the true chi, it was more like the situation in the novels of cultivation where the magic weapon was stored in the body. He did not need any true chi at all now. As long as he thought about it, the golden bell would fly out of his body to protect his body. 20 years of power, all added to the tiger roaring golden bell cover. He still has 20 years of power, and he wants to see what he can come up with. The current tiger roaring golden bell cover is actually not quite appropriate to be called a martial art. Because although the name of the tiger roaring golden bell cover appeared on the panel, Wei Fan did not obtain anything in terms of mental method or moves. He only had an instinctive application for the golden bell. Deduct 20 years of skill, the panel flashed again, and Wei Fan watched it intently. 5 years of skill, your tiger roaring golden bell cover is becoming more and more magical. It can be large or small and is indestructible. 10 years of skill, you found some strange and fuzzy patterns on the golden bell, you don't give up and continue to infuse your skill. 20 years of skill, the tiger roaring golden bell cover has finally achieved a minor success. You found that those fuzzy patterns are beginning to become clear, like a tiger shape, and are about to take shape. Whenever you use the golden bell, you can faintly hear the sound of a tiger's roar, and the enemies are all terrified. Tiger roaring golden bell cover, minor success, current skill, 0. After 20 years of practice, he was only able to improve the tiger roaring golden bell cover to a minor level. If we count from the initial golden bell cover, he has already spent 40 years on this martial art. Suddenly, Wei Fan felt the carriage stopped. Master Tiger, I brought Wei Fan who dared to kill Master Tiger 9. Meng's voice with a low eyebrow wooing sounded, and there was no trace of the toughness he had in the government office. Wei Fan, get out of here quickly, your death is coming. As Meng spoke again, the sound of tiger roars began to appear in Wei Fan's ears. Those tiger monsters are coming. Wei Fan jumped off the carriage with his saber, and saw a group of big tigers standing in the open space in front of Woolly Village. Woolly Village not far away had already turned into ruins, without a single intact house. These beasts. Wei Fan's face was cold. Woolly Village was obviously retaliated, and he didn't know if those people listened to him and left yesterday. Wei Fan counted carefully, and there were a total of 6 tiger monsters, each of which was bigger than Master Tiger 9 yesterday. The biggest one was more than 2 meters tall. Yesterday's Tiger 9 looked like a cub in front of it. For a moment, the demonic aura mixed with the stench filled his nose. The biggest tiger demon's eyes fell on Wei Fan. Is he the Wei Fan who dared to kill Xiaojiu? Meng nodded hurriedly. It's him. I personally brought him here from the city. The tip of the biggest tiger demon's nose twitched slightly, and he nodded. There is the scent of Xiaojiu on him. It is indeed him. Meng, you did a good job. I will reward you with a human pill later. It nodded with satisfaction, because they actually didn't want to kill their way into Yuncheng. It was okay to do some small tricks outside Yuncheng and eat some people secretly, because they had a tacit understanding with the government. If they really rushed into the city in broad daylight, the Lord of Yuncheng would have to deal with this matter no matter how afraid of demons they were. And if they really did this, they might even attract the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division is a knife hanging over the heads of all demons in the territory of Dechu. Generally, when demons do something, they will think about the consequences of attracting the Demon Suppression Division. Meng showed a delighted expression. Thank you, Lord Tiger. Human pill? Is this why you and Li Xin colluded with the tiger demon? Wei Fan spoke up. He had heard of the human pill, which was very evil. It was made from living people and supplemented with some medicinal herbs. After a warrior took it, it would increase his blood and improve his true energy. Eating this kind of thing was no different from a demon eating a human. He always felt that even if Li Xin and Meng, the head constables, were afraid of the tiger demon behind the tiger gang, they didn't need to collude with them to help. These tiger monsters were looking for people to eat, and it turned out that they were looking for something called human pills. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. You should go and die obediently. Maybe you will suffer less later. At this point, Mang no longer needed to hide his collusion with the tiger monster, because in his eyes, Wei Fan was already dead. Wei Fan whispered, "Go and die? Do you think I really came here to die? You know that if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Do you still think that there are people who are selfless and can give up their lives for others?" Meng shook his head. "Of course there is no such person. You are relying on the masters behind you, right? Tiger Lord and his men are not the same kind of people as Li Shenjiangquan." As soon as he finished speaking, Meng's pupils shrank violently, and he watched a flash of knife light pass through his neck. At this moment, he realized that there was no master behind Wei Fan at all. The master was himself. Unfortunately, it was too late to understand. If he had understood it earlier, he would have stayed away from Wei Fan at the first time. Kill Meng and gain 12 years of power. You have some brains, but not much. Your mission is over, so you should turn into power. Wei Fan shook off the blood on the blade and looked at the tiger monsters not far away. The tiger monsters did not react violently to his killing of Meng. Meng's death could save them a human pill. You have some skills. No wonder you wanted to kill that waste Lao Jiao. I just came to avenge that waste Xiaojiao. I didn't expect to meet a martial arts genius like you. It's a pleasant surprise. I haven't eaten a human genius like you yet. The largest tiger monster stretched out its long tongue and licked it, looking at Wei Fan with interest. To be able to kill Meng, who was at the 5th level of true qi, with one sword before he could react, his cultivation should be above the 7th level of true qi. This was the first time he met such a young human master. I have never killed a monster as powerful as you. The one yesterday was too weak and was killed with one sword. It was not satisfying at all. I hope you can hold on for a few more swords. At the same time, the information of this tiger monster began to appear on the panel. Tiger monster, 9th level in the initial realm, eats human essence and transforms into human form. Kill it and you will gain 30 years of power. 9th level in the initial realm is equivalent to the 9th level of true qi in humans, but the monster is huge, and under normal circumstances, a warrior with the 9th level of true qi cannot defeat a monster of the 9th level in the initial realm. 30 years is a little short, but it's not bad. Wei Fan raised his knife and began to walk towards the tiger monster. Where is the old guy Tiger King? I killed his own son, but he didn't come. A beast is a beast, and he has no sense of family affection. Roar! Several tiger monsters roared. Ever since they gained wisdom, what they hated most was people calling them beasts. I will eat you, extract your soul and put it into an oil lamp, so that you will suffer from the burning every day. The giant tiger monster stomped its limbs on the ground, causing the ground to collapse. Then it jumped high and pounced on Wei Fan like a small mountain. Wei Fan felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and the whole sight was filled with the body of the giant tiger monster. Taking the initiative to attack, it seems that you also want to return my power to me as soon as possible. Tiger roaring golden bell cover. Wei Fan shouted softly, and a huge golden bell rose from his body. The golden bell expanded rapidly, and soon it was almost as big as the giant tiger monster. The golden bell was like a substance, turning upside down on Wei Fan's head and spinning wildly. In an instant, a terrifying gust of wind rose from the ground, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. Is this your golden bell cover? How can the golden bell cover be so big? In midair, the voice of the tiger demon that pounced over changed, and it was even a little scary. It was not like it had never seen the 9th level golden bell cover, but other people's golden bell cover, even if it was the 9th level, only covered part of the body, and it was obviously something constructed with true energy. But the golden bell on Wei Fan's body in front of him looked like it was really cast from gold. If it weren't for the fact that the golden bell was spinning, constantly alternating between illusion and reality, he would almost think that this was not a martial art. Ignorance! As he spoke, Wei Fan charged at the tiger demon with the golden bell on his head. There was a loud bang, as if two small mountains collided. The tiger demon felt a pain all over his body, and his huge body was blown away, and he didn't know how many tiger teeth were broken. The two legs that rushed forward were broken into several sections by the recoil force, and there was blood everywhere. At that moment, it felt like it had hit an object that emitted a terrifying vibration frequency, and all the demonic power in its body was instantly dispersed. Is this really the golden bell cover? The golden bell cover can withstand the impact of 20,000 to 30,000 kilograms? Am I ignorant or are you ignorant? Roar! The demonic power surged, suppressing the injury. The huge tiger demon stood up from the ground, with demonic energy rolling all over his body. He opened his mouth and roared at Wei Fan. Bang bang bang! Under the terrifying roar, the tiger demon seemed to spit out a beam of light from its mouth and rushed towards the golden bell. Instantly, the air rippled, the fine stones on the ground shattered, and the area within a radius of more than 10 meters was horribly destroyed. Even the other tiger monsters showed painful expressions. Under the golden bell, Wei Fan's expression remained unchanged. The tiger monster's roar did not attack him who was protected by the golden bell. Tiger roar sound wave attack? I have it here too, you can try it too. Outside Woolly Village, the tiger demon roared, making a terrifying roar that shook the earth. Wei Fan's mind moved, and the tiger shape on the golden bell seemed to come alive, opening its mouth and roaring, and bursts of tiger roars resounded. This tiger roar was louder and higher than the roar of the tiger demon on the opposite side. As the two roars clashed in the air, the ground exploded even more violently. Puff! After only a breath of confrontation, the demonic energy on the tiger demon was shaken away, and then it began to bleed from all 7 orifices, and its body seemed to explode. What kind of martial arts is this? When did the golden bell cover become so powerful? The huge tiger demon was shocked. He had never thought that in the confrontation of tiger roar sound waves, he would be defeated by a martial arts, and it was the familiar golden bell cover. Tiger roar golden bell cover. After a burst of tiger roars, the largest tiger demon was shaken to bleed from all 7 orifices, and the demonic power collapsed. The other tiger demons that were not as strong as him were even more half dead. One of the weaker ones had its eyeballs blown out. Although not a single tiger demon was killed, this power of killing a large number of them still satisfied Wei Fan. You have to know that this is only the minor success of the tiger roaring golden bell. As long as he continues to increase his power, sooner or later he will be able to use the golden bell to wipe out all the demons. Wei Fan rushed into the tiger demon with the golden bell and began to slash with his sword. Blood began to splash. Screams of fear began to spread. Under the 2 or 3 meter long sword, even if the tiger demon was huge, it was still killed one by one. After a few breaths, except for the smallest tiger demon lying on the ground trembling, the other tiger demons had been killed by Wei Fan. Kill the tiger demon and gain 30 years of power. Kill the tiger demon and gain 23 years of power. Kill the tiger demon and gain 18 years of power. Current power, 132 years. Seeing this number, Wei Fan smiled with satisfaction. He kicked the remaining tiger demon and said, "What are you afraid of? How can you be a demon if you are so timid? I only killed a few of your brothers. What is there to be afraid of?" The tiger demon's eyes were filled with fear, and he didn't dare to look at Wei Fan at all. You are too scary, you are the real demon. With the 9th level of true chi, killing the 9th level of the initial realm big demon is like chopping melons and vegetables, one by one. How dare you say that I am timid? You killed 6 brothers and still told me not to be afraid. Do you mean you can't be afraid just because you want to? Wei Fan's eyes condensed, and he slapped the tiger demon in the face. How dare you insult me? I'm not as cruel as you monsters. The tiger monster didn't dare to speak, and didn't know who was cruel. 9 brothers, you killed 6 of them, and there will be no descendants. Which son are you, the Tiger King? Wei Fan saw that it didn't speak, and sat on it directly. The dignified tiger monster is now more obedient than a dog. It was actually seriously injured. In the previous sonic confrontation, its internal organs were all injured, and its 7 orifices were still bleeding. There were also many cracks in its fur. I am the 6th son, they all call me Tiger 6, why don't you kill me? Although Tiger 6 was terrified, he still asked the doubts in his heart. This guy is more cruel than a monster, why did he leave him alone? Wei Fan said, "Don't talk nonsense, I ask you to answer, why didn't the Tiger King come when his own son died?" He thought that if the Tiger King came, it would be a hard battle. After all, many years ago, the Tiger King was rampant in Yuncheng. Tiger 6 was stunned. Should my father come in person? Wei Fan showed a mocking smile. You beasts want to learn from humans, but you can't learn human emotions. Your own son died but you didn't show up. Beasts are always beasts. Hulu showed a look of being taught. Wei Fan slapped Hulu's head with a knife. Get up, take me to find your father, I want to find him to show some skills. Although Hulu didn't know what Wei Fan meant by showing some skills, he was naturally eager to find the Tiger King since Wei Fan wanted to find him. He stood up from the ground and carried Wei Fan away. It's really shameful to be a demon like this. You can't even resist a little bit, and you sold your father so easily? Wei Fan slapped the tiger demon on the head. At first he thought Hulu would not agree, but he didn't expect that this guy would take him to find the Tiger King without saying a word. The tiger demon said weakly, "If I resist, will it give you the opportunity to beat me? Besides, you want to die, why don't I help you?" Current skill, 132. Wei Fan looked at the panel. Use 50 years of skill to add tiger roaring golden bell cover. With more than 130 years of skill, Wei Fan was not as stingy as before. He added 50 years of skill to the Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover in one go. The panel began to flash. Subtract 50 years of skill, 5 years of skill, your Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover is getting more and more proficient. 10 years of skill, the tiger shape is getting more and more real, but it is still a long way from a breakthrough. 15 years of skill, you are more and more familiar with the Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover, the experience of the bell cover is getting more and more, and you practice it unremittingly. After 20 years of practice, you finally made a great progress, mastered the Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover, and condensed a wisp of tiger soul. In the induction, the tiger shapes on the golden bell began to have some agility, as if they were given life and showed tiger power. At the same time, the golden bell became more and more real, and some lines appeared on the wall of the bell. After 30 years of practice, the tiger soul continued to grow stronger. After 40 years of practice, with your hard work and persistence, the Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover broke through again and reached the great completion. After 50 years of practice, your Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover is still standing still. After 50 years of practice, your Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover, great completion, is still standing still. After 50 years of practice, your Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover is still standing still. After 50 years of practice, your Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover is still standing still. After 50 years of practice, your Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover is still standing still. After 50 years of practice, your Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover is still standing still. After 50 years of practice, your Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover is still standing still. After 50 years of practice, your Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover is still standing still. After 50 years of practice, your Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover is still standing still. Your Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover is still standing still. 10 years of skill deducted, 5 years of skill, the tiger soul is becoming more and more real, but it is still a little short of perfection. You are not discouraged and concentrate on practicing. 10 years of skill, after years of persistence, the tiger soul is perfect, the golden bell rings, shocking the demons, and the Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover is perfected. Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover, perfected, current skill, 72 years. Wei Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally perfected. Up to now, the skill he has added to this martial art is exactly 100 years. This is under the effect of the golden finger. If he really wants to practice on his own, even if he can live to be 100 years old, he can't perfect the Tiger Roaring Golden Bell cover. What are you afraid of? Wei Fan suddenly found that Hulu under him was trembling all over and had difficulty walking. Hulu said in fear, "What ghost thing is on you?" It scared the demons to death. Just a moment ago, he felt a terrifying breath belonging to the Tiger Clan. The horror of this breath far exceeded that of his father, the Tiger King. "Nothing, you coward, you really embarrassed the demons." Wei Fan roughly understood what happened and ignored Hulu. This guy must have been frightened by the tiger soul condensed on the golden bell. Dragon Roar Sky Shattering Finger, not yet initiated. Glass Treasure Body, not yet initiated. Current skill, 72 years. Wei Fan temporarily stopped adding Tiger Roar Golden Bell cover and looked at other martial arts. There were still 2 martial arts that he had not yet initiated. At this point, he didn't know if it would be useful to continue using his skills to add Tiger Roar Golden Bell cover. He first added Glazed Treasure Body and Dragon Roar Sky Shattering Finger, and if there was any remaining skill, he would do it later. Use 10 years of skills to add to the Glazed Body. The first thing Wei Fan added was this Horizontal Training Martial Arts. Horizontal Training Martial Arts is different from the True Chi Heart method. You can practice several martial arts at the same time. Of course, most people would not do this. Horizontal Training Martial Arts is difficult to begin with. It is not easy to practice one martial art. Basically, no one would practice multiple martial arts at the same time. But Wei Fan is different. I don't know if there are any benefits to practicing 2 horizontal martial arts at the same time. The panel began to flash. Deduct 10 years of skill, you have already mastered 1 horizontal martial art, and your body is strong. After 1 year of skill, the glazed body will break through the 4th level. 2 years of skill, the glazed body will be the 5th level. At this time, you find that the difficulty of practicing this martial art is far beyond the iron body skill. You can only make rapid progress by practicing with medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, you can't find the corresponding medicinal herbs, so you can only use time to grind. Fortunately, you have the foundation of iron body skill, so your progress is not too slow. 7 years of skill, glazed body breaks through the 8th level, and your single arm strength reaches 13,000 kilograms. 10 years of skill, your glazed body is perfect, and the single arm strength is 15,000 kilograms. The 2 horizontal martial arts are perfected. and there is indeed a superposition of strength. However, the power added by the second horizontal martial art is only half of the first. That is to say, in the Qi realm, the limit of the physical strength is not 10,000 gene. If there are other horizontal training martial arts, the strength can continue to grow. After verifying this conjecture, Wei Fan cheered up. Before he surpassed the Qi realm, horizontal training martial arts would be another way for him to increase his strength. Although horizontal training martial arts has low lethality against monsters without flesh and blood, there are also few monsters without flesh and blood. Anyway, he has not encountered monsters without flesh and blood so far. Wei Fan has been focusing on adding power to his martial arts, and he doesn't know how long he has been carried by Hulu. When he came back to his senses, he saw a magnificent courtyard at the foot of the mountain not far away. This courtyard was built extremely luxuriously. Even in Yuncheng, such courtyards are rare. Not only is it built luxuriously, but even the site selection and feng shui are extremely particular. It should be that a feng shui master has been invited to take a look. Is that your home? You beasts are imitating humans everywhere. Why do you still eat humans? The yard is luxurious, but the people living here are not good people. The whole yard seems to exude a demonic aura. This is not my home. I am not qualified to live here. Hulu's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Among their brothers, except for a few who can please the Tiger King, other tiger demons are not allowed to live here. For example, the first one killed by Wei Fan Tiger 9, who was killed, was driven out when he was only 2 or 3 years old and lived in Woolly Village. Has someone come before me to slay the demons? As he approached the yard, Wei Fan found that the gate of the yard had been split open, and the gatekeeper died on the stairs. At the same time, the sound of fighting came from the yard. Tiger 6's expression changed, and he took Wei Fan through the gate. Along the way, he saw many tiger demons and human corpses lying on the ground. After running for a while, he finally saw a figure in a spacious place. A strong man with a height of nearly 2 meters, a full beard, holding a large golden ring knife, was fighting with a man and a woman. Both of them were very young and looked about the same age as Wei Fan. The tall man's knife was domineering, opening and closing, and the power was extremely terrifying. Every time he chopped down with a knife, the man and the woman had to step back a few steps to unload the terrifying power. Oh no, why is there another tiger demon? Ning Xian saw another tiger demon appear with a person riding on his back, and he couldn't help but be shocked. It was this distraction that gave the Tiger King the opportunity to chop him with a knife. Instantly, Ning Xian felt a sweetness in his throat, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his body flew backwards. Ning Xian! Su Shuerong shouted, slashed out a sword, and dodged to catch up with Ning Xian, who was flying backwards. We can't kill the Tiger King, let's go. Ning Xian spurted out blood again, and flew to the roof with Su Shuerong. They don't seem to be in the same group. Su Shuerong looked back in midair and found that the Tiger King did not catch up, but confronted the man riding the tiger demon. The two jumped onto the roof and did not continue to escape. Who are you? You dare to use my son as a mount, you are very brave. The Tiger King held the golden ring knife and looked down at Wei Fan. Father, save me, he is Wei Fan who killed my 9th brother. My eldest brother and others have all been killed, and only the child survived. Tiger 6, who was sitting on Wei Fan, shouted and wanted to carry Wei Fan closer to the Tiger King. Puff! A huge tiger head flew up amidst the splashing of blood. Wei Fan jumped from Hulu and landed steadily on the ground. Killed the tiger demon and gained 16 years of skills, why rush to die? Hulu fell down, with anxiety still in his eyes. He thought that when he got home, the Tiger King would be able to save him. Unexpectedly, until his head was chopped off by Wei Fan, the Tiger King was still standing there, with no intention of saving him. Well killed. He was used as a mount and brought the enemy here. If you don't kill this kind of trash, I will kill him. His own son died in front of him, and he was not without emotional fluctuations. The look he gave Wei Fan was colder than before. Beast, it's just a beast. Even ants are greedy for life. What's wrong with it wanting to live? As a father, he can't even protect his son. What qualifications do you have to scold him? Ning Xian and Su Shuerong looked at each other. This man is a bit shameless. He said that even ants are greedy for life, but his hands were ruthless and chopped off the man's head with a knife. He killed the man's son in front of him, and then taught him that he was not worthy of being a father. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the man riding on the tiger demon was here to kill the Tiger King just like them. It just depends on whether he has any ability. The Tiger King's eyes showed coldness. Humph. My tiger clan is a survival of the fittest. After adulthood, they don't need parents to protect them. I have so many sons, how can I protect them one by one? You have no sons now. Wei Fan pointed at Hulu's body and said, "Didn't you hear what he said? All the sons you sent were killed by me." The Tiger King was obviously stunned for a moment, then he realized that the man in front of him killed not only his sixth son, but also the ninth son before him, as well as the eldest, second, third, fourth, and fifth sons sent out today. He counted carefully, and found that Wei Fan had killed a total of 7 of his sons. The other 2 were also killed just now, so he really didn't have a son at all. "Do I have no sons?" The Tiger King's expression finally showed a trace of grief, followed by anger. "It doesn't matter if you're gone, you're all trash. I can just kill you and give birth to a few more." A strong demonic power rose from his body, stirring up gusts of demonic wind, and the golden ring knife in his hand was raised high, and suddenly slashed at Wei Fan. The true energy on the soles of Wei Fan's feet exploded, and his body instantly forced past the Tiger King's knife. "He's only at the 9th level of true energy, is he here to die?" A person of the 9th level of true chi comes to kill a demon from the true realm. Isn't this courting death? A big demon from the true realm is no longer a small demon from the initial realm, which is just a little bigger and has no great use for its magical powers. This kind of big demon from the true realm is as powerful as a warrior at the Pishue realm. With real demonic power, its magical powers also have real lethality. Both of them, Pishue masters, were defeated by the tiger demon. Perfect heavenly gang blood-burning knife? Ning Xian suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen something incredible. The 2 or 3 meter long knife energy chopped down, and the demon energy on the Tiger King's body quickly melted away like snowflakes. Bang! The indestructible heavenly gang energy directly cut off the Tiger King's golden wire ring knife, leaving a wound on his body with rolling flesh. Roar! The Tiger King let out a shrill roar, a cloud of green smoke rose from his chest, and the flesh at the wound was instantly cooked. The severe pain that penetrated deep into his bones made him unable to help but roar. Waste! Tiger King threw away the half-broken golden ring knife. If it hadn't been cut off by Wei Fan's sword, how could he have been injured? Black demonic power surged from his body, and the wound cut by Wei Fan disappeared at a very fast speed. The great demon in the true realm is really hard to kill. Wei Fan was not surprised by this. His sword could split a boulder weighing several tons, but it only cut a wound on Tiger King's body. The great demon in the true realm is much more terrifying than the demon in the initial realm. Especially this kind of recovery ability is very terrible, and it has little effect unless it is a fatal injury. You can hurt me with the 9th level of true chi cultivation. I didn't expect that Yunqing would quietly produce a person like you. Those idiots from the Tiger Gang dared to provoke you. Tiger King wanted to kill the people from the Tiger Gang. Why did you provoke such a pervert? Are you looking for death? The most important thing is that now he has provoked Wei Fan. 7 of his 9 sons were killed by Wei Fan, and Wei Fan even came to his house to kill him. But since I've provoked you, I can only kill you. The Tiger King shook his fists, and the black demonic power covered his fists. He stepped forward to kill Wei Fan. Compared with his sword skills, his boxing skills were more terrifying. His fists covered with demonic power could actually collide with the Tiangang sword energy. For a while, they were inseparable. "Friend, do you want help?" Ning Xian shouted on the roof. Although he was injured, Su Shuerong still had the ability to fight. Wei Fan shouted, "You're welcome. This beast is just SOSO." This made Ning Xian and Su Shuerong's face twitch. Doesn't this mean that the 2 of them are not even as good as beasts? Roar! You're looking for death, I'm going to dig out your heart. The Tiger King roared, and one of his arms suddenly turned into a tiger claw. The sharp claws cut off Wei Fan's sword energy in one go. Without the threat of the Tiangang sword energy, he took a step closer to Wei Fan in an instant, and the tiger claws emitting demonic power grabbed Wei Fan's heart. Oh no, this constable named Wei Fan is dead. Ning Xian and Su Shuerong thought Wei Fan was dead after this sudden change. Even the Tiger King showed a cruel smile on his face. Tear. Wei Fan's clothes were torn in an instant, but at this time, his chest was not torn open and his heart was not taken out. The Tiger King's sharp claws grabbed his skin, and a series of sparks appeared. How is it possible? The Tiger King's eyes almost popped out and he screamed. His tiger claws could even break a knife, and even an iron plate would be no different from paper, but he could only grab a series of sparks on Wei Fan's body. In an instant, the Tiger King felt a chill rushing to his forehead. He also practiced horizontal training martial arts. Ning Xian was also shocked. He shouted, "Even an iron body is not so terrifying. It looks like the iron body and glazed body that you have cultivated have both reached the 9th level. However, even if both horizontal training martial arts are at the 9th level, the physical defense will never be so terrifying. Even the physical training realm can hardly have such a defense. Su Shuerong spoke for the first time, and her heart was filled with turbulent waves. Congratulations, you broke my weakest martial arts, and now you will face my most terrifying thing. Wei Fan grinned, making the Tiger King shudder. The sword energy that made him so afraid was actually the weakest. How can horizontal training martial arts cultivate such a physical body? The Tiger King's face was full of horror. You beast, do you really think I dare to kill you just by relying on the Tiangang burning blood knife? Wei Fan's body shook, his muscles swelled, and his body emitted a metallic luster. Although he did not summon the golden bell has been attached to his membrane to protect his body. Among all his means now, the strongest one is defense. The golden bell condensed by 100 years of practice was not broken even by Tiger King, a demon in the true realm. While Tiger King was stunned, Wei Fan punched Tiger King in the mouth. Bang! With a force of 15,000 kilograms, Tiger King's head was knocked back, and demon blood splattered. Roar! Don't hit the face of the demon! Tiger King was angry and punched Wei Fan in the face. He didn't believe that Wei Fan could train such a fragile part of the head to be as hard as the chest. When the punch was thrown, the air made an explosion sound under the heavy load. Dragon Roar Sky-Shattering Finger. Facing Tiger King's angry punch, Wei Fan just sneered and grabbed it with 5 fingers. His 5 fingers emitted a dazzling white light in an instant, and like the tip of a sharp knife, they pierced into Tiger King's huge fist with a puff. Then he grabbed it hard and directly grabbed half of Tiger King's fist. Dragon Roar Sky-Shattering Finger. This is a martial art that is even more terrifying than the Tiangang burning blood knife. Wei Fan had spent 20 years of practice before he could perfect the Dragon Roar Sky-Shattering Finger. There is nothing mysterious about the Dragon Roar Sky-Shattering Finger. It is just to use the true energy to constantly temper the 10 fingers, and make the 10 fingers sharper than a knife. The skill spent on its perfection is almost 7 times that of the Tiangang burning blood knife, so its power is naturally terrifying. Ah! This time the Tiger King no longer roared angrily, but let out a shrill scream. Half of the tiger claw was grabbed off by Wei Fan. Only he knew the pain. With a bang, the demonic energy on his body exploded, and his body began to expand rapidly. He began to show his true form. A big tiger with a height of more than 3 meters and a body length of nearly 6 meters appeared in front of Wei Fan, with one claw covered in blood, destroying his tiger power. Finally, you are willing to show your true form. Wei Fan rode on the Tiger King's back with the flowing cloud-chasing wind step, and his 5 fingers were like sharp heavy knives, grabbing and splattering blood and flesh. After a few breaths, several bones of the Tiger King were broken by him, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Let me go, I didn't provoke you, you killed my son first. As long as you let me go, I will leave Yunqing immediately and never come back. Otherwise, you will be in trouble too. The Tiger King was terrified and begged for mercy. The perfect Dragon Roar Sky-Shattering Finger was too terrifying. The flesh of the real realm demon was like paper, and a large piece was torn off at a time, which made Ning Xian and Su Shuerong shudder. How could someone in the true Qi realm practice the Dragon Roar Sky-Shattering Finger to perfection? The two looked at each other in horror. This is a skill passed down by the Demon Suppression Division. There are methods for tempering in the true Qi realm and methods for tempering in the splitting acupoint realm. Theoretically, the Qi realm can be cultivated to perfection in the Qi realm, as long as the Qi is pure enough. But in reality, let alone the Qi realm, many people have not cultivated the Dragon Roar Sky-Shattering Finger in the Qi realm to perfection even if they have reached the splitting acupoints realm. First of all, the purity of the Qi cannot keep up, and secondly, the pain during the tempering is not something that ordinary people can endure. Horizontal martial arts is painful enough, but compared with the pain of practicing the Dragon Roar Sky-Shattering Finger, it is simply incomparable. Of course, there is another reason, that is, after the splitting acupoints, the human body's Qi will change, and the tempering will be more difficult. So if you can't cultivate the Dragon Roar Sky-Shattering Finger to perfection in the Qi realm, the splitting acupoints realm will be even more difficult. I also want to let you go, but the family must be together. Wei Fan jumped to the top of the Tiger King's head, and this time he took off the Tiger King's skull in one go. Someone will come to avenge me. The Tiger King wailed, and his huge body began to fall to the ground. Kill the Tiger King and gain 80 years of power, current power, 146 years, the Tiger King is dead. A man in the true Qi realm killed a demon that we two in the splitting acupoint realm couldn't kill. Ning Xian and Su Shuerong jumped down from the roof with complicated expressions and mixed feelings. The man in front of them was simply terrifying. All his martial arts were perfect. Lian Hong practiced martial arts, which was a time-consuming and laborious martial art. He practiced 2 martial arts to the 9th level. He was like a monster. You two don't seem to be from my Yuncheng. Tell me who you are. After wiping the blood off his hands, Wei Fan looked at Ning Xian and Su Xuerong. The two saw him take action the whole time. If the golden finger hadn't reacted to the two, proving that the two had no collusion with the demon, he would have taken action. You two don't seem to be from my Yuncheng. Tell me who you are. Wei Fan said calmly, but after he said this, Ning Xian and Su Xuerong's hearts tightened. Neither of them was from Yuncheng. Yuncheng didn't have such a young acupuncture master. If there was one, he had heard of it a long time ago. Don't be nervous, my friend. We are the same people as you. Ning Xian became nervous. He knew that if he said something wrong next, the head of the Yuncheng police would leave the two of them here and sleep with the tiger monster. He fumbled around on his body and found a wooden sign and handed it to Wei Fan. You are such police officers. Why did you come to Yuncheng to kill the tiger monster? Wei Fan took the sign and saw that the word Bu was written on the front of the sign and the word Su was written on the back. He also had such a sign, but the difference was that the word Yun was written on the back of his sign. Of course, this kind of sign is easy to imitate, and it is difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. As for Suchang, it is the superior city of Yuncheng and has jurisdiction over Yuncheng. It is a place that is more prosperous and larger than Yuncheng. Ning Xian said, Brother, I think you are capable and we will become colleagues sooner or later. I will tell you the truth. The two of us are not ordinary constables, but backup personnel of the Demon Suppression Division. This time we come here to perform the assessment task of the Demon Suppression Division. Kill this tiger monster and we can become official members of the Demon Suppression Division. At this point, he sighed. Now that the tiger monster has been killed by Wei Fan, their mission is considered a failure. If they want to become members of the Demon Suppression Division, they have to find a real level monster again, but it is not easy to find a monster with the same strength as the two of them. Moreover, he is seriously injured now, and he can't kill it even if he finds it. How to become a member of the Demon Suppression Division? Wei Fan's eyes flashed. Although the two were not members of the Demon Suppression Division, they were able to participate in the assessment, which obviously meant that they had contact with the Demon Suppression Division. Puff! Ning Xian suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and he hurriedly sat down. Xuerong, come and talk to Brother Wei, I will heal your wounds. The Tiger King's knife had already injured his internal organs, and he had been forcibly suppressing the injuries, but now he finally couldn't suppress them anymore. Su Xuerong nodded. You can't find it by actively looking for the Demon Suppression Division, but as long as you perform well, the guide will take the initiative to examine you. As long as there is no problem with your character and background, they will give you an assessment task. After completing the assessment task, you can become a member of the Demon Suppression Division. Wei Fan was slightly disappointed. Because he didn't want to wait for the people of the Demon Suppression Division to hear about him, and then come to investigate, and then assess him. Su Xuerong seemed to have thought of this, and immediately added, Brother Wei is capable enough, but he must have been very low-key in the past, so the people of the Demon Suppression Division haven't noticed you yet. When Ning Xian and I meet our guide, we will definitely mention you to him. The Qi realm can kill a big monster that the two of them, the splitting acupoint warriors, are not opponents. Such a person has never been heard of. Just think about it and you can know that the other party must be very low-key. Otherwise, Suchang, as a superior city to Yuncheng, would not have known nothing about such a genius. If such a person is led to the Demon Suppression Division to practice the magic skills of the Demon Suppression Division, it will definitely be a nightmare for the demons. Every martial art is a perfect monster. Once the martial arts cultivation is improved, the lethality will be terrifying. Thank you very much, young lady. Wei Fan clasped his fists and said, I'm only 18 years old, and I'm probably not older than you, girl. You should call me Wei Fan. It sounds weird for you to call me big brother. Ha ha. Puff. As soon as these words came out, Ning Xian, who was healing on the ground, couldn't help laughing, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. When he laughed, his true energy went out of control, and he immediately made his injuries worse. You. Su Xuerong's face flushed, and she stomped her feet in frustration. She called Wei Fan big brother, but she didn't expect to be disliked for her age. It's really hard to distinguish between 18 years old and 20-something years old. In addition to the cultivation level shown by Wei Fan, she also thought he should be in his 20s. This cultivation level at the age of 18 is really amazing. She never thought that Wei Fan was so young. And her age is indeed over 18, older than Wei Fan. She no longer pays attention to Wei Fan, sits aside to sulk, and begins to be secretly surprised in her heart. At only 18 years old, Wei Fan is more amazing than she thought. At this age, it is amazing even if he has been practicing martial arts since childhood. Hey! Aren't you going to dig out its demon sack? It will break down after a while. After a while, Su Shuerong couldn't help but remind Wei Fan, but she didn't call Wei Fan by his name or call him Big Brother. Demon sack? Wei Fan looked puzzled, as he had never heard of such a thing. Demon sack is something only great demons in the true realm have. It contains the essence of a great demon in the true realm, and is also the place where they store demonic power. After swallowing it, a warrior can refine it with his true chi and improve his skills. You have never dug it out, so you don't even know what a demon bag is, do you? Where is the demon bag? Wei Fan held a knife and, under the guidance of Su Shuerong, quickly dug out a piece of meat weighing more than a pound, as white as jade, from the Tiger King's abdomen. How can this be a bag? It's clearly a piece of meat. How do I use this thing? Eat it raw or stir-fry it? Wei Fan looked at the snow-white meat and found that it did not have the fishy smell that was unique to demons, but instead had a refreshing fragrance. He had previously wondered why Ning Xian and Su Shuerong were already warriors in the splitting acupuncture realm when they were not much older than him, and it turned out that there was such a thing. Su Shuerong said, eating it raw or stir-frying it is fine, but this way of eating will waste a lot of essence and will also have certain harms. It may cause mixed blood and qi, and impure true qi. The best way is to refine it into a pill and take it. On the streets of Yuncheng, Wei Fan brought Su Shuerong and Ning Xian to Yunmeng Inn. Brother Ning, Miss Su, this Yunmeng Inn is a famous inn nearby. It is clean and hygienic. It is very nice for you to stay here. If you have anything, you can also come to the yamen to find me. Ning Xian's injury was very serious and he could not leave for the time being, so the two simply followed Wei Fan to Yuncheng. They had never been to Yuncheng, so they begged Wei Fan to help find a good inn. Thank you, Brother Wei. I need to heal my wounds in a hurry. I will find Brother Wei to thank you when my wounds are healed. Brother Ning, you don't have to be polite. It's just a small favor. Healing is more important. I have official business to return to the yamen, so I'll take my leave first. After arranging the two, Wei Fan first sent the monster bag back home, and then went to the yamen. He hasn't come back yet. Wei Fan is probably eaten by the tiger monster. He is so naive. He thought the tiger monster was a kind person. He killed someone's son and wanted to negotiate with him. Alas! Wei Fan is a courageous and upright man. He is a good person. It's a pity that such a person can't live long in the yamen. In the East District yamen runners gathered in twos and threes to talk about Wei Fan. All of you shut up, Wei Fan will be fine. Hu Qing shouted angrily, and the surroundings immediately quieted down. Who is calling me? Suddenly a lazy voice sounded, and Hu Qing looked back in surprise, only to see Wei Fan striding in with one hand on his sword. Wei Fan? Ghost. How can a ghost come out in broad daylight? Captain Wei is fine. Captain Wei is really back. How could the tiger demon let him go? Are tiger demons vegetarians? Wei Fan's return really shocked everyone. Wei Fan, did you really convince the tiger demon? Hu Qing ran over in surprise, her face full of admiration. Wei Fan nodded. The tiger demons are very reasonable. After I told them about the evil they had committed over the years, they all came to their senses. Not only did they not harm me, they all decided to die to atone for their sins, and I couldn't stop them. And Captain, I didn't expect that he was in the same group with the tiger demon. He also came to his senses and committed suicide. Everyone was stunned. They didn't believe the nonsense of atonement with death, but the fact that the tiger demon was dead. They didn't doubt Wei Fan's words. If the tiger demon didn't die, Wei Fan couldn't come back. As for how the tiger demon died, only Wei Fan knew. He's really back. Is the person behind him so terrifying? Kill all the tiger monsters. Luo Wen, who had received the news, looked at Wei Fan, who was talking freely, in shock. Until now, he still felt that there was a master behind Wei Fan. Where are you going? A yamen runner wanted to go out, but was stopped by Wei Fan. The man's face changed. I'm going on patrol. Wei Fan sneered. You want to inform the tiger gang, right? From now on, whoever steps out of this door, don't blame me for being ruthless. The man didn't dare to say anything, nor did he continue to go out. Wait until the tiger gang is destroyed, and then I will deal with you pests. Wei Fan said in a deep voice, now that all the tiger monsters are dead, who of you is willing to work with me to remove the cancer of the tiger gang? He rushed back to destroy the tiger gang. I am willing. After this, Hu Qing was the first to raise the knife in his hand. Count me in. Zhou Qi spoke second. He and Wei Fan had a good relationship, so he naturally supported Wei Fan at this time. Moreover, without the tiger demon, the tiger gang no longer had anything to fear. I am willing to follow Captain Wei and destroy the Tiger Gang. I am willing too. After Zhou Qi, more and more people shouted. In the past, the Tiger Gang relied on the Tiger Demon to act recklessly, and many Yamen runners had friction with them when performing their duties. Now that the Tiger Demon is gone, except for those who colluded with the Tiger Gang, everyone wants to beat the fallen dog, and even several captains present stood up. Does the squad leader have any objection to destroying the Tiger Gang? Wei Fan looked at Luo Wen. Luo Wen was shocked. He knew that Wei Fan was not Zheng. He asked for his opinion, then took a deep breath and said, "Then we have to remove this cancer. Everyone, bring your weapons, listen to Wei Fan's command, and immediately arrest all members of the Tiger Gang." After a while, everything was ready, and the manpower was gathered. A group of Yamen runners rushed to the Tiger Gang's base camp. Tiger Gang. Few people in Yunqing knew that the leader of the Tiger Gang had been eaten by the Tiger King last night, and the deputy leader Zhang Huayu was preparing to take over the position of leader. If I become the leader, what gift should I prepare for the Tiger King? A beautiful virgin, or a strong blood food? Zhang Huayu thought, as the leader, he had to please the Tiger King, and he couldn't be eaten by the Tiger King like the leader one day. Boss, this is bad. Zhang Huayu saw his trusted subordinate running towards him in panic, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Stop yelling, how can you help me deal with gang affairs in the future? Didn't you go to Wuli village? Why are you so flustered?" Zhang Huayu showed a gloomy look, very dissatisfied with the performance of this trusted subordinate. With this kind of mentality, important things can't be entrusted to him in the future. The trusted subordinate's face was full of horror. "I just came back from Wuli village. I saw a group of dead bodies of tiger masters in Wuli village. They were all killed and the bodies were everywhere." "What did you say?" "I saw the bodies of tiger masters all over the ground." Zhang Huayu took a step forward and instantly lifted the trusted subordinate into the air with an ugly look. The confidant struggled in midair and said anxiously, "Let me down, boss. Let's run together. It will be too late if it's too late. With so many tiger masters dead, the Tiger King will definitely eat us alive." "You're right. We have to run quickly. It will be too late if it's too late." Thinking of the boss who was swallowed by the Tiger King last night, Zhang Huayu reacted like an electric shock, quickly put down the confidant and began to collect the valuables. "Not good, let's go." Just after collecting for a while, there was a shout of killing outside. Zhang Huayu called the confidant and ran out, thinking that the Tiger King was here. When he ran out, he saw that the gang members of the Tiger Gang in the yard were dead or surrendered, and a group of police officers were arresting people everywhere. "Isn't it the Tiger King?" Zhang Huayu was stunned and shouted, "What are you doing? Dare to come to the Tiger Gang to arrest people?" He was afraid of the Tiger King, but not afraid of any Yamen runners. In front of him, even the squad leader of the Yamen did not dare to be presumptuous. He only knew that the Tiger Demon who went to Wuli village was dead, and he didn't realize that the people from the Yamen dared to arrest people, and the Tiger King might have been in trouble. Catch these two too. If they dare to resist, they will be killed without mercy. Zhang Huayu's shout immediately attracted the attention of many Yamen runners. Several people walked towards him and wanted to handcuff him. He shouted, "I am Zhang Huayu, the leader of the Tiger Gang. I am a friend of your Wei Dianli. Do you dare to arrest me?" As soon as these words came out, several Yamen runners became afraid. In order to avoid being eaten by the Tiger Demon, many members of the Tiger Gang did not practice martial arts, but people at the level of the leader were not weak in martial arts, and Zhang Huayu also brought out the Dianli. These Yamen runners were all experienced people, and they naturally understood that people of Zhang Huayu's level were not only colluding with the Tiger Demon, but also with the high-level officials of Yuncheng. "Leader of the Tiger Gang? It's you that we are arresting." The Yamen has now found out that the Tiger Gang is colluding with demons and harming the people. It's useless to be friends with the city lord. Just surrender. With a loud shout, Zhang Huayu looked up and saw a young man in the uniform of a head of a police force who was not intimidated by him and was walking towards him. Resist or surrender? For a moment, Zhang Huayu was torn between heaven and man. He was sure that he would be fine if he was arrested by the Yamen, but this would delay his escape. "Boss, be careful, he is the Wei Fan." The voice of the confidant suddenly sounded. Zhang Huayu was shocked. Is this guy still alive? Luo Wen's voice sounded. "Zhang Huayu, the Tiger King is dead, you'd better surrender." "The Tiger King is dead too?" Zhang Huayu was stunned for a moment. No wonder the government dared to rush into the Tiger Gang's base camp. It turned out that their backer was dead. "Catch me." Zhang Huayu stretched out his hands and pretended to be tortured by Wei Fan. The Tiger King was dead, so there was no need for him to escape, let alone resist. With his network of relationships, he would be arrested and released in a few days. By then, even if there was no Tiger King as a backer, he would still be the boss. You dare to resist? However, when he stretched out his hands, what he waited for was not shackles, but the roar of Wei Fan and a bright knife light. I didn't resist. Zheng Huayu felt his head flying up when this thought came to his mind. Kill Zheng Huayu and gain 15 years of skills, you. Zheng Huayu's confidant pointed at Wei Fan with a trembling hand. You dare to resist. He raised his hand, and was greeted by another flash of knife. Those who dare to resist will be killed without mercy. After hacking the two men to death, Wei Fan bent down to pick up the bags on their bodies and continued to walk to other places. Those who dare to resist will be killed without mercy. Some people began to imitate Wei Fan. For a while, the main focus was no longer on arresting people, and blood was everywhere. Lu Owen said nothing, watching the scene with a gloomy face. In the end, the government arrested only a dozen of the 50 or 60 members of the Tiger Gang headquarters, and the rest were killed when they resisted. Bringing people to crush the Tiger Gang, this should be considered a big move. Wei Fan did not put all his hopes on Ning Xian and Su Shuerong. Crushing the Tiger Gang was his first step to become famous and attract the attention of the Demon Suppression Division. Martial Arts, Golden Bell Cover, 9th level, Iron Body Kung Fu, 9th level, Tiger Roaring Golden Bell Cover, perfect. Current skill, 213 years, not a small harvest. Wei Fan opened the panel. His skills have accumulated for more than 200 years. When he crushed the Tiger Gang, he gained more than 70 years of skills. He did not kill too many people. He only killed high-level people like Zheng Huayu. If he did not kill these high-level people, even if he was arrested and sent to prison, they would probably not die. By the way, those two bags of things. Wei Fan remembered the backpack he confiscated when he killed Zheng Huayu, and immediately searched for it. At that time, Zheng Huayu and his men's actions showed that they were planning to run away. They should have brought a lot of good things. After the matter was over, Wei Fan did not hand them over, and Lu Owen did not come to him for them. The other Yamen runners also gained a lot in this operation, so Wei Fan finally brought back these two bags of things. When he opened the first backpack, there was a pile of gold, jewelry, and jade. Wei Fan couldn't estimate how much it was worth. The second backpack also had a pile of gold, jewelry, and jade, but Wei Fan's target was not these things. He flipped through the gold and jewelry, and a few yellow books appeared in his sight. When he first picked up the two backpacks, he also realized that there were books and other things in them, so he bent down to pick them up. If a gang leader wants to run away, he will definitely not bring useless things like ordinary books except martial arts secrets. It turned out to be a martial arts secret book. Wei Fan picked it up and saw that there were 3 books in total. One was a true Qi heart method called Hui Yuan Gong. He had the golden bell cover, so the true Qi heart method was useless, so he put Hui Yuan Gong down immediately. The second one was a horizontal training martial arts called Giant Bear Gong. Giant Bear Gong? Wei Fan couldn't help but brighten up. He couldn't practice the true Qi heart method, but he could continue to stack horizontal training martial arts on his body. He continued to look and found that the third book was a palm method of the sect, called Giant Bear Palm. It turned out to be a matching palm method for the Giant Bear skill, a horizontal training martial art. This was the first time he had seen a horizontal training martial art. Even Luo Wen didn't have this kind of martial art. Half an hour later, Giant Bear skill and Giant Bear Palm appeared on the panel, and Wei Fan began to add power to the two martial arts. Use 10 years of power to add Giant Bear skill. As usual, first 10 years of practice to test the waters. Deduct 10 years of practice, you have 2 perfect horizontal training martial arts, but you continue to practice other horizontal training martial arts. 1 year of practice, you practice the Giant Bear skill to the 4th level, and your strength increased slightly. 2 years of practice, the 5th level of the Giant Bear skill, you found that practicing horizontal training martial arts too fast is not good for your body, and began to slow down the progress of practice. 10 years of practice, although you slowed down, but your Giant Bear skill still broke through the 9th level. The strength of one arm is 18,000 kilograms. Once the Giant Bear skill is activated, the height is 2 meters, like a human bear, as if transformed. Wei Fan's body began to rise and swell, and his body gave off a brutal breath like a giant bear, and his thick arms almost burst his clothes. The vigorous blood steamed on his body, making him look like a furnace. Only 3,000 kilograms of strength? Wei Fan frowned slightly, very dissatisfied with this result. The last time the glazed treasure body was cultivated to the 9th level, it increased by 5,000 kilograms of strength. He knew that it was not that the Giant Bear skill was not as profound as the glazed body, but that the power gained by stacking multiple horizontal training martial arts at the horizontal training level was getting less and less. He estimated that if he practiced one or two more horizontal training martial arts, his power would not be able to increase. If he wanted to continue to improve, he had to break through the horizontal training level and reach the next body training level. After a short rest, he continued to add power to the giant bear palm. Unexpectedly, the power required to perfect this horizontal training palm technique was unexpectedly much. With 1 year of practice, you have mastered the giant bear palm and achieved a small success, and your palm power has become more and more terrifying. With 2 years of practice, you have mastered the giant bear palm and your palm power is unparalleled. With 3 years of practice, your giant bear palm has not broken through. With 5 years of practice, you have understood the essence of the giant bear palm and realized that it is a true martial art. The palm technique has reached a great level and its power can split mountains and rocks. With 10 years of practice, you still have not realized the true meaning of the giant bear and have not broken through the giant bear palm. After 30 years of practice, you finally understand the true meaning of the giant bear, and the giant bear palm is perfected in one fell swoop. Giant bear palm, perfect. Current practice, 173 years. A raging giant bear appeared in Wei Fan's mind. It stood up, roared to the sky, and stretched out its two bare paws like cattail leaves to slap. No matter what was in front of it, it was smashed to pieces. It turned out to be some kind of true martial arts, which took more practice than the dragon roar sky-shattering finger. Wei Fan's mind moved, and he felt as if he had turned into a raging giant bear, with a violent spirit. He dared to fight no matter what was in front of him. And in the true under the influence of his will, his 18,000 gene strength seemed to be able to produce a terrifying force of 30,000 to 40,000 gene. The crazier his spirit was, the more terrifying the power he exerted. 30 years of skill is absolutely worth it. Now, even the power of the dragon roar skybreaking finger is not as terrifying as the giant bear palm. He didn't expect that the Tiger Gang would have such a thing. Early in the morning, the East District of Yunqing was filled with firecrackers. Because the news just spread that yesterday afternoon, the Tiger Gang, which had been doing evil in the East District for many years, was wiped out in one fell swoop. The gang leader Zhang Huayu was killed on the spot by the Yamen runners because of resistance. When the news spread, everyone applauded and cheered. You are really sick. Why set off firecrackers so early in the morning? You can't even sleep in. Putting on his waist knife, Wei Fan went out cursing. Walking on the street, he found that the eyes of other people who saw his clothes had changed from disgust to admiration. Master Wei, are you still asking for 3 big meat buns? Your government has done a good thing for the people in our East District. All the Yamen runners will not accept money today. As usual, Wei Fan went to buy 3 big meat buns. He planned to pay, but the store owner refused to accept it. In the store owner's words, the Tiger Gang was wiped out, and he didn't have to pay tribute to the Tiger Gang every month. He wanted to earn 1/3 more money, and it didn't matter if Wei Fan was given free buns every day. Seeing this, Wei Fan didn't insist. He took the buns and ate them while rushing to the government office. This house was left to me by my grandfather. Get out of my house. You money loser, if it weren't for you, how could you have killed my uncle? Now that my uncle is dead, I am the only heir of the Zhang family. I am the only one who is qualified to inherit the house. If you make trouble again, I will break your legs. The East District was full of joy, but not everyone was happy. In front of the Zhang family's house, people gathered to watch the show early in the morning. The old man of the Zhang family was killed by the Tiger Gang a few days ago, and the only granddaughter did not dare to come back. Today I heard that the Tiger Gang was razed to the ground, so I thought about going back home to live there, but I didn't expect that the house had been occupied by an uncle in the family. This uncle not only occupied the house, but also wanted to drive the niece out, regardless of whether she would end up on the street. Zhang Erlang is too much. This little girl is really pitiful. If she doesn't leave quickly, Zhang Erlang will really break her legs. She is just a little girl, and Zhang Erlang is not afraid of her. Don't say anything, this girl is a jinx. If it weren't for her, old man Zhang wouldn't have been killed by the Tiger Gang. There were many people watching the excitement, but few people stood up to help the little girl. Some even felt that it was right for the house to be occupied. Wow. It wasn't me who killed Grandpa. It was the bad guys from the Tiger Gang who did it. You'd better leave quickly. This is the only thing Grandpa left me. If you don't leave, I will report to the police. The little girl cried and stared angrily at Zhang Erlang who took her house. Zhang Erlang smiled coldly and said, if it wasn't you? If the people from the Tiger Gang hadn't taken a fancy to your body and you hadn't given it to them, how could your uncle have been killed? You are a jinx, how could it not be you who died? Your uncle raised you with great difficulty, but in the end, you caused his death. If I were you, I would die immediately to make amends to your uncle. Report to the police? Do you think those masters will care about your life or death? It's good enough that they don't bully the people in the village, but they still care about your trivial matters. Do you really think that they have wiped out the tiger gang and they will all be the masters who rule for the people? The little girl turned pale when she was told that. Her cousin next to her couldn't stand it anymore and glared at Zhang Erlang and said, "You beast, you don't speak human language. Can you blame the little girl for that? You are his second uncle, how can you say such words that are worse than pigs and dogs?" Zhang Erlang looked smug. "If you don't blame him, then blame me? You said it's good enough that we don't bully the people in the village?" Zhang Erlang was feeling proud when he suddenly heard a cold voice from the side. He subconsciously shifted his gaze from the little girl to see who was meddling in his business. He just raised his head and saw a scabbard in his sight rapidly enlarging and hitting his mouth. Ah! The intense pain made Zhang Erlang scream like a pig being slaughtered. He reached out to cover his mouth and then spat it out. He found that his hand was full of teeth mixed with blood. He looked up in horror and saw a handsome young man in yamen uniform standing in front of him. It was the other party who knocked out all his front teeth with a scabbard. "Brother Wei." The girl of the Zhang family shouted with surprise. "Sir." Zhang Erlang opened his mouth and was greeted by another scabbard whip. "You occupy other people's property and tarnish the image of the yamen. You are so bold. Wait until your tongue is cut off and you are sent to the mine for labor reform." After whipping Zhang Erlang again and knocking out all his teeth on the other side, Wei Fan felt relieved. "It's Lord Wei Fan. Lord Wei is the most upright officer around. Zhang Erlang is to blame. It was him who arrested Yang Jun from the Tiger Gang when he wanted to do something bad to the Zhang family's girl. Serves him right. His uncle died and he didn't take care of his niece. He even wants to occupy the property. He is worse than pigs and dogs." When Wei Fan appeared, he was immediately recognized. He had arrested Yang Jun on the street. It was still a big sensation around. "Please spare me, sir. I just made a slip of the tongue and never meant to discredit the government office." Hearing that this was a powerful man who dared to confront the Tiger Gang, Zhang Erlang was terrified. Those who were sent to the mines for labor reform basically died of exhaustion and never came back. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wei Fan. "Go home, little girl. If someone bullies you again, go to the government office to find me." After saying this, Wei Fan grabbed Zhang Erlang, who was kneeling on the ground, handcuffed her arms behind her back, and took her away directly. "Wow. Thank you, Brother Wei." The voice of the Zhang family girl sounded behind her. Wei Fan once again helped her when she was in danger, and she cried bitterly. "Please let me go, sir. I won't dare to do it again." Zhang Erlang was so scared that he trembled all over when Wei Fan really took him to the government office. He begged for mercy again as he walked. "You beast, if it weren't for you on the street, I would have chopped you off with a knife. It's a good deal for you to be sent to the mine for labor reform. Do you still want me to spare you?" Wei Fan escorted Zhang Erlang to the yamen quickly. "What crime did Lord Wei commit that you bothered to arrest him so early in the morning?" Wei Fan is now in the heyday of the East District Yamen. Even the squad leader Luo Wen is not as powerful as him. Seeing him escorting a prisoner early in the morning, many yamen runners can't help but gather around curiously. Wei Fan said, "This beast occupied the property of my 13-year-old niece and drove her out of her home to live on the streets. She wanted to report to the authorities, but he said that we, the yamen runners in the East District, only know how to bully the people in the village. Even if we wipe out the Tiger Gang, it's still a nest of bad people." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the yamen runners present immediately burst into fire. Because of this sentence, it can be said that all the yamen runners were scolded. No yamen runner thought he was really bad. Even Li Xin and Meng thought they were protecting more people in disguise, not really destroying humanity. Moreover, they had just worked together to eradicate the cancer of the Tiger Gang yesterday. Everyone in the East District praised them. Just when everyone felt that they were heroes, someone actually said this about them. Who wouldn't be angry? "How dare you? What a beast! How can you bear to do that to your 13-year-old niece? Captain Wei, hand him over to me. I will show him what it means to exploit the people." In an instant, 4 or 5 yamen runners came forward and took Zhang Erlang from Wei Fan, wanting to teach him a lesson. The guy was so scared that he almost fainted. He didn't even have the strength to walk, and was carried away by 2 yamen runners. Wei Fan no longer cared about Zhang Erlang's affairs. He began to gather his own men. He was originally a subordinate of Li Xin, and now he took over Li Xin's. The people and the territory of the sergeant were not unfamiliar. "Why are you here?" When Wei Fan was gathering the men, he found that Hu Qing was among them. Hu Qing said, you are short of manpower, so the squad leader assigned me to you. Originally, there were 12 officers under the captain of the police. Wei Fan killed Li Shen, Gue, and Xiao Ping, and he was short of 3 men. Hu Qing came, and he was still short of 2. Wei Fan planned to ask Luo Wen for the remaining 2 when he had time. If you want to stay with me, you must report on time, otherwise I will fire you. Wei Fan didn't believe Hu Qing's nonsense that the squad leader assigned her to him. It must be Hu Qing who asked for it. Luo Wen didn't dare to specify what this young lady did. The chief instructor of the Yamen martial arts school, except that he had no real power, had a higher official position than the captain. Hu Qing nodded, and Wei Fan didn't say anything more. Let me say a few words. This was the first day of taking office, and Wei Fan felt that he needed to set some rules. After this, the officers below became quiet. Everyone used to follow Li Shen and followed his rules. Now that I'm in charge, you have to follow my rules. My rules are that no matter who commits a crime in my territory, I will arrest them all, even if he is the son of a clerk. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. I want no criminals in my territory, and even demons don't dare to commit crimes here. If you don't care about someone committing a crime, deduct their salary for the first time, and go home on their own if they commit the second time. Of course, since I set the rules, you can just do it, and I will cover everything for you. If there is anything you feel you can't do, you can leave now, and I will go and talk to the squad leader in person. After Wei Fan finished speaking, except for Zhou Qi and Hu Qing, the faces of the others changed. Although the East District is not a place like the inner city, there are still many people that the police can't afford to offend. Wei Fan's rules can easily offend people they can't afford to offend, and 2 people left in shame immediately. Anyone else wants to leave? This is the last chance. Wei Fan didn't care about the 2 people who left. If he still managed the territory according to Li Shen's previous rules, the guide from the Demon Suppression Division would probably not even look at him when he came. After saying this, seeing that Wei Fan did not pursue the people who left before, another person left. All of a sudden, Wei Fan's subordinates went from 10 to 7. He didn't expect that so many could stay. Okay. The fact that you can stay proves that you have some ambitions in your heart. I won't let you regret not leaving one day. From today on, I will occasionally take time to teach you martial arts. Now, everyone follow me to the street. On the streets of Yuncheng, Wei Fan led a group of men to patrol their territory. Seeing them patrolling the streets, many people would bring them food. My father said that we should not be too happy too soon. The tiger demon is dead, and soon there will be pig demons or dog demons to occupy the territory of the tiger gang in the East District. The East District used to be the territory of a wolf demon. The wolf demon was killed, and the tiger demon appeared. Hu Qing walked beside Wei Fan and reminded him softly, he also asked you to be careful. The Tiger King's family is dead. Other demons outside the city will not give up. They are likely to come to you for revenge and lure out the masters behind you to establish their power. Among the demons outside the city, the Tiger King is not the strongest demon. The demons entrenched in Yuncheng are not only the Tiger King's family. As far as Wei Fan knows, the 4 districts of Yuncheng, East, West, South, and North, all have forces similar to the Tiger Gang, which specialize in helping demons collect gold, silver, and jewelry in the city, or provide people for demons to eat. It is also because the demons are powerful that the people of Yuncheng are afraid of them, which makes the people in power turn a blind eye and not fight against the demons, and acquiesce to the existence of forces like the Tiger Gang. Now that the Tiger King's family has been killed, the lips and teeth are cold. If other demons just watch the Tiger King being killed, who knows if they will be the next one? For their own safety, they must also punish those who killed the Tiger King's family, so that the warriors of Yuncheng know not to mess with them. Wei Fan nodded lightly. Thank Master Hu for reminding me. Did he tell you that there are those big demons outside the city? He did not correct Hu Qing's statement behind him. Hu Qing said, there is a weasel who calls himself Huang Daxian, and there is another one called Hu Main Yang, who is a fox demon. The most powerful one is a bear demon, and all demons listen to its orders. Another scary thing about these demons is that there are many of them. The number of demons killed by the Tiger King's family is actually the smallest among all the big demons. The Tiger King appeared late, and his offspring are rare. The monsters under the command of weasels and foxes that can reproduce are probably dozens or even hundreds. Otherwise, how could the Tiger King and his family alone be able to intimidate the warriors of Yuncheng? After walking for a whole morning, nothing happened in Wei Fan's territory. The Tiger Gang was eradicated and many conflicts disappeared. After lunch, he took a group of men to the parade ground to teach them martial arts. If you want others to work for you, you naturally have to give them some benefits. When he arrived at the parade ground, he asked everyone to come forward to practice martial arts, and he gave instructions and corrections one by one. You have to know that he is perfect in all martial arts, and his vision is frighteningly high, even in martial arts. Even the chief instructor Hu Qingyun couldn't catch up with him. It was too easy to instruct these yamen runners. Half an hour later, all the people who stayed behind were excited and had made considerable gains. Especially Zhou Qi, he had only practiced the Blood Evil Sword technique for 3 months, but under Wei Fan's guidance, the Blood Evil Sword technique directly broke through to the small success level, which made him so happy that he almost roared. There was also a yamen runner named Lu Chengzhou, whose golden bell cover broke through to the second level under Wei Fan's guidance. After doing all this, Wei Fan did not lead the patrol again, but sat down at his office. 50 years of skill, your tiger roaring golden bell cover is still the same. Current skill, 123 years. Wei Fan's face was a little dark. After 50 years of skill, he only got this sentence. He thought that the tiger roaring golden bell cover could be improved, so he only spent 50 years of skill, but he didn't expect to gain nothing. Of course, it may also be that the 50 years of skill was not enough to make the golden bell cover change again. I can't continue to smash it. He only has 120 years of power, so he has to use it sparingly, because he has other ideas in his mind that need to be verified. When he has more power, he will smash the golden bell cover. 20 years of power, add the Blood Evil Sword technique. The giant bear palm has the true meaning of the giant bear. Does the sword technique also have the sword meaning? Among the 2 sword techniques he has mastered, Wei Fan finally chose to smash the power on the Blood Evil Sword technique, which has the least power. Although the Blood Evil Sword technique is not as powerful as the Tiangang Burning Blood Sword, Wei Fan understands that the reason why the Tiangang Burning Blood Sword is so powerful is not the mystery of the sword technique, but the mystery of his sword energy condensation. Strictly speaking, the Tiangang Burning Blood Sword is not a sword technique, but a sword technique that uses true qi. The real core is the way to condense the sword energy. If you want to get the sword intent, you have to use the Blood Evil Sword technique, which relies on pure sword techniques to induce your own blood and qi to slay demons. This pure sword technique and sword intent are more in line. This is also what he vaguely understood after he comprehended the true meaning of the giant bear. Just like the golden bell, the things that the Demon Suppression Division chooses to popularize are definitely not chosen randomly. Deduct 20 years of skill. Your Blood Evil Blade skill has already been perfected, but you have not given up practicing it, and want to understand the sword intent from it. 1 year of skill. Your Blood Evil Blade skill has not changed at all. 5 years of skill. You are more and more proficient in the Blood Evil Blade skill, and you are getting more and more familiar with the sword. 20 years of skill. You still haven't made a breakthrough in the sword skill, but you have a different sword understanding. Blood Evil Sword technique, perfect. Current skill, 103 years. Recalling what was in his head, Wei Fan found that 20 years of skill was not completely useless, but the added skill was not enough to create the sword intent. Yes, it took 30 years to create the true meaning of the giant bear. Wei Fan continued to add. As long as it was not completely useless, he could continue to add. 30 years of skill, you can use the sword as easily as your arm, and you are one with the sword, but you are still a long way from the sword intent. 40 years of skill, your spirit and will are condensed, your mind is free of distractions, and there is only the sword in your heart. 60 years of skill, you practice sword like crazy, love swords to the point of madness, and successfully condense the sword intent. Sword intent, beginner. Current skill, 63 years. It's done. Wei Fan only felt that his spirit was condensed, his will was shaken, and the scattered spirit and energy condensed into an indestructible sword. In an instant, a soul-stirring sword intent emanated from him, and his eyes swept over, and the air made a puffing sound, as if it was cut by a sword. Puff! The stool under his buttocks and the desk in front of him could not withstand the attack of the knife intent and cracked on the spot. Wei Fan reacted and quickly retracted the knife intent, and his momentum calmed down. Captain Wei, what happened? Seeing Wei Fan's desk cracked, the Yamen constable asked in confusion. After Wei Fan evaded a few questions, he stood up and moved the cracked desk and chairs out and threw them away. I really got the knife intent. He knew that his previous inference was based on true qi. The golden finger could not deduce martial arts. It must be that the Tiangang burning blood knife, which purely relied on the mind method, would not be useful even if he added more skills. But for technical things like knife skills, as long as he was willing to spend his skills, he would definitely be able to come up with something new. Knife intent. This is something different from the previous giant bear true meaning. Although they are both intentions, the giant bear true meaning can only be used on the giant bear palm. If he changes to another palm method, the giant bear true meaning will be useless. But the sword intent, no matter which sword technique he uses, the sword intent can be added to the sword technique to increase the lethality of the sword technique. True intent requires a matching martial art, while sword intent can be added to any martial art. It's worthy of spending 60 years to get started with this thing. The power is really terrifying. Wei Fan picked up a wooden stick from the ground and gently slashed it across a stone. In an instant, the stone cracked silently. In this process, he did not use nearly 20,000 pounds of terrifying strength, nor did he mobilize true energy. He just used the sword intent to drive the stone, and the stone was cut.
Brother Ning, your injury is better now.
Wei Fan knocked on Ning Xian's door and found that Ning Xian looked much better. He was slashed by the Tiger King. Originally, his injury was not too serious, but when he was healing, he was amused by Wei Fan's words, which caused his true energy to go astray and almost cost him half his life. Rest for another 3 or 4 days, it should be almost there. Ning Xian invited Wei Fan in and poured a cup of tea casually. I haven't seen you for 2 days, Brother Wei is even more outstanding. After understanding the meaning of the sword, Wei Fan's spirit has undergone earth-shaking changes. He looks colder and sharper than before, and his eyes are sharper. Although Ning Xian didn't know that he had understood the meaning of the sword, he felt the changes in his spirit and temperament.
Brother Ning is very knowledgeable.
I have made a small breakthrough in martial arts, but I didn't expect you to notice it.
Wei Fan took a sip of tea.
So many people in the government office didn't notice his change. Ning Xian was the first to notice it. After a while, Su Shuerong, who heard the movement, also came to Ning Xian's room.
It seems that you really want to join the Demon Suppression Division.
Su Shuerong still didn't treat Wei Fan well, and she was resentful that Wei Fan said she was old and didn't even call her by her name when talking to Wei Fan. She probably guessed the purpose of Wei Fan's coming, which was to see if Ning Xian was well, and if he was well, he would go back to Suchang and tell the guide about Wei Fan.
Wei Fan nodded. I really want to join the Demon Suppression Division.
I have reached the 9th level of Qi cultivation, but I have not been able to break through because I don't have the skills to open the acupoints.
Both of them nodded, understanding Wei Fan's feelings.
Ning Xian said, Brother Wei, you don't have to worry.
You are extremely talented, but I see that your true energy is not strong enough. I think it's because your dantian is not wide enough.
It can only accommodate about 10 years of power. In my opinion, you should try to find a martial art that can expand your dantian, widen your dantian, and accommodate more true energy. If your dantian can be widened 2 or 3 times, maybe after entering the Demon Suppression Division, you will be able to compete with those monsters in the Demon Suppression Division one day. If you don't widen your dantian now, the size of your dantian will be fixed after you break through the Pishua realm. You don't know those monsters in the Demon Suppression Division. They didn't rush to break through when they were in the true energy realm, and they widened their dantian to the point where they could accommodate 50 or 60 years of power. Only then did they establish their status as monsters in one fell swoop.
They were invincible at the same level. No matter who they met, they would just use their strong true energy to sweep them away.
The amount of true energy is indeed very important. A person with the first level of the golden bell cover, no matter how powerful his martial arts are, will never be able to beat a person with the 7th or 8th level of the golden bell cover.
They don't even need what kind of martial arts can you use?
You can be killed by the chi far beyond yours.
Wei Fan frowned. Is there any martial arts that can expand the dantian? Where can I get it?
Although he has killed even the big monster in the true realm, his understanding of martial arts is still very shallow. It is the first time he has heard of martial arts that can expand the dantian. The reason why his cultivation cannot improve is that the dantian has reached the limit of storing the qi and cannot accommodate more qi. If the dantian can be expanded and can continue to accommodate more qi, he really won't be in a hurry to break through. Because he heard Ning Xian and the others talk about the cultivation direction of the Pishua realm. The most important thing about the Pishua realm is to open up the acupoints in the body that can accommodate the qi and increase the storage capacity of one's own qi.
Su Shuerong said, you don't even know these. Don't tell me that you didn't have a master to teach you all your martial arts.
You practiced them yourself with the martial arts passed down by the government. The things they said, as long as they have a little master-disciple origin, or have been in the martial arts world for a long time, they know. Wei Fan has such amazing skills, but he doesn't even know this common sense. The only explanation is that he not only has no master, but also has not been a martial artist for a long time.
Wei Fan didn't say anything, but looked at Ning Xian.
Since this guy said so much, he should have practiced martial arts to expand the dantian. Ning Xian also understood this meaning, and immediately said, I do have this martial arts, but it is a master's secret and cannot be passed on to others. As he said, he looked at Su Shuerong. Shuerong, Your Su family doesn't have the stinky rules of my master's school. Why don't you send brother Wei? Just treat it as making friends. Su Shuerong thought about it and nodded. Then I will send Wei Fan. As long as it is not a fundamental inheritance, my family does not have the stinky rules of your sect, but I hope that Wei Fan, you will not pass on martial arts to a second person. She also wanted to establish a good relationship with Wei Fan. As far as the current situation is concerned, Wei Fan's talent is amazing. If she can lend a helping hand, Wei Fan may not be able to be on par with those monsters in the Demon Suppression Division in the future, and it is not impossible to surpass him. Wei Fan has no foundation and backing now. Who knows how far he will go in the future when he has these things. No one would mind helping such a person. Thank you, Miss Su. I promise not to pass it on to another person. Wei Fan naturally nodded in agreement. I don't have the secret book with me. I will find time to write it down. You can come back in 2 days to get it. Wei Fan was a little disappointed that he couldn't get the secret book for the time being, but it would only take a day or two and it would pass quickly. At this time, Ning Xian he spoke again. Brother Wei, remember not to rush to break through the Pishui. Wait until the Dantian has expanded to its limit and can no longer be expanded before breaking through. The size of the Dantian in the Jinshi realm has a great impact on the later realms. There is a senior brother in my sect who broke through the Pishui realm with his peers, but he was still expanding his Dantian. Now he is a master of heaven, and his peers are still in Pishui. Among martial artists, many people measure a person's potential by basically looking at how many years of power your Dantian can accommodate. The more power you can accommodate, the higher and faster you will grow in the future. If my Dantian had not been open to its limit, I would still be in the Jinshi realm. Ning Xian and Su Shuerong took turns to speak, and soon said a lot of things that Wei Fan didn't know. The Great Chu State. The Demon Suppression Department. Martial Arts Sects. Martial Arts Families. Demon Clan. Green Forest Heroes. Magical Weapons and Magical Weapons. The stage of Sucheng is bigger and more exciting than that of Yuncheng. In comparison, Yuncheng is just a small corner, and many things have never even been heard of. He chatted with the two for a long time, and even asked for some food and wine to chat in the room. It was not until Ning Xian said that he wanted to practice internal energy to heal his wounds that he stood up and said goodbye to return to the Yamen. As a police chief, Wei Fan did not have much to do. As long as there was no murder case, he did not need to go out to patrol the streets. Captain Wei, Zhou Qi, and others were beaten. Unexpectedly, just after sitting for a while, his subordinate Lu Chengzhou came to report that Zhou Qi was beaten. Wei Fan walked out of the hall, only to see that Zhou Qi and another subordinate had been carried back to the Yamen. Both of them had bruises on their faces, messy hair, and footprints on their bodies. What happened? Wei Fan leaned over to take a look. The injuries of Zhou Qi and another Yamen runner were not serious. They would not die, but they were a little embarrassed. Zhou Qi said in a weak voice, "The two of us were patrolling the streets, and we saw a shop being smashed and looted, so we went to stop it. Unexpectedly, those people were not only not afraid of us, but also accused us of meddling in other people's business and attacked us. There are warriors among them, who should be at the second level of true Qi, and we can't beat them." Wei Fan said with a gloomy face, "Where are the people who beat you? Do you know their identities? They left after beating us, and we didn't know each other. But one of them warned us before he left, saying that if we dared to meddle in the affairs of their Ishin gang again, he would feed us to the demons." Zhou Qi forced himself to sit up. "I asked about the shop that was smashed, and the owner said that those people came to ask them to pay a sum of money to the Ishin gang every month. The owner didn't agree, so they were smashed and looted." Wei Fan took a deep breath. Hu Qingyun was right. The Tiger King's family was dead, and a new demon had set his sights on the East District. From Zhou Qi's words, it can be analyzed that there is a demon behind the Yishin gang, otherwise they would not be so arrogant to threaten the Yamen runners and feed the demons. What a quick move. The Tiger gang was only eradicated for 2 or 3 days, and the demons actually found agents to make trouble in the East District. At this moment, everyone was looking at Wei Fan. The rules he set before were very strict. Now another Tiger gang has appeared. How will he deal with it? Who knows where this Ishin gang is located? Wei Fan looked around. There were not only his men in the yard, but also the Yamen runners under other constables. The Ishin gang's affairs should not only appear in his territory, but also in the territories of other constables. They are in the yard of the original Tiger gang. Wei Fan looked up and saw that it was Hu Qing who came back. They have appeared since yesterday and have collected money from many shops. If they are not willing to pay, they will smash the shops. Wei Fan looked back at Luo Wen, the team leader who had been sitting inside and had not come out. The yard of the Tiger Gang was sealed on the day they raised the Tiger Gang. They did not inform the government office, and ordinary people did not dare to occupy the yard left by the Tiger Gang.
It's good to have a nest, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to find them.
Wei Fan put on his sword and said to Zhou Qi and another Yamen runner who was beaten, "If you can still walk, come with me and see how I can support you." When he set the rules, he said that if you can do it, he will cover the bottom if something goes wrong.
Of course I can. Hearing Wei Fan's words, Zhou Qi and another Yamen runner immediately became energetic.
"If you are willing to help me to raise this Yishan Gang, follow me," Wei Fan shouted. In addition to his men, only 4 of the 5 Yamen runners took action, and the number of people who responded was not as many as when the Tiger Gang was raised.
"Wei Fan, that's enough.
The jail is full of people arrested by the Tiger Gang last time.
The clerk doesn't want so many things to happen in the East District, and he doesn't want more deaths."
Luo Wen appeared and stopped Wei Fan.
"This is the consistent policy of Yunqing.
No matter how many people died in secret, the most important thing is to maintain the surface calm.
In the Tiger Gang incident, dozens of people died in one go. The government took a lot of effort to burn all the bodies.
Because of the frequent large-scale deaths, it is easy to attract unclean things, that is, monsters without flesh and blood. The kind of monsters without flesh and blood are the real horror.
Many policies actually have reasons." Wei Fan turned around. "They can do whatever they want in other places, I can't control it.
But in my territory, everything must be done according to my rules.
Unless I am not the head of the police, no one can make trouble in my territory without paying the price." He didn't give Luo Wen face.
It was the first time that his men were beaten. If he let it go, he would only be a joke in the government office in the future. The original 7 men under his command, plus the 4 or 5 who followed, Wei Fan took more than a dozen people to the Yishan Gang.
"You." Looking at Wei Fan who was leaving, Luo Wen was angry. "You don't know what's good for you. When something happens to you, don't blame me for not reminding you."
He could understand the Tiger Gang's affairs. After all, it was the Tiger Gang that wanted to kill Wei Fan first, but the Yishan Gang only beat up 2 of Wei Fan's men. Wei Fan actually didn't even listen to him because of such a small matter. After leaving the government office, Hu Qing stepped forward and whispered in Wei Fan's ear, "Think about it carefully.
The leader of the Yishan Gang is Lu Mingjie from the Lu family in the inner city. The wife of Lord Dianli is Lu Mingjie's aunt."
It turned out that he had a relationship with Dianli. No wonder he was able to get the courtyard of the Tiger Gang. Luo Wen came to stop him. Hu Qing continued, "The Lu family is mainly engaged in business. Under the care of Lord Dianli, the business is getting bigger and bigger. I heard that they are no longer satisfied with the identity of businessmen and want to develop in the direction of a martial arts family.
Cooperation with demons is undoubtedly the fastest way. This time, Lord Dianli may support this matter. Think about it carefully. If you touch the Yishan Gang, you may not be able to be the head of the police." Even she, who has always had a sense of justice and aims to join the Demon Suppression Division, advised Wei Fan to be cautious this time. Kill the demons and kill them. But this time the matter involves the 3 Dianli, the situation is different. Wei Fan had a blank expression on his face. "I said, in my territory, even if the son of a clerk commits a crime, he must be arrested." What does the nephew of the clerk's wife mean to him? If you are afraid, you can turn around and go back. Hu Qing pouted, "I am worried about you. My father is the head coach after all."
"There is nothing to be afraid of." She admired Wei Fan again. If she could dissuade Wei Fan, he would not be the Wei Fan she knew. He was not afraid of the Tiger Gang, but would be afraid of the newly appeared Yishan Gang.
Wei Fan whispered, "Let me tell you something. The Demon Suppression Division will soon notice Yunqing. If you want to become a member of the Demon Suppression Division, you should behave better recently." Hu Qing was nice to him. Wei Fan thought about it and told the matter. "Tell Hu Qing."
"Really?" Hu Qing let out a low cry, her face full of excitement. If the Demon Suppression Division noticed Yunqing, not to mention the clerk, the city lord would not be able to take it. "I have to kill a few more people later." When he came to the courtyard of the Tiger Gang again, it was still the same. The difference was that the Tiger Gang on the gate was changed to the Yishan Gang at this moment, and there were 2 people with knives standing guard at the gate. Seeing Wei Fan and a group of Yamen runners approaching, the 2 guards were not only not afraid, but also scolded, "This is the Yishan Gang, and those who are not here should leave quickly." Wei Fan had a blank expression. "The Yamen is doing business to arrest people. Put down your weapons and surrender, otherwise you will be killed without mercy." He continued to walk towards the gate without stopping. "Bold." Seeing this, the 2 gatekeepers drew their knives and chopped at Wei Fan. They received news that people from the Yamen would come to the Yishan Gang, so don't be soft. Wei Fan's knife was unsheathed at some point, and 2 heads flew up in a flash of the knife. "The gatekeeper has been killed, brothers, grab your weapons." A shout rang out in the courtyard. "Kill Zhang San and gain 3 months of power. Kill Li Dainio and gain 2 months of power." Rubbish! Killing this kind of monster is totally uninteresting. "Follow me closely, don't get separated." Wei Fan growled and stepped into the Yishan gang. Among these Yamen runners, only Hu Qing was at the 5th level of True Qi, while the other Yamen runners were at the 1st or 2nd level of True Qi, and even 3 of them had not even cultivated True Qi. When the Yamen is doing business and arresting people, put down your weapons and surrender, otherwise you will be killed without mercy. After entering the courtyard, Wei Fan repeated what he had said before as usual. This is the rule of the Yamen. If he kills someone without saying anything, it is a violation for him. If he says something and the criminal still attacks, he can just chop him at will. "Let your mother go. You little Yamen runner, you dare to come to the Yishan gang to arrest people, don't you know whose territory this is? Don't talk nonsense, just as long as the gang leader says no one will die." More than a dozen people from the Yishan gang rushed out at once. He had gathered a lot of people in a short time. Wei Fan looked around and found that almost half of them were warriors, but most of them were at the 1st or 2nd level of True Qi. The criminal resisted with weapons. "Kill!" Hu Qing shouted, took the initiative to attack, and rushed past Wei Fan. Ever since she heard that the Demon Suppression Division would pay attention to Yunqing, she has been excited and couldn't wait. At the same time, except for Zhou Qi and another Yamen runner who had a bruised face, the other Yamen runners also drew their swords. Wei Fan naturally did not stand and watch the show. The Yishan gang had many people, and if he did not take action, these Yamen runners would suffer. Moreover, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Killing one can explode several months of skills, which is better than nothing. He stepped on the flowing cloud-chasing wind step, and his body left afterimages everywhere. Every time an afterimage flashed, he killed a person. In just a few breaths, 7 or 8 people became the dead souls under his knife. This was because he took into account Hu Qing, who rushed out first and did not use a big move like the knife, otherwise he could kill all these people with a sweep. They really kill people. "I surrender." Didn't they say they didn't dare to do it for real? At this time, the remaining people reacted and were all terrified, because the news they received was that the people in the Yamen didn't dare to really kill people. This was not daring to really kill people, but killing too cruelly. Put down the knife and you won't die." Wei Fan shouted loudly, mixed with rolling true energy, which shocked these people's heads blank, and they didn't even remember to put down the knife. By the time they reacted, the remaining people had been killed and only 2 or 3 were left. "Stop!" A loud roar came, as deafening as a tiger's roar. "Here comes a master." Hu Qing's face changed, and she turned around to look in the direction of the sound, only to see a figure rushing over quickly, slashing out a knife. Wei Fan took his time and killed the last person with one knife, then turned around and slashed out with a knife to disperse the knife energy that was about to get close to him. 7th level of True Qi. To be able to slash out knife energy, you must reach the 7th level of True Qi and release True Qi. You are already seeking death by attacking the Yamen runner. Wei Fan's figure flashed, and before the other party could react, he pierced the other party's chest with a knife. He could even kill the great monsters in the True Realm. For him, a warrior with the 7th level of True Qi was not much different from a warrior with the 1st level of True Qi. "How dare you kill me? My uncle is a clerk." Lu Mingjie's body froze, and he looked down at the knife that pierced his chest in disbelief. "The Yamen runner in the East District, don't you know the relationship between him and the clerk? Your uncle is a clerk? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Wei Fan pulled out his knife and kicked Lu Mingjie to the ground. "Kill Lu Mingjie and gain 7 years of power." Rubbish! Who would use this little power? He actually killed Lu Mingjie, who was at the 7th level of Qi, with one knife. Hu Qing was stunned. Later she realized that there might not be any master behind Wei Fan, but himself. Although Wei Fan also killed Zhang Huayu with one knife during the fight with the Tiger Gang, it was a sneak attack. He slashed Zhang Huayu when Zhang Huayu was about to surrender. The situation was different from this time. This time it was a head-on confrontation, and she saw the whole process clearly. Lu Mingjie is dead, and all the members of the Yishan gang are dead. Luo Wan, who came over worriedly, saw Lu Mingjie being killed directly, and felt his eyes go dark. He knew that Wei Fan had a strong desire to kill, but he didn't expect that he would dare to kill even Lu Mingjie. Zhou Qi and the other 2 were beaten up, so was it necessary to offend the official to death? He didn't know that Wei Fan didn't give Lu Mingjie a chance to reveal his identity at all, and he killed Lu Mingjie as soon as he appeared. If others killed Lu Mingjie, it would only cause trouble, but Wei Fan could explode his skills by killing people. As long as they were in collusion with demons, Wei Fan would not show any mercy when killing them.
Wei Fan, you are so bold, Luo Wen shouted, and he was really angry this time. Lu Mingjie was killed, and the clerk was furious. He, the squad leader, was implicated. Moreover, the clerk had also informed him about Lu Mingjie's matter. You beast, do you want me to ask you to come out?
Wei Fan did not react at all to Luo Wen's roar.
He held the knife and looked at a room in the yard.
The room exploded with a bang, and a muscular bald man walked out. He was emitting black air all over his body. His hands and feet were the same length and thickness, which looked very uncoordinated.
You can actually find me from such a distance.
I can smell the dead rat smell on you from a long distance.
In Wei Fan's eyes, the panel flashed. Crocodile monster, Nineth level of the initial realm, transformed into a human, feeds on humans, kill it, you can gain 30 years of skills. This is a demon that can transform into a human. Hu Cheng and others changed their expressions and were all on high alert. Even Luo Wen forgot about Lu Mingjie's murder and showed a look of horror. Although there are many gangs in Yunqing that are in league with demons, few dare to bring demons into the city. Because once they are discovered, the whole city will panic, and it will be difficult for the city lord to pretend to be dead. Moreover, ordinary demons dare not enter the city. If they are exposed, they will no longer face ordinary Yamen runners, but the masters of the Demon Suppression Division will definitely be dispatched. The Demon Suppression Division has always been iron-blooded to kill demons who dare to step into the human city. The Lu family is finished, maybe even the clerk will be implicated. Having been an official for many years, Luo Wen knows the consequences of demons entering the city. Unless all of them die today, the city lord will definitely investigate. If the city lord still wants to continue to be his city lord, he will definitely hold the relevant personnel accountable. Although it is rotten to the core, the surface must be maintained. The crocodile demon licked his lips with his scarlet tongue and looked at Wei Fan. You have good cultivation. If I eat you and them, I should be able to become a great demon in the true realm. As he spoke, he bent down to pick up a broken arm and started to eat it. This scene made everyone present feel sick. Luo Wen shouted, Bold demon, you are causing chaos in Yunqing. Aren't you afraid of being liquidated by the Demon Suppression Department? The crocodile demon's expression did not change. If I eat you all, no one will know that I appeared in Yunqing. I just wanted to eat some secretly. Who told you to come here to die? He did not expect to be exposed. Who knew that someone dared to come here to kill the wife and nephew of the East District Dianli? Luo Wen's face changed. He did not bring any masters with him. As a squad leader, he was a civilian. Although he practiced martial arts privately, he was only at the 3rd level of true Qi. In order to silence them, this demon must kill everyone. Wei Fan said, Are you done talking nonsense? If you are, then show me your power. As he spoke, the Qi on the bottom of his feet exploded, and the whole person turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to the crocodile monster. Before he arrived, the fierce wind had already made the crocodile monster's clothes rustle. The crocodile monster's expression changed drastically, and he quickly dropped the things in his hand. His 5 fingers stretched out, and sharp nails grew out. Scaly armor emerged from his limbs and spread all over his body. It was frightened and showed its demon body at the first time. Sword energy? Is the Tiangang burning blood sword perfect? Luo Wen and Hu Qing made inappropriate sounds almost at the same time. A 2 or 3 meter long sword energy emitted a sharp energy, which was as powerful as a bamboo, and instantly cut through the rolling demon energy, revealing the crocodile monster inside that was halfway through its transformation. The crocodile monster was horrified, and he hurriedly raised his arms to resist the sword energy, but with just a puff, his arms full of scales broke open, and a cloud of green smoke rose. He didn't even have time to make a sound. His expression of astonishment was frozen, and the half-transformed crocodile's head flew high with a string of blood. Everyone was stunned. The demon behind the Yishan gang had just threatened to eat everyone, but the next moment he was hacked to death by Wei Fan. His demon body was as fragile as paper in front of the sword energy condensed by the Tiangang burning blood sword. The Lu family found a thing like you, and they want to run rampant in the East District? Wei Fan stepped lightly and crushed the crocodile demon's head into pieces. He was not even a real great demon, but he dared to come to the East District to cause trouble. Deal with the bodies and collect evidence. Wei Fan put away his sword and directed his Yamen runners to search room by room. After doing all this, he turned back to look at Luo Wen. I didn't hear what you said just now, squad leader, please say it again. Hu Qing said first. I heard it. The squad leader angrily said you are so bold. She looked like she was not afraid of trouble. If this crocodile monster had not appeared, Wei Fan would have been in trouble for killing Lu Mingjie. But now, it is the clerk who is in trouble. Wei Fan nodded lightly, his eyes cold. Is killing demons considered bold?
It seems that you, squad leader, are also in collusion with demons.
He walked slowly towards Luo Wen, emitting a fascinating aura. Luo Wen hurriedly denied, "You heard it wrong. I said Wei Fan did a great job. These beasts dared to collude with demons and bring demons into the city, and it is too easy for them to be cut into pieces." He felt that if he still insisted on his previous position, Wei Fan would definitely kill him as well. Besides, he didn't have time to distance himself from the matter when the demon appeared, so he didn't care whether Lu Mingjie lived or died. The clerk? If the clerk knew that Lu Mingjie was so bold as to bring the demon into the city, he would probably want to kill Lu Mingjie even if Lu Mingjie didn't die. Really? Did we hear it wrong? Luo Wen nodded wildly, "You really heard it wrong."
Under Wei Fan's momentum, he felt cold sweat on his back.
Wei Fan withdrew his momentum and said, "Then, squad leader, what should we do next? The Lu family colluded with the demon and brought the demon into the city. Should we raid the Lu family and arrest all the people in the Lu family?"
Hearing this, Luo Wen, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, felt his heart tighten. Wei Fan not only wanted to force him to take sides, but also wanted to wipe out the Lu family in one fell swoop and eradicate the roots. He could only choose one person between the clerk and Wei Fan. As soon as his thoughts turned, Luo Wen made a decision. He took a deep breath. The Lu family has lost their humanity and colluded with demons. Naturally, they must all be arrested. Now let's have someone drag the body of the crocodile monster to the street and let everyone know that the Yishan gang brought demons into the city. Then we will raid the Lu family. Wei Fan smiled and said, "Team leader, you still have a conscience when it comes to major issues." Outside the Yishan gang, starting with a group of government officials hacking to death the gatekeeper of the Yishan gang, the people around were alarmed. As time went on, there were already quite a few people watching the show. These people were all looking forward to seeing if the government officials could wipe out the Yishan gang just like they did with the Tiger gang. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened. The door of the Yishan gang opened and a young captain walked out. As the captain walked out step by step, the body of a crocodile with its head chopped off appeared in everyone's sight. Even without its head, the crocodile's body was more than 3 meters long, and it was too big for one person to hug. "It's a demon." The government officials killed a demon in the Yishan gang. The stench hit them in the face, and some people couldn't help but retching. More people were terrified. They lived nearby, and a demon was hiding in the Yishan gang. Their safety could be imagined. These beasts of the EGOT gang are even more daring than the Tiger gang. They actually dared to bring demons into the city. No wonder the people from the government came here directly to kill. It is a taboo for demons to enter the city. Why don't we see the government arresting those who colluded with demons in other districts? Look carefully, that is Wei Fan, the head of the police. He led people to destroy the Tiger gang before, and he also led people to rush into the EGOT gang just now. Someone recognized Wei Fan and publicized his achievements. "Fellow villagers, please make way. The EGOT gang has lost its humanity and colluded with demons to bring demons into the city. Fortunately, my East District head of police Wei Fan saw through it in time and led people to wipe out the EGOT gang and the crocodile monster. Now the crocodile monster is dead, don't be afraid, we still have official business, please make way." Luo Wen appeared with Wei Fan and took the opportunity to publicize the matter. The reason for coming to the Yishan gang also changed from Zhou Qi and the other two being beaten to Wei Fan secretly finding out that the Yishan gang was hiding demons, so he brought people to wipe out the Yishan gang. God detective. With a god detective like Captain Wei, no demons will dare to come to our East District to cause trouble in the future. Finally, a god detective who is dedicated to the people has appeared. Make way for God Detective Wei, don't delay him from slaying demons. The crowd made way for them, and there was cheering all around. For many years, they have been oppressed by the Tiger gang, but they didn't expect that the Yishan gang would come just after the Tiger gang was eradicated. Just when they all thought that the Yishan gang would exist forever, they didn't expect that the Yishan gang would be raised again in just one day. In order to prevent the Lu family from receiving the news and their people from escaping, we have to act quickly. Luo Wen came up and whispered in Wei Fan's ear. It would be best to get these things done before the clerk and the Lu family react. Okay. Wei Fan handed the corpse of the crocodile monster to his Yamen runners, and he and Luo Wen took a few elites to quickly rush back to the East District Yamen to gather manpower. The inner city is the most prosperous place in Yuncheng. Those who are qualified to live in the inner city are either rich or noble. Compared with the dirty and smelly 4 districts of the East, West, South and North, this place is like a paradise on earth. The streets are cleaned by special people, the houses are magnificent, and there is enough space for 3 or 4 carriages to run side by side on any street.
Gangs have never taken people to feed monsters, because ordinary people can't enter the inner city at all. There are soldiers guarding the entrance at all times. Even when Wei Fan and his group of Yamen runners arrived here, they were stopped. Luo Wen came out to show his identity, and he knew the leader of these guards, so he was quickly released. Don't kill too hard. People in the inner city are not as good as those in the outer city. Even if it's because of demons, they will be dissatisfied if too much killing is done. Moreover, the Lu family's business is growing. In addition to their relationship with our East District manager, they also have friendships with other bigwigs in Yuncheng. Luo Wen was very worried that Wei Fan would kill all the people in the Lu family. He knew Wei Fan's character too well. Wei Fan frowned slightly. Was he such a person in Luo Wen's mind? What are you talking about, squad leader? We are here to arrest people. As long as the Lu family doesn't resist, how can I kill people indiscriminately? Ask others, how many people will believe this? Luo Wen also knew that he couldn't control Wei Fan at all, and he also understood the principle of killing him if he offended him. The Lu family has a lot of money. Many years ago, they hired a warrior named Zuoqiu as a guard. Lu Mingjie's martial arts are from Zuoqiu. Not many people know what level Zuoqiu is at. If you can't beat him in a fight, things may fail. Lu Mingjie's master? Although Lu Mingjie was killed by him, he was able to reach the 7th level of Qi cultivation at his age. The person who taught him was at least a 9th level Qi cultivator, or even a split-hole warrior. After walking for a while, a high-walled courtyard with the two characters Lu Mansion written on it appeared in Wei Fan's sight. This courtyard looked unique even in the inner city where all the rich lived. There were 2 bronze lions guarded by 2 people on each side. There were 4 people guarding just the gate, which was really impressive. Surround them! Wei Fan gave an order, and the guards immediately ran to both sides and surrounded the Lu family's mansion. What are you doing? The 4 guards shouted. Wei Fan shouted, the Lu family is colluding with demons, and the government is arresting people to investigate the case. You are just guards hired by the Lu family. It is best not to cause trouble for yourselves. Surrender obediently. If it is found that you are not involved with demons, you will be released naturally. Glancing at the 4 people, the panel did not change, and Wei Fan did not kill them. When the 4 heard that it was related to demons, they immediately put down their weapons and let the guards tie them up. They were just guards hired by the Lu family, and naturally they would not fight for the Lu family and the government guards. Open! Without knocking on the door, Wei Fan went forward and kicked the Lu family's door. Luo Wen's eyelids twitched wildly. With this style, are you sure they are not here to destroy the family? The Lu family is colluding with demons, don't let any of them go, and if there is resistance, kill them without mercy. When Wei Fan stepped over the threshold, the servants of the Lu family had been alarmed, and they all looked at the officers who filed in with horror. Like the 4 gatekeepers outside, these servants and maids did not resist, but squatted down obediently and held their heads. I am Lu Tianming, which government office are you from? How dare you come to my Lu family and act so presumptuously? A loud shout came from the hall, and then several people walked in quickly, their faces full of anger. We are the constables of the East District Yamen. We have found out that someone in the Lu family is colluding with demons. Everyone, do not resist or we will kill them without mercy. If they are not colluding with demons, then nothing will happen. Lu Tianming's face changed slightly. When he heard the words East District, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Ridiculous, you said that my Lu family is colluding with demons? Do you know where my Lu family is? Where is your clerk Wei Qing Yuan? I am his elder brother-in-law. Let him come and talk to me. He didn't know that his son Lu Mingjie had died, so he brought out the clerk Wei Qing Yuan of the East District. Wei Qing Yuan's name and the identity of Wei Qing Yuan's elder brother-in-law really intimidated many Yamen runners. Although they followed Luo Wen and Wei Fan to the Lu family, few people knew the relationship between Lu Tianming and Wei Qing Yuan. In an instant, many runners stopped their actions and looked at Luo Wen blankly. Because it was Luo Wen who ordered them to come, not Wei Fan, and Wei Fan could not mobilize so many runners. Luo Wen was so brave that he dared to come and arrest the elder brother-in-law of the clerk? Whether he is colluding with the devil or not, the government will know after the trial. Wei Qing Yuan's name naturally could not intimidate Wei Fan. He and Hu Qing had already. He walked close to Lu Tianming and stretched out his hand to grab Lu Tianming. How dare you, a small constable, to be so presumptuous in the Lu mansion? The middle-aged man beside Lu Tianming was full of true energy, his 5 fingers were as black as ink, and he grabbed Wei Fan's hand with the force of piercing gold and splitting stone. Instantly, there was a whistling sound in the air, like a sharp blade cutting the air. With such power, this man must be a master of finger techniques. His fingers are definitely more lethal than ordinary swords. Ordinary swords may not be able to withstand a claw from him. Do you also practice finger techniques? I have learned some. Wei Fan grinned, and the hand that was grabbing Lu Tianming changed, and the 5 fingers emitted a bright white light and grabbed the man. Zuoqiu, ninefold true energy, formerly known as Hai, colluded with demons and practiced martial arts with people. Kill him and you will gain 18 years of martial arts. Dragon roar shattering sky finger? As soon as Wei Fan stretched out his hand, Zuoqiu immediately recognized what finger technique Wei Fan was using. The dragon roar shattering sky finger of the demon suppression division is too famous. Anyone who practices finger techniques knows how terrifying this finger technique is. This is a finger technique that is almost as powerful as the true meaning martial arts. It can be said to be invincible under the true meaning. It is the martial arts that many martial artists who practice finger techniques dream of. However, except for the people in the government office, no one has the opportunity to learn the dragon roar shattering sky finger. Zuoqiu's eyes flashed, and the ink color of his fingers became 3 points darker. He wanted to see which one was stronger, the dragon roar shattering sky finger of the demon suppression division or his 3 moons condensing evil finger, and who was the strongest finger technique under the true meaning martial arts. Puff! The 2 people's fingers quickly touched each other. The moment they touched, the ink color on Zuoqiu's 5 fingers was dispersed and turned into a black smoke that shot out. Wei Fan stretched out his other hand and patted it lightly, and dispersed the black smoke that rushed towards Hu Qing. However, Lu Tianming and others who were close by were not as lucky as Hu Qing, and were instantly hit by the black smoke. Lu Tianming was not a warrior, and before he could react, his body flew backwards, and blood spurted out in the air. At the same time, a horrible ink color quickly spread from the place where he was hit, and spread all over his body. When he landed, his whole body seemed to be stained with a layer of light ink, and his vitality quickly dissipated. The other 2 men standing with him had the same fate as him, and were killed on the spot by the power of the confrontation between Wei Fan and Zuoqiu. What a vicious martial art! This is the legendary magic martial art, the 3-month evil finger. Don't get scratched by him. Hu Qing was shocked. Although her cultivation was not as good as Wei Fan's, she had a father who was the head coach, and his knowledge was far beyond Wei Fan. She immediately recognized the weapon used by Zuoqiu. What is the origin of martial arts? While reminding Wei Fan, she hurriedly retreated, worried that she would suffer the same misfortune as Lu Tianming and be killed by the aftermath of the fight. This finger technique is good, but it's still a little short of being able to hurt me. Wei Fan's voice sounded without any fluctuations. Hu Qing looked over and saw that in the collision of the finger techniques, Zuoqiu was knocked back a few steps, and the skin and flesh of his 5 fingers were shaken off, revealing the white bones. Brother Lu! Zuoqiu screamed in grief. He didn't expect to kill Lu Tianming. Who would have thought that a small head constable was so cruel and suppressed him, a vicious man of the devil, in the collision of finger techniques? At that moment, he wanted to save Lu Tianming, but he was repelled in the confrontation and had no power to save him. Don't howl, I'll take you down, and I should be able to catch up with him. Wei Fan stepped forward, his 5 fingers slightly bent, and grabbed Zuoqiu's head. His 5 fingers were like sharp knives, and the air made a sharp whistling sound. Zuoqiu's expression changed drastically, and he didn't care about Lu Tianming's death. You are not an ordinary captain, you are from the Demon Suppression Division. He has perfected the 3-month condensed evil finger. If he wants to defeat him in finger skills, he must also perfect the dragon roar shattering sky finger. Finger skills are the most difficult to practice. His 3-month condensed evil finger is a magic skill. Only by taking shortcuts and practicing with human lives can a finger skill be perfected. In his opinion, apart from the Demon Suppression Division, there will not be such a young demon outside who can perfect the dragon roar shattering sky finger at such a young age. Zuoqiu quickly retreated and hit Wei Fan with a palm strike. After seeing the horror of the dragon roar shattering sky finger, he didn't dare to let Wei Fan's fingers catch him. They are all masters of finger skills, so they naturally know the terrible consequences of being caught. If the arm is caught, the arm will be torn off, and if the head is caught, the skull will be revealed in an instant. The ferocity of the finger skills is even more fierce than that of swords. Wherever it is caught, basically a piece of flesh and blood will be torn off. Puff! Wei Fan grabbed Zuoqiu's palm power and exploded it, and activated the perfect level of Lu Yun's Juefeng step. He caught up with Zuoqiu in a flash, and his 5 fingers pierced through Zuoqiu's body protection chi and landed steadily on Zuoqiu's forehead. Suddenly, Zuoqiu didn't dare to move at all, and his body froze in place. He knew that if he moved again, Wei Fan would definitely grab his head and explode it. Just when he was wondering why Wei Fan didn't kill him immediately, Wei Fan's voice rang out, "Whether you believe it or not, I'm not from the Demon Suppression Division. How is it possible? As soon as this thought came to mind, Zhuqiu felt a pain in his head, and his head was squeezed like a watermelon. Kill Zhuqiu and gain 18 years of skill, current skill, 127 years, perfect level dragon roar shattering Skyfinger? Hu Qing, Luo Wen and others were already stunned. First, it was the perfect Tiangang burning blood knife, and now it was the dragon roar shattering Skyfinger. It seems that there is no martial arts that Wei Fan has mastered that is not perfect, and the flowing cloud chasing wind step he just used seems to be perfect. It was with this perfect level of Qinggong that Wei Fan caught up with Zhuqiu and killed him. Especially Luo Wen, he clearly remembered that he had only taught these skills to Wei Fan a few days ago. You should have caught up with Lu Tianming. Zhuqiu and Lu Tianming were both dead, and there was no decent person in the Lu family. Wei Fan bent down and searched Zhuqiu's body. The 3 moons condensing evil finger was not bad. You should know that his dragon roar shattering Skyfinger tore the Tiger King apart alive, and when Zhuqiu collided with him, his finger was not broken, but only shattered flesh and blood. Hu Cheng walked over. Do you want to find the secret book of the 3 moons condensing evil finger? Wei Fan nodded. Hu Cheng said, that's a magic skill. Do you know how to practice the 3-month condensed evil finger? To practice this magic skill, you need to smear poison on your 10 fingers, kill 3 people every month, and use 10 fingers to continuously insert into the dead for 12 hours to condense the evil spirit. This will be considered a success for 3 months, so it is named the 3-month condensed evil finger. Hearing that he had to kill people to practice the skill, Wei Fan instantly lost interest in the 3-month condensed evil finger. But if the Lu family wants to develop into a martial arts family, they should have collected martial arts. You can go and look for it. Zhuqiu is not the only one who knows the 3-month condensed evil finger. I'll go and help you. Hu Qing began to participate in the search for the Lu family. Wei Fan did not participate, and turned back to Luo Wen who was directing. Look, squad leader, I didn't kill people randomly, I just killed Zhuqiu who attacked me. Luo Wen was speechless. You did not kill anyone, but Lu Tianming died, and Lu Tianming's other 2 sons also died in the battle between you and Zhuqiu. No male member of the Lu family survived, which is no different from exterminating the whole family. You command here. I'm going to meet the city lord and report the matter. As he spoke, Luo Wen came over and whispered, pay attention to the evidence you collect to see if there is any evidence that the clerks are colluding with demons. If there is, keep it under control. The dead were not ordinary people, but the family of the brother-in-law of Wei Qingyuan, the clerk of the East District. When things got to this point, they had completely broken with Wei Qingyuan. The only way to solve the problem was to kill Wei Qingyuan completely. Without evidence that Wei Qingyuan was colluding with demons, it would not be enough to bring Wei Qingyuan down just because Wei Qingyuan asked him to take care of the affairs of the Yixin gang. Wei Fan had a high level of cultivation and was not afraid of revenge. He was not afraid of revenge. If he didn't become a constable, Wei Fan could get by anywhere with his ability, but as a civil servant, if he didn't completely overthrow Wei Qingyuan, he would have a hard time in the future. After Luo Wen left, Wei Fan began to command the Yamen runners to search the house. The Lu family was not a large family with dozens or hundreds of years of history. There were not many people. After the death of Lu Tianming and his son, only Lu Tianming's concubines and his son's concubines were left. Without the backbone, these women were locked up by the runners obediently, and some even began to interrogate them on the spot. In places like the Yamen, there are the most experienced people, and those who were afraid before took action. Now that Lu Tianming was killed, everyone knew that the only way to avoid being targeted in the future was to overthrow Wei Qingyuan and make him no longer the clerk of the East District. Unfortunately, no confession or evidence of Wei Qingyuan's collusion with the demons was found. Hurry up and put it away, don't let anyone see it. Hu Qing came back stealthily and quietly stuffed a few books into Wei Fan's hands. Wei Fan knew that there were many people and eyes, so he didn't look at what it was and would look at it when he got back. After all, there are still people from the Lu family here, and hiding things cannot be done openly. Today's incident was a big deal, and it was still related to the clerk. Later, there will definitely be other people who will take over and interrogate the people from the Lu family one by one. After a while, Luo Wen came back. With him came a group of officers, 2 people wearing clerk official uniforms and a captain. These 3 people are definitely big shots in Yuncheng. Interestingly, one of them is Wei Qingyuan, the clerk of the East District. This guy has 2 small mustaches, a gloomy face, and an expression as cold as ice. Everyone go back to the East District. The next thing will be taken over by the clerk and the captain. Luo Wen winked at Wei Fan. Wei Fan understood that he was probably asking if there was any evidence of Wei Qingyuan's collusion with the demons, so he could only shake his head slightly. Wei Qingyuan, a veteran official, would not leave any evidence even if he colluded with the demons. Without substantial evidence, even if the Lu family colluded with the demons and brought the demons into the city, it would only have some impact on him, and he would not be killed. Uncle, you have to take charge of the Lu family. Brother-in-law, your eldest brother and his family died so tragically. Seeing Wei Qingyuan appear, a group of women from the Lu family came forward crying and complained. Wei Qingyuan comforted them and then walked towards the bodies of Lu Tianming and others. You are fine. Wei Qingyuan looked at the tragically dead Lu Tianming and his son, turned around and looked at Wei Fan and others, and squeezed out a few words from his mouth after a long time. What happened today is not only a big deal for him, but also a big deal for him. The family of Z was killed, and his subordinates were disloyal to him. After such a thing happened, he came to the Lu family without reporting it. It was obvious that he wanted to take him down as well. Wei Fan bowed nonchalantly. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Wei. These beasts have lost their humanity and brought demons into the city for their own selfish reasons. I just did what I should do. Did they compliment you? As soon as these words came out, the other clerk and the captain looked at Wei Fan, with inexplicable colors flashing in their eyes. Luo Wen's eyelids twitched wildly. There was no evidence that Wei Qingyuan colluded with demons, and you dared to provoke him like this. Wei Qingyuan was obviously stimulated, his chest rose and fell violently, and he took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart. You must be Wei Fan, young people are afraid of being too strong and easy to break. Wei Fan grinned, thank you for your reminder, but as long as I am strong enough, I will not break. My lords, I will take my leave. Luo Wen also bowed, my lords, I will also take my leave. There are still a lot of corpses to deal with in the East District. I will go back and write down all the processes as soon as possible. The corpse of the crocodile monster is still there. You can send someone to the East District to verify it at any time. Wei Qingyuan watched Wei Fan and others leave with a gloomy face, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Zuoqiu was actually scratched alive. A genius has emerged in the East District. I am afraid that he will be able to enter the Demon Suppression Division sooner or later. The head of the army, Song Jinsong, looked at Zuoqiu's body with fear. A warrior like him was more concerned about how the master invited by the Lu family was beaten to death. Wei Fan must not be offended. This matter must be handled impartially. Otherwise, when he enters the Demon Suppression Division, I will be the one who is unlucky. The Demon Suppression Division likes ruthless geniuses the most. If they are not murderous, the Demon Suppression Division will not even bother to look at them. In a flash, Song Jinsong knew in his heart what attitude he should use to deal with this matter. He and Zuoqiu had met several times, and he, the head of the police, was not sure about Zuoqiu. Now he was caught by a head of the police and his brains were splattered all over the floor. As a warrior, you can offend anyone, but you can't offend this kind of genius, unless you are sure that you can kill him in one go. Taking a deep breath, Song Jinsong shouted, take all the people of the Lu family back for interrogation one by one. Then, he turned to look at Wei Qingyuan, Wei Dianli, in order to avoid suspicion, please leave next. Wei Qingyuan's face changed, and he instantly understood that Song Jinsong would not give him face and would handle the Lu family's affairs impartially. The three elements returned to one, white rainbow splitting palm, 3 moons condensing evil finger, first sun secret, demon breaking demon subduing knife, 13 tai bao. The Lu family really wanted to develop into a martial arts family. Hu Qing stuffed 6 secret books into his hands. He didn't touch the 3 moons condensing evil finger, and didn't even flip through it before using his true chi to shatter the magic skill. The first sun secret was a true chi mental method, and he flipped through 2 pages and didn't read it again. Rubbish, you don't even have a mental method for splitting holes, and you still want to develop in the direction of a martial arts family. Throwing away the first sun secret, Wei Fan started to look at other martial arts. The white rainbow splitting palm is a martial art of true chi leaving the body to attack, which is exactly what he has not mastered at present. The demon-breaking demon-subduing knife is also a good sword technique. Now that he has comprehended the sword intent, he lacks different sword techniques to perfect the sword intent. The 13 Tai Bao is a horizontal martial art. Of course, what Wei Fan is most interested in is the 3 elements returned to 1. This is a special mental method, not a mental method for cultivating true chi, but a mental method for pure true chi. Whether the chi is pure or not is equally important to a warrior. The purer the chi is, the more powerful it is in battle and the easier it is to control. I have been using the golden bell cover for more than 100 years, so my chi has long been extremely pure. I wonder if the 3 elements returned to 1 can continue to purify my chi. He had to give it a try. Half an hour later, several martial arts that he was interested in appeared on the panel,
3 elements return to 1, not yet started, 13 guardians, not yet started, evil breaking and demon subduing knife, not yet started, white rainbow splitting palm, not yet started, current skill, 127 years. After putting away the secret book, Wei Fan began to add skills to these newly acquired martial arts. The first one he added was the 13 guardians of the horizontal training martial arts. With his previous experience, he directly added 10 years of skills. Deduct 10 years of practice, you have already perfected 3 horizontal martial arts. With only 1 year of practice, the 13 protectors broke through to the 5th level, and there were not many changes in your body. 2 years of practice, the 13 protectors broke through to the 7th level. 3 years of practice, your 13 protectors are at the 8th level. 5 years of practice, your 13 protectors are still not perfect, and their strength seems to have reached the limit of horizontal practice, but you did not give up and continued to practice the 13 protectors. 10 years of practice, your 13 protectors finally broke through to the 9th level, and the strength of a single arm is 20,000 kilograms. The 13 protectors, 9th level, current practice, 117 years. Feeling the growing power of his body, Wei Fan's brows relaxed. After all, he did not waste 10 years of practice, and increased the strength of one arm to 20,000 gene. However, this should be the strongest power in the horizontal training realm. Even if he continues to practice horizontal training martial arts, his strength will not increase. Under the influence of multiple horizontal training martial arts, his body has reached a point where there is no room for improvement in this realm. If he wants to improve, he can only break through to the body training realm. After a rest, Wei Fan continued to add power to other martial arts. Late at night, the house of Wei Qingyuan, the clerk. Master, you have to take charge of my eldest brother's family and chop off the heads of those who harmed them. Those people are too cruel. When Wei Lu saw her husband Wei Qingyuan coming back, she cried and complained immediately. Your eldest brother and his family deserve it. Wei Qingyuan scolded. He came back so late because he ran to the Lu family. The Lu family was dead, but the trouble he caused was not over. He didn't know whether he could still be a clerk. Wei Lu was stunned when she heard the words, and her tears stopped immediately. You are so heartless. If it weren't for my eldest brother giving you money to help you, you wouldn't have the position you have today. They were killed by someone, and you actually said such heartless words. Wei Qingyuan was impatient, rubbing his head in pain, and said, I have no conscience, but your eldest brother has a conscience. Do you know what they did? Bringing demons into the city to eat people. I told that little beast Lu Mingjie not to make trouble in the East District and not to mess with Wei Fan. But he brought people to beat up Wei Fan's officers on the first day. Who is Wei Fan? All the tiger demons behind the tiger gang die because of him. He is incompetent and arrogant. I want to kill him even if he doesn't die. You just know how to cry. Do you know how much trouble they have caused? I don't even know if I can still do my job as a clerk. How can I help them? Wei Lu was frightened. She didn't expect that even Wei Qingyuan would be in trouble. Wei Qingyuan ignored his wife, got up and went to the study to write a letter. After a while, he finished writing a letter. He got up and walked out of the study, tied the letter to the leg of a pigeon, and then released the pigeon. Yun Meng In, here you go. Su Xuerong handed the written secret book to Wei Fan. Thank you, Miss Su. I will remember your gift of power. Wei Fan took it and saw the beautiful words Jinghu Gong written on it, as well as a faint body fragrance. He was not in a hurry to read it, but put the secret book away first. Brother Wei, my injuries are almost recovered now. Duo Xuerong and I are going back to Sucheng. When you come to Sucheng one day, we'll have a drink again. As he spoke, Ning Xian began to get up and pack his things. Brother Ning, you were injured before, so I can't disturb you. You and Miss Su stay for another day, so that I can show my hospitality. Wei Fan stood up to keep the two of them. After spending a few times together, he had a good impression of Su Xuerong and Ning Xian, and already regarded them as friends. Ning Xian shook his head. I know what Brother Wei means, but Xuerong and I are here for the assessment, and it's not good to delay for too long. Now that the Tiger King has been killed by you, our assessment has failed, and we have to go back to find our guide as soon as possible and ask him to rearrange the assessment tasks for us. Take care, both of you. I hope that when we meet again next time, you will already be members of the Demon Suppression Division. Wei Fan did not try to persuade them to stay, and personally escorted the two out of the city before returning to the Yaman's classroom. In the classroom, there were many people who did not go out on patrol. The East District Yaman was powerful and had successively wiped out the Tiger Gang and the Ishin Gang. Now no one dared to cause trouble. The matter of the Ishin Gang has a result. Wei Fan wanted to take out Su Xuerong's Jinghu Gong to study, but he didn't want Luo Wen to show up with a bad face.
Wei Fan looked up at Luo Wen and said, "How will the city lord deal with it?" He actually didn't pay much attention to this matter, because he was completely impartial in enforcing the law, and there was nothing wrong with it. Moreover, all the men in the Lu family were dead, and the remaining women and children could not cause any trouble. As for the clerk Wei Qingyuan, he didn't worry about the other party's revenge at all. Any power is just a joke in the face of absolute force. Luo Wen found a nearby stool and sat down. The Lu family colluded with demons and brought demons into the city. The evidence is conclusive. All the property has been confiscated, and the women have been sent to the music house. All the participating Yamen runners in the East District will be recorded as a merit and rewarded with 1 or 2 taels of silver. The 2 of us have more, 5 taels each. Wei Fan's face darkened. He killed the Tiger King's family, and beheaded the demons that entered the city. With his merits and cultivation, he is qualified to be a captain. At worst, he can be a chief constable. Even if these positions are not vacant now, it is difficult to assign him. Giving him more rewards can also show the city lord's attention to him. 5 taels of silver, to send away a beggar. You know, with the wealth of the Lu family, after the search, they can earn at least tens of thousands of taels of silver. Giving 5 taels of silver, this is deliberately disgusting. Although he is not interested in this, it is obvious that the city lord deliberately suppresses him. Luo Wen smiled bitterly and said, "We must have violated the taboo of the officialdom this time. We did things beyond our authority and wanted to bring down our immediate superiors. No superior likes such subordinates." He knew this at the time. However, he had to choose between Wei Fan and Wei Qingyuan at that time. If he did not choose Wei Fan at that time, Wei Fan would probably chop him up directly and then say that he was colluding with demons. Symbolically, even if they have made contributions, they have to deal with their immediate superiors. The city lord must not like their behavior. If such a person is promoted, who knows if he will come to plot against himself one day. Wei Fan nodded lightly. He naturally understood these things. Those who play in the officialdom are taboo to have such subordinates. I don't care about these, but the city lord did not punish Wei Qingyuan and let him continue to be the clerk of the East District. I overestimated the fairness of the city lord. Wei Fan was not surprised by this. It was the problem with the city lord that made the demons in Yunqing so rampant. Maybe the city lord himself was colluding with the demons. Moreover, the only evidence of the Yixing gang was that Wei Qingyuan asked Luo Wen to take care of Lu Tianming. There was no evidence that Wei Qingyuan had colluded with demons. Having worked as a clerk for more than 10 years, the relationship between Wei Qingyuan and the lord of Yunqing City was not necessarily just that of superiors and subordinates. It was normal that Wei Qingyuan was fine. No matter how much they did, Yunqing was always ruled by the lord of Yunqing. You could only be promoted if the lord of Yunqing asked you to be promoted, and you could only be demoted if he asked you to be demoted. It doesn't matter. Just keep doing it. We don't have to be afraid of him if we follow the rules. You are not afraid, but I am. You are a military officer and I am a civil servant. We are completely different. Luo Wen left with a worried look on his face, feeling that his future was dark. Wei Qingyuan would not have too many ways to frame Wei Fan, but he had many ways to frame him. Moreover, Wei Fan eventually entered the Demon Suppression Division, but he had to stay in Yunqing. Their paths were completely different. Mirror Lake Gong, not yet started, current skill, 102 years. Wei Fan did not take Wei Qingyuan's affairs to heart, and soon studied the Mirror Lake Gong. Like the previous 3 elements returning to 1, the Mirror Lake technique is also a special type of mental method, specifically used to widen the dantian. As for how much it can be widened, the secret manual says that it depends on personal potential. For those with poor potential, the dantian can only be widened by 20% to 30%, while for those with strong potential, it is possible to widen it by 40% or 50%. Of course, this process will take a long time. Generally, those with a background inheritance will practice the mental method that can widen the dantian from the moment they cultivate the first wisp of true qi. Fortunately, I have a golden finger. My dantian can only accommodate 10 if the skill of the past 20 or 30 years can be expanded 2 or 3 times. It can accommodate the skill of 20 or 30 years. I don't know if it can be expanded that much. 10 years of skill, add Mirror Lake Gong. Wei Fan followed the old rules and first put in 10 years of skill, and the panel began to flash. Deduct 10 years of skill, add martial arts Mirror Lake Gong. In an instant, the true qi in the dantian began to circulate, like a calm lake suddenly rippled.
After practicing Mirror Lake Gong for 1 year, Mirror Lake Gong is perfected, your dantian is widened, and the true chi capacity increases by 30%. After practicing Mirror Lake Gong for 2 years, your dantian is widened, and the true chi capacity increases by 30%. After practicing Mirror Lake Gong for 3 years, your dantian is widened, and the true chi capacity increases by 30%.
Wei Fan couldn't help but be happy.
After 1 year of skill, the true chi capacity of his dantian actually increased by 30%. Which means that it can accommodate 3 more years of skill. At the same time, the dantian position in the abdomen began to heat up and swell, expanding like blowing. However, before he could be happy for long, the growth on the panel changed, and the width of the dantian quickly weakened. After practicing Mirror Lake Gong for 5 years, your dantian is widened, and the true chi capacity increases by 20%. Practicing Mirror Lake Gong for 7 years, your dantian will be widened, and the capacity of your true chi will increase by 10%. Practicing Mirror Lake Gong for 10 years, your dantian will be widened, and the capacity of your true chi will increase by 10%. Mirror Lake Gong. Perfect, current skill, 92 years, it has been widened by more than double, and my dantian should be able to accommodate more than 20 years of skill now.
This is actually his limit.
Even if ordinary people practice martial arts that widen their true chi, they will only practice for 10 years at most, and will not continue to practice, because it is not good to break through the splitting acupoint realm when they are old.
However, this problem does not exist for Wei Fan. As long as Mirror Lake Gong can still widen his dantian, he can keep adding skill.
He continued to add, and finally spent a total of 80 years of skill. He stopped only when Mirror Lake Gong was no longer of any use to him. Mirror Lake Gong, perfect, current skill, 22 years, the width of my dantian is about 5 times that of before. After 80 years of practice, Wei Fan was overjoyed at the results he had gained.
His dantian could now hold more than 50 years of chi.
The dantian of those evildoers in the Demon Suppression Division that Ning Xian mentioned was about the same level. In other words, in terms of the amount of chi, he was on the same level as the top talents in the Demon Suppression Division, and was not much weaker than them. If I fight the Tiger King again now, I can only if he uses ordinary martial arts. This 5-fold increase in true chi will be enough to shock him to death. It is still reasonable to measure whether a person is a genius by the true chi capacity of the dantian. After all, it takes too long to perfect a martial art.
For example, the Dragon Roar shattering Skyfinger, it took him 20 years to perfect it.
Even if someone who is more talented than him practices it, it will take at least 7 or 8 years to perfect it. In such a long time, the real geniuses have already broken through to the splitting acupoint realm, and the Dragon Roar shattering Skyfinger in the true chi realm is not of much use. Martial arts need to be constantly changed, only true chi is eternal. If I hadn't practiced the 4 horizontal martial arts and had a strong body, my dantian would never have been expanded to this scale. In the past, people said that horizontal martial arts were more powerful than true chi, but now it seems that this is not necessarily the case. For ordinary people, a person with a force of 10,000 pounds in one arm is indeed more powerful than a person with the 9th level of true chi. But if one has the 9th level of true chi, and the true chi contained in the dantian reaches the scale of 50 or 60 years, a horizontal martial artist with a force of 10,000 pounds can be killed with a slap. Now, even if his horizontal martial arts has reached the strength of 20,000 pounds in one arm, the lethality of his physical body is not as good as that of true chi.
Someone's in trouble with the captain.
Wei Fan opened his eyes and saw that it was Lu Qingzhou and Hu Qing.
Something happened?
Wei Fan frowned slightly. Hu Qing said with a serious expression, "Someone came to Sanlitun to report a case.
Today, a demon entered the village and ate 3 or 4 people. Do you want to go and have a look?"
The area that Wei Fan is responsible for, in addition to a few streets in the city, also includes some villages outside the city. If there is any trouble in these villages, he is also responsible. For example, Wooly Village was previously under the jurisdiction of Li Shun, and it is still under his jurisdiction now.
Take your weapons and go.
Wei Fan picked up his sword and led the way outside.
The demons and the government have a tacit understanding. Even if they want to eat people, they will quietly take them back to their dens to eat at night. It is rare for them to show up in broad daylight.
Because it is too blatant, it is easy to attract the killing gods of the Demon Suppression Division.
Take more people with you. It is very likely that they are trying to lure you out of the city because of the Tiger King.
Hu Qing reminded. She could think of it, so Wei Fan naturally had this guess. However, his power is almost used up now, and he is worried that there are no demons to kill, so how can he be afraid of these things? If it is aimed at him, he must go, otherwise, every time one more person dies, he will have another blood debt on his head. No need, just the 2 of you.
If I can't handle it, it will be a death sentence for others to take.
After going out, Wei Fan saw the person who came to report the case in Sanlitun, a middle-aged man in his 40s named Tianqi. Taking this man with him, several people walked out of the city. This morning, 2 big weasels came to the village. They were bigger than dogs and caught people as soon as they entered the village. After catching people, they didn't leave. They just ate people in the village. After eating, they caught more people. They didn't leave until they were full. The whole village was scared. Tianqi said with a look of fear.
These demons are really damnable.
Hu Qing gritted her teeth. Don't worry, Wei will make these demons pay a heavy price.
Tianqi was grateful. Thank you, adults.
When Li Shin was the head of the police, they would not care even if there were demons entering the village to eat people.
They said they couldn't control demons.
They were nothing. Hu Qing said, Li Shin colluded with demons. Don't compare that bad guy with our Lord Wei.
Yes, I said the wrong thing. Lord Wei is young and promising.
Li Shin is not qualified to compare with Lord Wei.
Tianqi smiled.
A quarter of an hour later, Sanlitun appeared in sight. There are dozens of households in this village, and the scale is about the same as Woolly Village.
My lords, please follow me into the village. The villagers have prepared wine and food for you. Let's eat some wine and food before investigating the demons.
Under the leadership of Tianqi, the group soon arrived at the entrance of Sanlitun village.
You are quite sensible. I am hungry after traveling for a while. Let's eat something first.
Hearing that there was food to eat, Hu Cheng and Lu Chengzhou were both interested. No need, call your companions out. The sound of a knife rang out, and Wei Fan's saber was already on Tianqi's neck. Hu Cheng and Lu Chengzhou were both shocked and hurriedly put their hands on the hilt of the knife. They didn't quite understand why Wei Fan drew his knife.
Is there something wrong with Tianqi? Tianqi showed a panic-stricken look. Master Wei, don't joke. I'm timid and can't stand your scaring.
Wei Fan had a dead expression on his face. If you don't shout, you won't have a chance to speak. He pressed his knife lightly, spitting out a wisp of knife air, and Tianqi's skin was immediately cut, and the oozing blood smelled fishy like dead rat.
Demon?
Hu Cheng and Lu Chengzhou's faces changed drastically. They pulled out their knives and tensed up their bodies.
This Tianqi turned out to be a demon. If Wei Fan hadn't discovered it, they would have eaten the food prepared by the demon, and they would not know how they died. Seeing that he was exposed, Tianqi no longer pretended, and asked with a sinister face, I think I performed well, there is no problem. How did you recognize he didn't have the peculiar smell of demons, and his performance along the way was fine, so he shouldn't have been discovered. And he didn't just transform into a random person. This Tianqi was a real person in Sanlitun, who was just eaten by him in the morning, and his memory was absorbed. Was it because he invited the other party to eat and drink that he was exposed?
There is indeed nothing wrong with your performance, but when I first saw you, you looked like a weasel walking on all fours in my eyes. No matter what kind of monster it is, no matter how perfect it performs in front of Wei Fan, it is useless, because as long as the monster appears in front of him, the panel will give a prompt.
He didn't say anything along the way, and he didn't reveal Tianqi's identity until he entered the village.
These monsters are indeed difficult to deal with. If it weren't for the reminder on the panel, he would never have thought that this was a weasel that turned into a human. Squeak! At this point, Tianqi let out a sharp cry, and soon, 3 or 4 smelly monsters appeared, carrying a huge sedan chair, on which sat a weasel with a robe on its lower body, like a small buffalo. Be careful, it might be Huang Daxian himself. Hu Cheng saw this posture and his face turned pale. One of the strongest monsters in Yunqing, he dominated earlier than the Tiger King. Huang Daxian, a second-grade monster in the True Realm, who commands hundreds of monsters and eats people and drinks blood. Kill him and you can get 100 years of skill.
He is Huang Daxian.
Hu Cheng was just guessing, but in Wei Fan's panel, Huang Daxian's name was directly marked.
Commanding hundreds of monsters, it's no wonder that the Yunqing government is afraid of these monsters. This is just Huang Daxian's subordinates. The rest are the more powerful Hu Mengyang and the bear monster.
Even if the number of monsters under their command is not as many as Huang Daxian, they are not much weaker.
We are expected to become the monster's food today.
Hearing that this is Huang Daxian, Hu Cheng and Lu Qingzhou's faces turned even paler.
Ancestor, he saw through me.
Huang Daxian appeared, and Tianqi explained. Huang Daxian sat lazily on the sedan chair, supporting his chin with one paw, squinting his eyes and said, It takes some skills to be able to see through your disguise, but it doesn't matter. As long as he comes here, he will be dead.
It looks quite elegant. Wei Fan said expressionlessly, Are you here to avenge the Tiger King's family?
As soon as these words came out, Huang Daxian showed a disdainful expression and shook his head. He said, The waste deserves to be killed.
It's not a pity to die.
Although it deserves it, it is still a member of the demon clan.
Its majesty cannot be challenged.
If I don't kill you, everyone will follow your example and kill my demon clan descendants.
What should I do?
This is to establish his own prestige and suppress the prestige he has gained by killing.
Wei Fan said calmly, that's a bit tough.
But as far as I know, the Demon Suppression Division has killed more and more cruelly.
Why didn't you go to the Demon Suppression Division?
On the sedan chair, Huang Daxian's demeanor could not be broken. He said angrily, I dare not go to the Demon Suppression Division, but I can kill you. And the fact that I didn't go doesn't mean that no one in my demon clan will go to the Demon Suppression Division for trouble. He stood up, exuding an oppressive breath, and looked down at Wei Fan. Let him go, I will leave you a whole body, and I will only kill you but not eat you.
Puff!
The knife flashed, and Tianqi's head rolled off his neck like a ball, and soon turned into a weasel as big as a dog. Wei Fan responded to Huang Daxian's words with actual actions. You don't have to leave me a whole body now, because I won't leave you a whole body later. If I kill you, I will cut open your stomach, take out your demon sac and stir-fry it with wine.
This is fairer. You are looking for death.
Seeing his descendant being beheaded by Wei Fan, Huang Daxian was stunned at first, and then he was furious. You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is.
Do you think you are invincible after killing that waste Tiger King?
He stepped out of the sedan chair, raised a rolling demonic energy, and his body like a calf was in the air. In an instant, the surroundings were gusty, and sand and rocks were flying. In terms of power, Tiger King was indeed much worse than Huang Daxian.
You retreat.
Wei Fan's true energy shook, and Hu Qing and Lu Chengzhou were shaken back.
The two could not help at all.
In this level of fighting, the result of them getting close to each other was that they would be killed by the aftermath of the fight, just like Lu Tianming and his son.
In midair, Huang Daxian opened his mouth and vomited.
A huge black smoke with a foul smell instantly rushed towards Wei Fan and instantly enveloped his body.
This black smoke was extremely terrifying.
The moment it touched the ground melted as if it had encountered a strong acid, and the stones and soil were quickly dissipating.
Wei Fan! Master Wei!
Hu Qing and Lu Chengzhou, who were shocked away, screamed with horror on their faces.
Is this all you can do? You are not much stronger than the Tiger King.
Wei Fan's voice came from the black smoke, and then a huge knife force pierced through the black smoke and slashed at Huang Daxian. The huge blade aura was 5 or 6 meters long, emitting scorching heat that tore through the demonic energy on Huang Daxian's body, and instantly chopped Huang Daxian down from midair.
Boom!
The calf-sized body smashed to the ground, creating a large pit in the ground.
Ouch! Huang Daxian's screams came from the pit.
He knew that Wei Fan had the Heavenly Gang burning blood knife, which was specially used to kill demons, so he was 5 or 6 meters away from Wei Fan from the beginning. Who would have thought that Wei Fan's power had improved again, and he could cut him down from 5 or 6 meters away? At that moment, he had no time to avoid it, and his demonic power was even more unable to resist. Even though he was a great demon in the realm of truth, his demonic power was not as powerful as Wei Fan's true energy, and he was chopped down directly by the huge and terrifying blade aura.
How did he practice? His power has improved again.
Hu Qing looked at the 5 or 6 meter long blade aura in shock. When he saw Wei Fan use the Heavenly Gang burning blood knife before, the blade aura was only 2 or 3 meters long. Even if he practiced martial arts to expand his dantian, it was impossible for his dantian to expand so much at once. In terms of the scale of his true qi, Wei Fan's power had almost doubled in a short period of time.
Ancestor!
The weasels carrying the sedan chair looked in horror. Half of their ancestor Huang Daxian's body was split by the sword, and he was lying in the pit dying.
This is a killer, run!
Some weasels reacted and wanted to run away, leaving Huang Daxian behind. However, at this time, Wei Fan had already rushed out of the black smoke and started to slash with his sword. The terrifying black smoke did not hurt him at all, as it was completely isolated by the true qi. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the 4 weasels carrying Huang Daxian's sedan chair all died on the spot. You said Tiger King is useless, you are not much stronger than him, you are not even qualified to warm up with me. Wei Fan stood on the edge of the pit, looking down at Huang Daxian who was still breathing. Demonic power was still surging in this guy's body, and he was trying to recover from his injuries, but Wei Fan's sword not only split his body in half, but also shattered his internal organs.
His demonic power could not be restored at all.
In the big pit, Huang Daxian's face was full of fear. Impossible, you are only at the 9th level of true energy.
For a person like you, the Demon Suppression Division should have taken you away long ago.
He was a second-grade demon in the true realm, equivalent to the 2nd level of splitting acupuncture points for a warrior. He was almost killed by a sword from a warrior at the 9th level of true energy.
How could he not be terrified? Such people are the most evil ones even in the demon suppression division, and they are not easily encountered. This kind of demon is actually a small constable in Yuncheng. Isn't this a trap for weasels? It's almost done.
Wei Fan jumped into the big pit and started digging out the demon's sack without caring that Huang Daxian was not dead yet. The demon's sack was dug out, and Huang Daxian was about to die. The light in the immortal's eyes quickly dissipated. Kill Huang Daxian and gain 100 years of power, current power, 207 years, Wei Fan showed a happy expression. This was the first time that his power exceeded 200. Huang Daxian, who has been rampant in Yuncheng for many years, died just like that. Hu Qing and Lu Chengzhou came over and looked at Huang Daxian, whose eyes gradually lost their luster in the big pit. They couldn't help but feel that it was unreal. Including Huang Daxian, 2 of the 4 great demons in Yuncheng died in his hands. What should we do with their bodies? Hu Cheng pointed at Huang Daxian's body. Of course, take them back to the city to claim the reward. This is Huang Daxian, and the reward should not be low. Old Lu, go to the village, borrow a few ox carts and call a few people. Okay. Lu Chengzhou left to find an ox cart. After a while, a group of villagers from Sanlitun came back with ox carts and Lu Chengzhou. Thank you, sir, for getting rid of this demon. As soon as these people came, they bowed down to Wei Fan. The brave ones thanked Wei Fan and then stood up to kick the weasel corpse. Fortunately, you found out, sir. These villagers said that they put drugs in the food they prepared for us. Lu Chengzhou was still frightened. By the way, sir, how did you find out that Tianqi was a demon? Hu Qing also looked over. The 2 of them didn't find anything wrong with Tianqi at all. Wei Fan naturally couldn't say that I was cheating. The demons had no place to hide in front of me. He immediately said nonsense. When facing demons, we must be cautious. Anyway, it's always right to scare them. These weasel corpses were not big, but they still filled 2 ox carts. Wei Fan gave some money to the 2 villagers driving the carts and asked them to pull the weasel corpses to the city. With Wei Qingyuan's current attitude towards us, will he reward us? Lu Chengzhou was puzzled. Wei Qingyuan had no choice. Otherwise, he would kill them, so how could he give rewards? In his opinion, it was unnecessary to pull the weasel corpses back. Hu Qing said, idiot, Wei Fan is going to make some noise to show the demon suppression division, don't you understand? Lu Chengzhou nodded thoughtfully, yes, with Lord Wei's talent, it is more than enough for him to enter the demon suppression division. What he lacks now is his reputation. At the entrance of Yuncheng, people were coming and going, and the soldiers guarding the city were drowsy. Suddenly, everyone smelled a foul odor. Where does the smell of dead rats come from? Look at that car, what a big weasel. That's the corpse of a demon, no wonder it stinks. As soon as the word demon came out, the busy entrance was instantly in an uproar. It's the one who entered the city with a tiger head last time. A yamen runner. A soldier recognized Wei Fan. After all, he left a deep impression when he was carrying such a big tiger head last time. What yamen runner? Do you understand? He is wearing the clothes of a constable. You don't know him. That is Constable Wei Fan. He led people to wipe out the East District Tiger Gang and the EGOT Gang. Now the security in the East District is comparable to that in the inner city. My brother-in-law's aunt's nephew is planning to move to the East District. Stop talking nonsense, make way for Constable Wei. The gathered crowd dispersed to both sides to make way for Wei Fan and others. Everyone watched them go away in awe. Wherever the ox cart went, there would be a sensation. Something big has happened to the squad leader. Constable Wei and others are back. You should go out and take a look. Luo Wen hurried out after hearing the report from his men. The first thing he saw was 2 ox carts full of dead weasels. His face changed immediately. My lord Wei, what are you doing? You killed so many weasels. It would be strange if the immortal Huang in the mountain doesn't fight you. Huang Daxian is not the Tiger King. He has a high level of Taoism and dozens or even hundreds of demon descendants. Why do you want to provoke him? At this point, he turned around and scolded Hu Qing. It's okay that you don't know the seriousness of the matter at ordinary times, but this time you even followed him to make trouble. He doesn't know how powerful Huang Daxian is, don't you know? It seems that you have to let Coach Hu discipline you. Sooner or later, you will get into big trouble. Oh no, you have already gotten into big trouble. Hu Qing's face was full of grievances. This was the first time Luo Wen scolded her. Team leader. Lu Chengzhou gently pulled Luo Wen. Don't pull me, I'll deal with you later. You have been in the Yamen for a few years. You don't know that the weasels near Yuncheng are all descendants of Huang Daxian. Luo Wen glared at Lu Chengzhou.
Lu Chengzhou looked embarrassed and couldn't help but pull Luo Wen again. Don't say anything, squad leader. Huang Daxian is also on the car. It's also on the car? Luo Wen was shocked. Why didn't you say it earlier? The next moment, he reacted, his eyes widened. You mean Huang Daxian is dead? After saying that, he didn't wait for Lu Chengzhou to answer. He jumped onto the ox cart in a hurry and turned out the huge weasel corpse like a calf. Huang Daxian is dead. He stood on the car and lost his mind for a while. He has been a squad leader for many years, and only old people like them know how cruel Huang Daxian is. The things are handed over to you, you take them to Wei Dianli to ask for my reward. Wei Fan walked to the door, stopped, turned around and said to Luo Wen, by the way, Hu Qiang and Lu Chengzhou also contributed, don't forget their share. Iron Body Skill, 9th level, Glass Body, 9th level, Giant Bear Skill, 9th level, 13 Guardians, 9th level, Sword Intention, Entry. Current skill, 207 years. Looking at the panel in front of him, Wei Fan fell into deep thought. Now he has 200 years of skills to use, but there is no martial arts to add. No, there is no new martial arts to add. Should I add Sword Intention or Horizontal Training Martial Arts? He has 2 targets to add, Sword Intention and Horizontal Training Martial Arts. Sword Intention is not to mention, it is a very powerful thing. It took 50 years of skills just to get started. Horizontal Training Martial Arts can also be added. Although he has practiced all 4 Horizontal Training Martial Arts to perfection, his strength can no longer increase and his body has reached its limit. However, when he was communicating with Ning Xian and Su Shuerong, he knew that there is another highest realm of Horizontal Training Martial Arts, called Horizontal Training Innate. That is, from the outside to the inside, the true energy is generated by itself. However, no one has reached this realm for many years. Not only does it require extremely high talent, but it also takes a long time. Of course, once he breaks through, his fighting power will definitely explode. The horizontal training true chi that is born is known as the supreme true chi, and its power is terrifying. As for the horizontal training talent, his talent is not high. If he wants to force a breakthrough to the horizontal training innate, it will consume a lot of power. What am I thinking about? Children only do multiple choice questions. Adults want everything. If I don't have any power, I can go kill demons. If I don't break through the realm of horizontal training innate, I will regret it in the future, even if I have more power. It's useless. Wei Fan smiled quickly. The sword intent is enough for him in front of him, and he has not given up the sword intent. If he doesn't break through the horizontal training innate realm now, he will have no chance to break through this realm when he becomes a martial artist. Use 50 years of power to add martial arts to the glazed treasure body. He chose to add his power to the glazed treasure body among the 4 horizontal training martial arts, because among the 4 horizontal training martial arts, he only confirmed that the glazed treasure body has subsequent skills. As long as he enters the demon suppression division, he can get it. As for the giant bear skill, iron body skill, and 13 guardians, I don't know if there are any skills in the body refining realm. Even if there are, it's a problem where to find them. Deduct 50 years of skills, add martial arts Lili treasure body, the panel flickered. You have reached the limit of horizontal training. Even if you have 4 horizontal training martial arts, your strength cannot increase at all. But you heard that there is a realm of horizontal training innate, and you want to break through this strongest realm. 1 year of practice, your horizontal training has not made any breakthrough. 10 years of practice, your horizontal training is still stagnant. 30 years of practice, you feel that your body has begun to have some differences, but it is not obvious. Continue to practice hard. 50 years of practice, your body is fragrant, your flesh is crystal clear, and your blood is like mercury, but you still haven't entered the realm of horizontal training innate. 50 years of practice, it's over just like that. Wei Fan looked down and saw that his originally bronze skin had become as rosy as a baby's skin. It didn't feel as hard as steel when pressed. At the same time, he smelled an unprecedented fragrance at the tip of his nose. 50 years of practice is not without gain. In the past, he was strong and healthy, and it was obvious that he was a master of horizontal training, but now it was different. He seemed to have become the Wei Fan who hadn't practiced. Sure enough, there is a realm of horizontal training innate, keep adding to it. If 50 years of practice is not enough, then 100 years, and if 100 years is not enough, then 200 years. He is indeed not talented in horizontal training martial arts, but he has plenty of skills to use, so he has the capital. If he could achieve horizontal training innate with only 10 or 20 years of skills, the level of this realm would not be so high. The harder it is, the more powerful it is. After 60 years of skills, you vow to break through the horizontal training innate.
Day after day, year after year, every time you practice, your body will discharge some dirty blood, cleansing your essence and marrow. After 80 years of skills, you still don't give up. Your teeth fall out, new teeth grow, and your skin begins to shed. After 100 years of skills, you finally break the limit with the glass treasure body, from the outside to the inside, horizontal training innate, boom boom boom. Wei Fan, who was tearing the old skin on his body with his hands, felt as if his body exploded, his consciousness fell into a blank, and his spirit seemed to expand rapidly from a small point. When he came to his senses, he felt that there was a landslide in his body, and the world was turned upside down. A majestic and fierce purple true energy gushed out from every inch of skin and every cell in his body, madly entering the meridians and merging into the dantian. This true chi was not only majestic and powerful, but also overbearing. Wei Fan's dantian originally contained the earthy yellow true chi cultivated by the golden bell cover, but after this purple supreme true chi entered the dantian, it overbearingly squeezed out the original earthy yellow true chi, dantian, and expelled from the body. In an instant, Wei Fan seemed to have dispersed his power, and a large amount of true energy rushed out from his body pores, shaking his house. What a domineering true energy! Wei Fan was somewhat moved. His true energy had been refined by the three elements returned to one before, and it had already reached the point where it could not be refined. However, even so, in front of this purple true energy, the true energy cultivated by the golden bell cover was expelled without any resistance. My meridians and dantian are being widened, and my physical strength, which has already reached the limit, is also improving. From the outside to the inside, the benefits of practicing the innate horizontal training are not only the birth of the supreme true energy, but also a physical transformation and an essential improvement. A smoke had already appeared above his head, almost overturning his roof. The benefits of accumulating power for 100 years cannot be described in a few words. In just a few breaths, Wei Fan felt that his physical strength had doubled. After all this calmed down, he finally had time to look at the panel. 100 years of skill, you break through the horizontal training innate, and the strength of one arm is 100,000 gene, glass treasure body, horizontal training innate, current skill, 107 years, one arm has a strength of 100,000 gene. Wei Fan couldn't help but be moved. With such a terrifying physical strength, a great demon in the real realm can be killed with a slap. If it is combined with martial arts, the lethality will be even more terrifying. This is not counting the lethality of the supreme true chi. Try defense. Wei Fan picked up the headhunter's saber, and in a moment he hid the tiger roar golden bell cover that had been attached to the membrane. He slashed at himself without hesitation. With a click, this headhunter's saber, which was provided by the government office and was of good quality, was shattered by his body and turned into fragments on the ground. And his body, let alone being injured, did not even leave a white mark. 100 years of skill, worth it. He has been improved in all aspects. Looking inside, his dantian was already filled with purple supreme true chi, and his dantian was once again doubled. In other words, the true chi capacity of his dantian now reached a terrifying 100 years. And in Ning Xian's words, the so-called evildoers in the Demon Suppression Division, their dantian can only accommodate 50 to 60 years of skills. Wei Fan went out early in the morning. With his current status as a police chief, he actually didn't have to report to the yamen on time, but years of working 996 had already made him develop the habit of going to work on time. Give me a bowl of plain noodles and 2 eggs. He didn't go to eat the big meat buns today. No matter how delicious something is, you will get tired of it if you eat too much. Master Wei, your patronage has made my stall glorious. Master Wei, please take a seat. The food will be ready soon. The vendor at the stall recognized Wei Fan. There were not many people who didn't recognize him on this road where he often went to work. After eating the noodles, the vendor didn't ask for money, but he still insisted on giving it. Why don't you take a few more days off? When he stepped into the classroom, he saw Zhou Qi who had returned. After he was beaten by the Yishan gang, Wei Fan approved a few days of leave for him. It's just a superficial wound, it's almost healed. Then go on patrol later. Wei Fan nodded, and soon came to Luo Wen's office, found a stool and sat down. My sword is broken, give me a new one. Luo Wen nodded, looking worried. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Did Wei Qingyuan make things difficult for you? Wei Fan raised his eyebrows. It would have been better if he didn't say anything, but Luo Wen became even more worried when he said it. It's all your fault. I brought Huang Daxian's body to help you get a reward, but I didn't get the reward. He gave me this thing, you can go and see it yourself. As he said that, he threw a document over.
Wei Fan opened the official document and read it out softly. East District Squad Leader Luo Wen is ordered to work with Captain Wei Fan to capture the Black Wind Village within 7 days. If they fail within the deadline, they will be dismissed and investigated. You worry about this? Is this Wei Qingyuan's way? Luo Wen widened his eyes. Aren't you worried? The Black Wind Village has been entrenched in Yunqing for many years. There are so many bandits in the village that even the demons dare not provoke them. 3 years ago, Yunqing dispatched thousands of troops, and several captains at the Pishue realm led the team together but failed to capture the Black Wind Village, and there were heavy casualties. Now we have only 70 or 80 officers in the East District Yamen. How can we capture the Black Wind Village? Wei Qingyuan is simply shameless. He actually gave this kind of task that the military couldn't accomplish to a group of Yamen runners like us. Luo Wen sighed. Things like suppressing bandits should originally be the responsibility of the officers, but it also depends on the scale. The 70 or 80 of them were not enough to fill the gaps in the Black Wind Village, not to mention that it was impossible to take everyone away when the real action was taken. Wei Qingyuan was obviously taking revenge on his own, giving them an impossible task and then dismissing them. Wei Fan naturally knew the situation in the Black Wind Village, but he did not react. As long as Wei Qingyuan followed the rules, he would accept it and wait until the Black Wind Village was wiped out before asking Wei Qingyuan for credit. If he can't produce the corresponding things at that time, he will settle accounts with Wei Qingyuan. This is my job. I know the matter. You should collect some information about Black Wind Village for me in the next few days. Seeing that Wei Fan didn't react much, Luo Wen had some confidence in his heart. Are you sure? It's good if you are sure. I will collect more information about Black Wind Village for you. That guy said that if Black Wind Village can be wiped out, the reward for killing Huang Daxian will be taken out together. If it fails, you and I will pack up and go home. Killing Huang Daxian, plus wiping out Black Wind Village, I will see what he will use as a reward at that time. I am afraid that giving up his position as a clerk will not be enough. He also reacted a little. Wei Fan brought back Huang Daxian's body and asked him to find Wei Qingyuan to lead the attack, just to deliberately cause trouble for Wei Qingyuan. Others don't understand, but he knows Wei Fan too well. This guy wants to confiscate the family and kill his enemies. It would be strange if he didn't do everything he could to kill Wei Qingyuan after he had friction with Wei Qingyuan. You collect information, I'm going to patrol the streets. After going to the warehouse to get a new sword, Wei Fan and Hu Qing went to patrol the streets together. Let me tell you something. A big thing happened in the inner city yesterday. Big thing? Wei Fan looked at Hu Qing. Did a demon appear? The only thing that can be called a big thing is the appearance of a demon. Hu Qing nodded. My father told me this secretly. He said that if I was transferred to the inner city in the next 2 days, I would rather die than go. At this point, Hu Qing began to lower his voice. Let me tell you a piece of news that has not yet spread. One of the 4 chiefs died last night, and we don't even know what a demon looks like. How did he die? Wei Fan's expression was a little moved. Among the 4 chiefs of Yunqing, Song Jinsong was the worst, who was only at the 9th level of true qi. The other 3 had served as chiefs for many years. He was already a master of opening acupuncture points. If such a master died, could it be that because I killed Huang Daxian, other demons came to seek revenge? That's not right. If they came to seek revenge, they would not kill other people and not look for me. I just don't know how they died. I heard that at the beginning, someone died in the city lord's mansion. The city lord asked the captain to investigate but couldn't find anything. People continued to die in the city lord's mansion. Last night, the city lord asked the captain to hide quietly in the yard, but early this morning, the captain was found dead in the place where he hid, without any signs of fighting. My father speculated that it might be a demon without flesh and blood. Wei Fan's eyes condensed. He had killed many demons, but he had never seen a demon without flesh and blood. It is said that this kind of demon is very terrifying. You must not let the other party infect your body, otherwise no matter how high your cultivation is, you will not be able to play a single role. Now that the chiefs are all dead, they may come to you. Don't go. There is no good person in the city lord's mansion. It's best if they die cleanly. It's best if the city lord is also dead and a new city lord is replaced. When the city lord dies, there will naturally be experts from the demon suppression division to deal with this matter. This is the purpose of Hu Qing and Wei Fan saying this. Wei Fan nodded slightly. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business. If the dead were ordinary people or the places under his jurisdiction, he would naturally be obliged to do it. But if the dead were people from the city lord's mansion, what does it have to do with him, Wei Fan? He has made so many contributions, how could the city lord of Yunqing not know? But from beginning to end,
the city lord has never given him any benefits. Even this head constable was asked by Luo Wen for him. The life and death of the city lord has nothing to do with him. Although he is interested in the demons in the city lord's mansion, he can wait until all the people in the city lord's mansion are dead before taking action. Even Hu Qing is eager for this inactive city lord to die quickly, so Wei Fan is naturally not a person with a heart of saint. Captain Wei, the squad leader asked you to stop patrolling and go back quickly, saying that he has official business. Hu Qing was right. After the two of them had been walking for a while, a bailiff came to ask Wei Fan to go back to the squad room. In the squad room, Wei Fan met the messenger from the city lord's mansion, who told him to put down all official business immediately and go to assist in investigating a case. I'm busy. Wei Fan took a sip of tea and replied coldly to the messenger. How dare you disobey the city lord's order? Do you want to be dismissed and investigated? The herald officer was furious when he heard Wei Fan's words. This is an extremely urgent matter. One of the captains has died. The other captains dare not take over and unanimously recommended Wei Fan. If he can't take Wei Fan to the city lord's mansion, he will be dismissed. Many people have died in the city lord's mansion. If more people die, who knows if it will be the city lord's turn? A small captain dared not to obey the city lord's order. It's simply outrageous. Wei Fan had a blank expression. Then the city lord has to act faster. Our clerk wants me to wipe out the Black Wind village within 7 days, otherwise I will be dismissed and investigated. The city lord and our clerk will compete to see who will dismiss me first. What is this Wei Qing Yuan doing? The herald officer was stunned when he heard this. It is almost impossible to wipe out the Black Wind village. People are about to be dismissed, so why are they afraid of your threat of dismissal? Captain Wei, wait a minute. Wei Qing Yuan is seeking revenge for personal gain. I will report this to the city lord. The messenger obviously knew about the relationship between Wei Fan and Wei Qing Yuan and left in a hurry. You are trying to offend even the city lord. Luo Wen sighed. Judging from Wei Fan's attitude, even if the city lord solved the problem that Wei Qing Yuan wanted them to destroy the Black Wind village, Wei Fan would not go to the city lord's mansion to help. Wei Fan nodded. When I made a contribution, he turned a blind eye and sent me away with 5 taels of silver. Now that he has something to do, he thinks of me. He is dreaming. At most, I will take off my skin. What can he do to me? Wei Fan had no interest in saving the city lord's family. After a while, the messenger came back. This time, he was not the only one who came, but Wei Qing Yuan also showed up. Captain Wei, good news, good news. Before he even stepped into the classroom, the messenger shouted loudly, oh no, it's time to call Captain Wei now. Captain Wei Fan, listen to the order. Captain Wei Fan has killed many demons in recent days and has made outstanding contributions. The city lord has decided to promote Wei Fan to the position of captain of the inner city and he will take office immediately. Captain Wei, come with me to take office. Luo Wen was shocked and confused. Wei Fan's previous refusal was obviously an offense to the city lord. Not only did the city lord not dare to dismiss him, he also promoted him from a captain to a captain. He is still the best captain of the inner city, on par with Wei Qing Yuan. If it were him, he would definitely kneel down and thank the city lord immediately, but he looked at Wei Fan and found that Wei Fan didn't react at all. Wei Fan said the same in different words, I don't have time. I'm still busy studying the attack on the Black Wind village. Other things will be settled after I settle them. We'll talk about Black Wind village later. The herald officer's face turned ugly and he wanted to get angry. However, when he came here, the city lord instructed that he must not anger Wei Fan and must try his best to please him. Now that an unknown monster has appeared, Wei Fan is the only hope to kill the monster and he must not offend him. Although the city lord has asked Sioux City for help, it will take more than a day or two to pass on the message. He hurriedly winked at Wei Qing Yuan who came with him. I was inconsiderate about the matter of Black Wind village. Captain Wei, please forgive me and go to the inner city to take up your post first. Although Wei Qing Yuan was unhappy, he still forced a smile and stood up. Wei Fan smiled, go to the inner city to take up your post? I'm going to work for you, right? Do you really think I don't know that one of the captains has died? As soon as these words came out, the herald officer and Wei Qing Yuan both changed color. Because it happened in the city lord's mansion, not many people knew about this matter. Wei Fan had always refused to go, and they thought that Wei Fan didn't know what happened in the inner city, and was simply angry that the city lord didn't pay attention to him before. The two were silent for a while, and Wei Qing Yuan said, since you already know, you can't just stand by and watch. Aren't you Wei Fan upright and incorruptible, and can't stand demons harming people? At this time, you should stand up and kill demons and eliminate demons. The impression Wei Fan gave everyone was that he was upright and hated demons. When everyone was afraid of the Tiger Gang, he was a small yamen runner, but he dared to confront the Tiger Gang. Until today, even Huang Daxian was beheaded by him. At this time, as long as the righteousness is brought out, he doesn't believe that Wei Fan will not commit it.
Kidnap me?
Wei Fan showed a sarcastic expression. I can't stand demons harming people, but it depends on who they harm.
If the demon harms something like a beast, I'd be happy to see it.
Over the years, the people of Yunqing have suffered so much harm from the demons, but you, on the other hand, have turned a blind eye to all this and done nothing.
Now you have only endured for a few days the fear that ordinary people in Yunqing have endured for decades, and you can't stand it?
Wei Qingyuan and the herald officer were livid, and Wei Fan's words almost said that it would be best if the city lord died. What's more, Wei Fan also called them beasts in his words.
Wei Qingyuan was a little exasperated. Wei Fan, you were so presumptuous. Are you in cahoots with the demons? If you want to fire me, do it quickly. If not, I'll go on patrol. Ha ha. To be honest, I really want to go to the inner city to see how the demons eat up you beasts one by one.
You'd better ask the city lord if he has done too many immoral things, so he doesn't eat other people but his whole family. After Wei Fan finished speaking, he walked away, and the whole classroom was silent. He actually expressed his gloating over what happened in the city lord's mansion. This time, it was strange. After the demon appeared in the city lord's mansion, he did not go anywhere else, but caught the people in the city lord's mansion to eat. It's what he deserves. I was wondering why they were so kind to promote Wei Fan to be the head of the city.
It turns out that there is a demon that eats people in the city lord's mansion every day.
Luo Wen looked at the backs of Wei Qingyuan and the messenger, and felt happy in his heart.
In Yunqing, there are definitely many people who hope that the city lord will be eaten by the demon like Wei Fan, but few people have the courage of Wei Fan to speak out their thoughts, and the city lord dare not do anything to him. One day passed quickly, and the city lord did not send anyone to find Wei Fan again. After work, Wei Fan went straight home. Brother Wei. When he arrived at the door of his house, the maid of the Zhang family and a middle-aged woman were standing there, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Wei Fan stopped and did not approach. Who is Xiaoya? The woman was wearing a tight outfit and holding a long sword. She was a warrior. The other party's aura was restrained, and Wei Fan could not sense her specific cultivation level, but she should be very strong. His sword intent actually resisted him getting close to this woman. She is my master. Brother Wei, I am going to learn skills from the master. I will repay you for your kindness to me and my grandfather when I return from my training. The girl from the Zhang family looked at Wei Fan with a firm face. Her real name is Zhang Kaiwei, but because her grandfather always called her a girl, everyone also called her a girl. Her face was a little sallow due to long-term malnutrition, but it was very delicate, otherwise Yang Jun, the beast, would not have wanted to do anything wrong. Wei Fan smiled. He did not expect that the little girl would have such an opportunity. Then you must learn skills from the master well. I will wait for you to repay me, but if your skills are poor, you can't repay me. He did not say anything else, because when he looked at this middle-aged woman, the panel did not change at all. This proves that this woman has not colluded with demons, nor has she done anything bad. Because if anyone has done something bad, the panel will remind him that he can explode his power by killing him. Of course, he didn't think about asking the little girl to repay him. He said this just to encourage the little girl to learn martial arts from her master. The little girl came to say goodbye to Wei Fan on purpose, and then she left with the middle-aged woman. The woman did not communicate with Wei Fan, and Wei Fan did not ask about her origins, as long as she was not a bad person. It is hundreds of times better for the girl from the Zhang family to learn martial arts than to stay in Yunqing. Late at night, in the detention room of the inner city government office, Song Jinsong said to the lord of Yunqing city in front of him, "Sir, if there is nothing else, you can rest. I am waiting outside. If you have anything, just shout loudly." The lord of Yunqing city nodded gently. "You can go down." Wei Fan, this dog slave, actually disobeyed the order. After these few days, I will deal with him after the masters of Suching arrive. A mere warrior dared not to obey orders. After a series of deaths, especially those of the lord of the city, the lord of Yunqing city no longer dared to live in his mansion. Tonight, he brought important people from his family to the detention room to stay temporarily. He did not dare to deal with Wei Fan at the moment, not even to dismiss him. After all, the demon matter had already made him exhausted. If he provoked Wei Fan at this time, he would have to be mentally ill. However, this matter is not over yet. When the masters he asked for help from Suching's family arrive, he will settle accounts with Wei Fan. Song Jinsong did not speak. He did not dare to offend Wei Fan because of his high talent. At the same time,
he could not afford to offend the city lord. Not everyone had the confidence of Wei Fan to confront the city lord.
Master, come quickly. I'm very sleepy. You three captains should wait outside and don't go anywhere. Call me if there is any movement.
Listening to the soul-stirring voice of his favorite concubine, the city lord of Yunqing gave Song Jinsong another instruction. He hurriedly took some tiger and wolf medicine and could not wait to go to bed and turn off the lights.
The city lord is so fast.
After half a cup of tea, the movement in the room stopped. Song Jinsong and others outside could not help but complain in their hearts.
If it weren't for this kind of thing, they would not have had the opportunity to eavesdrop on the city lord. The night was peaceful.
When it was almost dawn, the city lord's concubine suddenly screamed in fear.
Something happened.
Song Jinsong and others immediately rushed into the city lord's room, and then they saw the city lord's concubine, naked, crawling down from the bed in panic, while the city lord of Yunqing had turned blue in the face, and had been lying on the bed for who knows how long.
The city lord is dead.
The three captains who saw the scene felt a buzz in their heads. They, the three captains, led a group of elite Yamen runners to guard outside, and they didn't even know when the city lord was killed. If the city lord's concubine hadn't woken up and found that the city lord was dead and screamed in fear, they would not have noticed it at all.
The city lord is dead?
Wei Fan didn't expect to hear such gratifying news so early in the morning. He was looking forward to the death of the city lord, but he didn't expect it to be really dead.
This is the lord of a city, not some random person.
If such a person is killed by a demon, it will definitely alarm the Demon Suppression Division.
Wei Qingyuan only he was a clerk, so even if he wanted to kill Wei Qingyuan, he didn't dare to come openly.
He didn't expect that there would be a demon so bold that he dared to kill even the city lord.
Do you want to go and take a look?
Hu Qing came over to ask Wei Fan. Now that the city lord was dead, Wei Fan could go and kill the demon. Luo Wen said, "It's best not to cause this trouble. I heard that the three big chiefs and dozens of elite Yamen runners in the inner city were guarding outside the city lord's room last night, but they didn't know when the city lord died. This demon is so strange and scary that Wei Fan might be in danger if he goes there. Now that the city lord is dead, the Demon Suppression Division will soon send experts, and Wei Fan doesn't need to wade into this muddy water." Hu Qing shook his head. "If you want to enter the Demon Suppression Division, it's best to go and take a look. Even if you can't find the demon, you have to pretend it this time. And my father said that the most terrifying thing about this kind of fleshless demon is their concealment.
As long as you don't let the other party get on top of it, it's fine.
And it's just to take a look, not to confront the demon as soon as you go there."
"Then go." Wei Fan stood up.
He had the supreme chi and the sword will to protect him, so he was not afraid of this kind of fleshless demon. And what Hu Qing said made sense. If he wanted to enter the Demon Suppression Division, he couldn't just let it go at this time, even if it was just for show. He had a panel, so if he found that the demon was beyond his ability to deal with, he could just not take action. The news of the city lord's death had spread in the inner city early in the morning. When Wei Fan and Hu Qing arrived here, the inner city government office had already been surrounded by people.
"The city lord is dead, what should we do? Let's wait for the people from the Demon Suppression Division to come."
It is said that Wei Fan, the head of the East District, has the ability to subdue this demon. The city lord promoted him to the head of the city and asked him to subdue this demon, but he refused. Since the people living in the inner city were either rich or noble, the Yamen runners who gathered in front of the government office at this moment did not dare to drive them away. Even when these people were discussing the death of the city lord, no one stood up to stop them.
When the city lord was here, Yunqing was his one-man show. Now that he is dead, how can anyone still respect him? Who is this Wei Fan? He dared not to obey the city lord's order. Now that the city lord is dead, isn't he afraid of being held accountable?
Wei Fan is now quite famous, but not everyone knows him.
He is afraid of nothing.
Wei Fan is a man of real ability, not one of those flatterers who got to the top. He killed the Tiger Gang, the Tiger King's family, the Lu family, and Huang Daxian.
Who has the courage to hold him accountable? Please make way. We want to go in. While these people were discussing, a man and the two female Yamen runners pushed through the crowd and entered the inner city Yamen. That man is Wei Fan. The city lord is dead. What is he doing here?
The besieging crowd fell silent for a moment, and everyone looked at Wei Fan's disappearing back in confusion.
You didn't come to slay demons when the city lord was alive, and now that the city lord is finished, what's the point of you coming? What are you doing here?
Song Jinsong also looked at Wei Fan, who appeared in front of him in confusion. It was he who first proposed the idea of asking the city lord to invite Wei Fan to slay demons. But he never expected that Wei Fan would rather be dismissed than care about the life or death of the city lord, because he hated the city lord for not doing anything over the years. Wei Fan glanced around and saw a corpse covered with white cloth in the middle of the courtyard. Several women in mourning clothes were crying and burning paper there, saying things like, "Master, you died so tragically," and "Master, why did you just abandon us like this?" Wei Fan showed a sad expression. "I'll come and see if I can find the demon and avenge the city lord."
Song Jinsong's mouth twitched. "Didn't I know that you said yesterday that you wanted to come and see how the city lord was eaten by the demon? Revenge for the city lord? You came to see whether the city lord died miserably. You came only after the city lord was killed? It's too late. Come on, arrest Wei Fan. This clerk suspects that he is in cahoots with the demon." Wei Qingyuan was also here. When he saw Wei Fan appear, he shouted and asked someone to arrest Wei Fan. He was scared. Wei Fan was too bold. He dared not care about the life and death of the city lord. It would not be surprising if he came to his mansion with a knife one day. However, although he was a clerk, his power was only in the East District. He could not mobilize the Yamen runners in the inner city. No one came forward, but looked at the head of the city, Song Jinsong. Wei Fan turned around and looked at Wei Qingyuan. "Be careful with your words. Now that even the city lord is dead, it is normal for the demon to kill another clerk." The naked threat made Wei Qingyuan look ugly. Song Jinsong stepped forward to smooth things over. "Don't quarrel, the whole city is in a panic now. It is more important to find the demon. Captain Wei, please tell me if there is anything I can cooperate with." Following this step, Wei Qingyuan stopped talking. Warriors like Song Jinsong obviously have a better impression of Wei Fan. With the city lord dead, if he continues to fight Wei Fan, he will be the only one who will suffer. Wei Fan no longer paid attention to Wei Qingyuan. Now that the city lord is dead, the clerk is just a joke. When the new city lord comes, let alone continuing to be a clerk, it is good that the previous things will not be settled. Then please gather all the people who were here last night, Captain Song, and I will see if we can find the demon. While Song Jinsong was gathering people, Wei Fan walked to the city lord's body and uncovered the white cloth. The city lord of Yunqing had no injuries and his body was intact, but he had not died for a day, and now his body was black, as if he had died of poisoning. It was a miserable death. What satisfied Wei Fan was that the expression of the city lord of Yunqing was distorted, as if he had been tortured before his death, and he was not peaceful. This guy had been the city lord of Yunqing for decades, and he had never done anything human. He allowed the demons to eat people in and outside the city without asking, and even did not punish his subordinates who colluded with the demons, and suppressed himself. Now that he was killed by the demons, it was also a retribution. "Song Jinsong, why did you call me here? I'm busy rushing to Suchong, you'd better give me an explanation." Suddenly, an angry voice sounded. Wei Fan looked over and saw a young man in brocade clothes walking through the door of the classroom. His name is Pan Yun, the second son of the city lord, a dandy boy. Even though his father died, he acted as if nothing had happened. Hu Qing whispered beside Wei Fan. Wei Fan nodded. He had never even seen the city lord before, so he naturally didn't know who the city lord's son was. Wei Fan didn't know if he was a dandy boy, but Pan Yin didn't look like someone whose father had just died. Song Jinsong's face darkened when he heard this. "Your city lord's father is dead, and you still think you are a thing? We are going to find the demon who killed the city lord. All the people who were here last night must be gathered together. Second son, please cooperate." Pan Yin mocked. "What can you find out, you useless people? Don't delay me from going to Suchong for refuge." Song Jinsong was angry, but he didn't get angry. The Pan family is not without background to be the city lord of Yunqing for decades. Pan Yun is so arrogant even after his father died. At this time, Wei Qingyuan ran towards Pan Yun and whispered in Pan Yun's ear. "What? Wei Fan, that dog slave, is here. Song Jinsong, why don't you quickly arrest this man who is colluding with demons?" Pan Yun suddenly got furious. It was obvious that Wei Qingyuan had told him about Wei Fan's presence here. Song Jinsong did not move, and said in a deep voice, "Second young master, please do not listen to other people's slander. There is no evidence that Captain Wei is colluding with demons. If he was colluding with demons, he would not come here. Now that the city lord is dead, it is best to find the demon and kill him. Otherwise, I am worried that something will happen to you before you escape to Sioux City." Everyone knows that Wei Dianli's brother-in-law and his family colluded with demons and were uprooted by Captain Wei. He hated Captain Wei to the core. The second young master had thought it through. Those who died now were from the city lord's mansion, not Wei Dianli's family. Anyway, even if Captain Wei was arrested, it would not be his family who died.
As soon as these words came out, Pan Yun's face changed.
Song Jinsong was right.
Those who died were from the city lord's mansion. Even if he planned to escape to Sioux City for refuge, he could not guarantee that he would not die on the way. Although Wei Fan had let go before, which led to the death of his father, if Wei Fan was really arrested now, the only one who would benefit would be Wei Qingyuan, while his family from the city lord's mansion would continue to suffer from the slaughter of demons.
Now is not the time to deal with the captain named Wei Fan. How dare you use me as a gun?
Pan Yun slapped Wei Qingyuan in the face with his backhand, causing blood to flow from Wei Qingyuan's mouth.
Song Jinsong.
He did not dare to fight back, but turned around and looked fiercely at Song Jinsong, who had ruined his plans. This must be Captain Wei. He is indeed a handsome man. You can rest assured to investigate. Whoever dares to trip you up again, I will help you deal with him.
Pan Yun's expression changed faster than turning a page of a book.
1 foot he had Wei Fan arrested, and the next foot he was praising Wei Fan with a licking face. He hit it very well, but Wei Fan still noticed the murderous intent in the depths of his eyes. After a while, the people were almost gathered, and Song Jinsong came over and said to Wei Fan, "Except for the other 2 captains who are busy and can't get away, everyone else is here. I even gathered the maids and servants of the city lord's mansion." Wei Fan didn't care whether they were busy or didn't want to come. The demon that killed the city lord was most likely not one of the 2 captains.
Sorry to trouble Captain Song, I'll try my best.
Wei Fan held the hilt of the knife and began to scan the people who were summoned one by one. He started with the people in the city lord's mansion. After looking at more than 10 people, the panel suddenly flashed: evil spirit, true demon of the 2nd grade, born from resentment, and feeds on human spirits, kill it, and you can gain 100 years of skill. Demons, but in fact, demons are demons, and the 2 are different things.
Demons are more bizarre and more brutal than demons.
Wei Fan's mind moved slightly, and he really found the lurking demon. In front of him was a woman with revealing clothes and a delicate face. Her 2 big meatballs almost burst her clothes. As Wei Fan's eyes fell on her, she showed a shy expression, blushed and lowered her head.
It's really weird. Wei Fan looked up and down, and didn't find anything unusual.
The other party's spirit and spirit were normal, and she didn't have the monsters. If the panel hadn't given a hint, he wouldn't have been able to tell that the woman in front of him had been possessed by an evil spirit and turned into an evil spirit.
No wonder so many Yamen runners had no way to deal with it. Unless the people in the city lord's mansion were killed one by one, the demon would not be found at all.
Why? Are you staring at me? As if she couldn't stand Wei Fan's gaze, the woman suddenly spoke shyly. As soon as these words came out, Song Jinsong and others showed strange expressions.
Because this woman was the city lord's favorite concubine.
When the city lord fled to the Yamen, he didn't forget to do things with her.
This shows the charm of the city lord's concubine.
They were all men, so their eyes were naturally attracted by this woman. Moreover, these Yamen runners had seen this woman naked in the morning, and they were all reminiscing about it at this moment.
Because you are too coquettish.
Wei Fan suddenly spoke, making everyone subconsciously stunned. They all thought he was teasing the city lord's concubine. Even the demon itself was stunned. They didn't expect Wei Fan to say such words in public. But the next moment, a clang sounded, and a flash of knife light flashed in front of everyone's eyes, and with a puff, the city lord's concubine was split in half.
Wei Fan, what are you doing? There is no need to kill people just for teasing them.
Hu Qing shouted, and the others were also dumbfounded as they looked at the city lord's concubine, who was chopped into 2 by Wei Fan.
Wei Fan growled, "Idiot, she is a demon, why don't you retreat?" Boom!
As soon as these words came out, everyone reacted and fled in fear.
It turned out that the demon had possessed the city lord's concubine.
No matter how daring Wei Fan was, he shouldn't kill people after teasing them. And at this time, they all found something unusual. The city lord's concubine, who was chopped in half by Wei Fan, didn't bleed a drop of blood.
Gee!
A piercing scream came from the body of the city lord's concubine, and then a phantom floated out of the body and rushed towards Wei Fan. The phantom had disheveled hair and emitted a faint red light, as if it had been soaked in blood. There was no demonic aura, nor was there any breathtaking aura, but it was even more frightening.
Mind your own business.
A tooth-grinding voice came from the phantom's mouth, and he turned into a red light and was about to sink into Wei Fan's body. Wei Fan had a blank expression on his face, and a flash of purple true energy flashed on the blade. Then he used the tip of the knife to pick up the red light, which was like a ball being picked apart, and happened to rush into Wei Qingyuan's body not far away and disappeared.
Ugh!
Wei Qingyuan, who was escaping, suddenly stiffened and made a sound like a beast.
The demon has entered Wei Qingyuan's body. Someone shouted.
Quick! Kill Wei Qingyuan quickly, don't let the demon move anymore, it will only become stronger and stronger. Song Jinsong roared, leave quickly, all the Yamen runners who have reached the mastery level of Blood Evil Swordsmanship stay and use Blood Evil Swordsmanship to deal with the demon. At the same time, 3 or 4 red glowing swords were slashing at Wei Qingyuan, all of which were Blood Evil Swordsmanship above the mastery level, which could kill the demons by inducing blood.
What are you doing? I'm the clerk of the East District. Do you want to be confiscated if you kill me?
Wei Qingyuan's eyes were blazing, and he hurriedly avoided the sword that was coming. Although he was a civil servant, he also practiced martial arts, but like Luo 1, his martial arts level was not high, only the 4th level of true qi.
I'm sorry, Wei Dianli, you are possessed by an evil spirit. Even if you are the city lord, we have no choice but to kill you. Don't listen to him, the evil spirit is the most cunning. The real Wei Dianli is dead. The one who is talking to us now is the evil spirit. In an instant, several Yamen runners swung their knives at Wei Qingyuan. I am not controlled by the evil spirit. Wei Qingyuan's face turned green. These Yamen runners didn't care about his identity as a clerk at all. They just wanted to kill him with a knife to gain merit. Although the evil spirit entered his body, he really still had his own consciousness and thinking. He is an evil spirit, kill him quickly. Whoever kills the evil spirit will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver by this young master. Pan Yun shouted. Wei Qingyuan's face was full of despair. He was really not controlled, and he didn't feel any discomfort in his body.
Wei Fan, you beast must have done it on purpose.
I will never let you go even if I die. After avoiding the knife again, Wei Qingyuan turned around and saw Wei Fan with a cold face. The next moment, the knife flashed, and Wei Qingyuan's head fell off, and blood spurted. Squeak! His body screamed again, and the shadow reappeared, staring at Wei Fan with hatred. One more!
Purple chi flashed on Wei Fan's sword again, and he slapped the shadow of the evil spirit with his sword. The evil spirit turned into a stream of light and sank into Pan Yun's body. His movements were very covert, as if the evil spirit was afraid of his sword and fled. However, if it was an expert, he would definitely be able to see that his sword was not to cut the evil spirit, but to kill it.
Shocked out. Pan Yun's body also froze, his face showing fear. With the evil spirit possessed, he was basically doomed. Get out of my body.
He searched his body in fear, trying to find the evil spirit out, but he couldn't find it.
You can't kill me, I'm the second son, I'm not controlled by the evil spirit.
Especially when he saw a group of Yamen runners approaching with murderous intent, he was even more panicked, and the scene of Wei Qingyuan being hacked to death was still vivid in his mind.
You must have done it on purpose, you. He pointed at Wei Fan and cursed, finally understanding why Wei Qingyuan was the first to be targeted by the evil spirit.
It turned out that Wei Fan did it on purpose. Otherwise, the evil spirit would not look for anyone else, but he and Wei Qingyuan, the two who had a grudge against Wei Fan. Bold demon, you killed the second son and dared to pretend to be the second son, give me your life. Wei Fan shouted, and the sword intent surged all over his body, and the sword in his hand vibrated and seemed to be broken.
Now that Wei Qingyuan is dead and Pan Yun is also possessed by the evil spirit, it's time to kill the evil spirit.
His figure flashed, and the knife light slashed out like a stream of silk, splitting Pan Yun in half on the spot. The phantom floated out from Pan Yun's body again, but it had already split into 2 halves and could not gather together.
Die!
Wei Fan shouted, and the knife intent burst out again, and countless tiny knife lights emerged, immediately crushing the evil spirit and turning into a puff of green smoke and disappearing. Kill the evil spirit and gain 100 years of skill, current skill, 207, it's over.
The fleeing crowd began to calm down and no longer panic. Knife intent.
Song Jinsong said these 2 words, his face was horrified. Most people couldn't find out what method Wei Fan used to strangle the evil spirit, but as the head of Yunqing, he had good experience and had seen masters who realized the knife intent. He was even pursuing the realm of knife intent, but half a lifetime later, knife intent was still an unattainable existence for him. Fortunately, I didn't offend him just now, and I have always been fair and just. After the shock, Song Jinsong was afraid. As the expert second only to Wei Fan, he could see that Wei Qingyuan and Pan Yun were deliberately killed by Wei Fan, who used the evil spirit to kill people who were at odds with him. Pick up the bodies and send someone to notify Wei Dianli's family.
Song Jinsong shouted.
Although he noticed Wei Fan's little trick, he did not expose it. This Wei Fan, talented and ruthless, he would look for an opportunity to kill someone once he made an enemy. He did not want to be the next Wei Qingyuan, and it was better to keep such things to himself. Besides, offending Wei Fan would not benefit him at all. Soon, there was another cry here. The group of women who had just finished crying for the city lord began to cry for Pan Yun again, crying and wailing in grief. Wei Fan could not bear to see such a tragedy in the world, so he immediately walked over and clasped his fists to Song Jinsong and said, "Captain Song, the next thing will be left to you to handle. We will go back to the East District first." Alas! I didn't expect it to turn out like this. This demon is damned. It's not enough to kill the city lord, but it also killed Wei Dianli and the second son. Seeing Wei Fan's sad and self-blaming face, Song Jinsong laughed dryly. "Captain Wei, don't worry, I will handle the next thing. It's all because of this demon. You don't have to be too sad. You have avenged them. If they know it, they will definitely thank you in the afterlife." Wei Fan left with Hu Qing. Captain Wei is such a good man. Yes, if he hadn't killed the demon in time, some of us brothers might have died. Let's find a chance to thank him. I heard that he was suppressed by a villain, otherwise his merits would have been enough to make him a captain. Looking at the backs of Wei Fan and Hu Qing leaving, the inner city Yamen runners couldn't help but sigh. Song Jinsong's eyelids twitched wildly. "Don't talk, spread the news that the demon has been killed quickly, it's important to stabilize people's hearts." It didn't take long for the news that the demon who killed the city lord had been killed to spread throughout Yuncheng. East District Yamen. You didn't kill Wei Qing Yuan on purpose. When he heard that Wei Qing Yuan was also dead, Luo Wen was almost certain that it was Wei Fan who did it. Although he was not at the scene, he had already thought of the scene where Wei Fan deliberately put the demon on Wei Qing Yuan. "Stop talking nonsense. Have you collected the information about Black Wind Village that I asked you to collect?" Wei Qing Yuan was dead, and Wei Fan was not interested in talking about a dead person. Luo Wen showed a surprised look. "Wei Qing Yuan is dead. You still want to continue attacking Black Wind Village?" He thought Wei Fan had given up. After all, Wei Qing Yuan had deliberately made things difficult for them at the beginning. Once Wei Qing Yuan was dead, Wei Fan could completely ignore the Black Wind Village. Wei Fan nodded, and soon Luo Wen found a stack of information and handed it to him. Returning to his seat, Wei Fan looked at the information about Black Wind Village. When the shift was over, Wei Fan found that the East District was once again bustling with firecrackers everywhere. The people of the East District were celebrating the death of the city lord and the official Wei Qing Yuan. The terrain of Black Wind Village is steep and easy to defend but difficult to attack. Even if thousands of troops were sent out, it would be difficult to capture it. In addition, they have been operating for a long time, so even if they besieged it for several months, they could not take it down. The most important point is that the three leaders are masters of opening acupoints, and their men are strong and powerful. Wei Fan recalled the information about Black Wind Village as he walked. It was difficult to capture it by relying on numbers, as it occupied a strategic location and had strong men and horses. Only by relying on real masters to kill Black Wind Village first and then break it from the inside would there be hope. However, the information given by Luo Wen did not mention the cultivation level of the Black Wind Village's leader, but only said that the other two leaders were masters of the second level of opening acupoints. The Black Wind Village's leader was very mysterious. A few years ago, Yunqing sent thousands of people to attack Black Wind Village, and their leader repelled the Yunqing army without showing up. He was confident that he could use his golden bell cover and his horizontal training to fight his way into the Black Wind Village, but without the boss's exact training, it would be very risky to fight his way into the Black Wind Village. The Pishua realm is divided into 9 levels, just like the Qi realm. With his training, he is not afraid of masters of the first or second levels of Pishua realm, but he is not sure if he can fight against masters of higher levels. Moreover, the Pishua realm is also the same as the Qi realm. Some people may have the 9th level of Qi, and only have more than 10 years of skills in their Dantian, or they may have 50 or 60 years of skills. A simple realm cannot be used as the only standard to measure combat effectiveness. Half a pound of beef, a roast chicken, and a bowl of vegetable and tofu soup. Wei Fan walked into a restaurant and sat down, planning to have dinner before going back. "Master Wei, wait a minute." The waiter retreated, and Wei Fan suddenly felt a faint stench drilling into his nose. The stench was not strong, but now that he had practiced horizontal training and his body had transformed, his sense of smell was already 10 times more sensitive than that of ordinary people. He looked back and saw a man coming in from outside and walking towards him. The man walked up to Wei Fan and bowed. "My humble servant Xiong Wanqing, nice to meet you, Master Wei." Wei Fan looked at the man who called himself Xiong Wanqing, and said calmly, "You are very brave to come into the city and appear in front of me. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" The Xiong Wanqing in front of him was actually a demon. Hearing Wei Fan's words, his expression did not change, and he replied, "I came here just to pass on a message to Master Wei. If Master Wei wants to kill me, it will not be too late to kill me after I finish speaking." "Are you here to pass on a message?" Wei Fan raised his eyebrows. If I kill you, it would seem that I am not generous enough and narrow-minded, so I will spare you for now.
Thank you, Master Wei. The ancestor is right, you are a very particular person. Xiong Wanqing was not afraid of death. He was obviously relieved when he heard that Wei Fan would not kill him. My ancestor said that he did not want to provoke the Demon Suppression Division, but as the leader of the Yunqing Demon Clan, you have recently killed the Tiger King and Huang Daxian, so he had to step forward. Tomorrow at noon, the ancestor will wait for you to fight at Wugong Mountain. If the ancestor loses, the Yunqing Demon Clan will disappear.
If you lose, he hopes that Yunqing can return to its previous state. If you don't go, Master Wei, he will no longer restrain the descendants of Huang Daxian.
Come to challenge me? Wei Fan smiled. Your ancestor is a real particular person. He actually played the game of challenging the human race with me. I said I killed Huang Daxian. Why didn't Huang Daxian's descendants come to Yunqing to make trouble?
It turns out that they were restrained by that old bear.
Xiong Wanqing nodded gently.
It was indeed his ancestor who restrained the monsters under Huang Daxian, otherwise Yunqing would not be so peaceful recently. Of course, the old bear did not have good intentions. Dozens or hundreds of monsters rushed into Yunqing and could kill many people in a short period of time, but the result was to attract the masters of the Demon Suppression Division and completely wipe out the monsters near Yunqing.
Go away, go back and tell that old bear that I will go to Wugong Mountain to fight him at noon tomorrow. I'm leaving. Xiong Wanqing bowed and left the restaurant. Master Wei can't go. Those monsters are cunning, maybe they have set a trap for you. These beasts actually used the people of the whole city to threaten Master Wei. As soon as Xiong Wanqing left, the people in the restaurant started talking at once, and they all advised Wei Fan not to go. Don't say anymore, I killed Huang Daxian. If I don't go, Huang Daxian's descendants will come to the city for revenge, and the blood debt will be counted on me. And that old bear may not be my opponent. Wei Fan interrupted these people's persuasion, walked out of the restaurant after dinner and went home. The guide, he is the Wei Fan, the captain of the Yunqing police who Xu Erong and I talked about. Ning Xian pointed at Wei Fan who stepped out of the restaurant. In addition to Su Shuerong, there was a middle-aged man in his 50s beside him. The middle-aged man whom he called the guide looked at Wei Fan and whispered, 18 years old, practicing both inside and outside, and both horizontal training in True Qi are at the 9th level. This age and cultivation level are only average in Suchang. His Dantian can only accommodate 10 years of skill, and his root bones are inferior. However, if it is true as the information shows, he has only practiced martial arts for 3 months, and he has perfected the Dragon Roar Shattering Skyfinger and the Tiangang Burning Blood Knife. His comprehension is absolutely terrible. If he is led to the Demon Suppression Division, the problem of root bones can be solved. Improvement, with this level of understanding, it is not impossible for you to become a disciple of a certain commander, and then you too will have done a great deed. You wait here, I will go and test his skills. The assessment of the Demon Suppression Division not only looks at talent, but also combat effectiveness and on-the-spot reaction. The guide said, and walked towards Wei Fan without caring about Ning Xian and Su Shuerong's reactions. He put his hands behind his back and approached Wei Fan step by step. At the moment when the two of them crossed each other, he suddenly made 5 fingers into claws and grabbed Wei Fan's neck. This sudden attack was a close-range sneak attack. The guide was confident that even masters of the same level would not be able to avoid it. When he tested Ning Xian, he grabbed Ning Xian tightly in this way, without any ability to move. Over the years, he has used this trick to test people, and he has already mastered it to perfection, without failure once. The 5 fingers were as fast as lightning, and they were about to catch Wei Fan. Boom! The next moment, in the guide's sight, Wei Fan seemed to have turned into a violent giant bear, standing up, and his body suddenly rose half a foot high. His 5 fingers could only grab Wei Fan's shoulders, and could not grab his neck at all. What? The guide was shocked, because he really saw a giant bear appearing on Wei Fan's body, emitting a violent and terrifying aura. At the same time, he felt like his 5 fingers were grasping on an iron plate, and he couldn't shake Wei Fan at all. You are looking for death. Being attacked in the street, Wei Fan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His palms swelled up and he slapped the head of the person who suddenly attacked him. Giant bear palm. Giant bear true meaning. This was the first time he used it against an enemy after he understood the giant bear true meaning. Influenced by the giant bear true meaning, he now just wanted to blow up the head of the person who attacked him with one palm. The huge force of 100,000 pounds in one arm, under the blessing of the horizontal martial arts such as the giant bear true meaning, was simply unimaginable. The monstrous force slapped out, just like a landslide in tsunami, and the air was blown up, making a deafening sound. Before the palm fell,
the guide felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head, and the protective chi was faintly crushed by the pressure. This Wei Fan is not the Wei Fan that Ning Xian said, he is so many times more terrifying than the Wei Fan that Ning Xian said. The pure power burst out, and even the strong wind almost broke his protective chi.
Is this sure it's not a demon dragon? And if I'm not mistaken, this move is a martial art that has comprehended the true meaning.
The information Ning Xian gave me does not contain such things at all. The Tiangang Burning Blood Knife and the Dragon Roar Shattering Skyfinger are not even in the same league compared to the true meaning martial arts.
One of us, stop. We are one of you, stop.
The guide yelled, feeling that he was going to be beaten to death by this palm.
This guy is not a 9th level horizontal training.
The 9th level horizontal training does not have such terrifying power.
He is at least a master of body training.
A true chi warrior sneak attacks a master of body training at close range.
Isn't this courting death?
While yelling, the guide retracted and grabbed Wei Fan's hand to block, but in just an instant, the true chi in his hand was shattered, the body protecting true chi exploded, his arm was hit like a hammer, and his legs sank to the ground.
Brother Wei, stop!
Ning Xian flew in the air, shouting from far to near, and Wei Fan's palm just stopped on the guide's forehead.
If it went down one more inch, the guide's head would explode like a watermelon. Puff!
The strong pressure plus the backlash of the true chi made the guide spurt out a mouthful of blood, gasping for breath in fear.
Wei Fan stepped back and let the blood go. His body returned to normal, and he withdrew his momentum and looked back at Ning Xian and Su Shuerong who were flying over. Is this guy who attacked me your friend? Kill him. Dare to attack Captain Wei, everyone come together. With such a little skill, you dare to attack Captain Wei.
At this time, the pedestrians on the street also realized that Wei Fan was attacked, and immediately rushed to besiege the guide. Wei Fan hurriedly stopped them, and the crowd dispersed. He is the guide of the Demon Suppression Division, which is what we called the guide before.
He is here to test you. If you kill him.
At this point, Ning Xian couldn't continue, because there has never been a case of a guide being killed while testing someone.
Guide? Test me? Wei Fan really didn't expect that this was the guide of the Demon Suppression Division.
He had been looking forward to it for so long, but he almost killed the guide by mistake. With such a little skill to test someone and play sneak attacks, it's a miracle that the guide can survive so long. To be honest, the guide's ability made Wei Fan a little disappointed in the Demon Suppression Division. If Ning Xian hadn't spoken in time, he would have killed someone.
He was so angry that he didn't hold back at all. Ning Xian's mouth twitched, and Su Shuerong was still stunned. Puff! The guide who was healing on the ground was so angry that he spat out blood. Ning boy, you misled me. If the information Ning Xian gave was not wrong, how could he have been nearly beaten to death? When they were inspecting the reserve personnel, not everyone would make a move to test them.
When they met those true geniuses, they wanted to make themselves uncomfortable and then make a move to test them. The reason for the move was that the information Ning Xian gave was inaccurate. According to Ning Xian's information, Wei Fan was good at martial arts, his dantian could only accommodate 10 years of skill, and he practiced 2 horizontal martial arts. But after making a move to test him, he found that all the information was wrong.
Don't heal your wounds on the street. My house is not far ahead. Come to my place. He and Ning Xian helped the guide to stand up and arrived at home in a while.
After putting the guide in the house to meditate and heal his wounds, Wei Fan made a pot of tea and chatted with Ning Xian and Su Shuerong in the yard. During the chat, Wei Fan knew that Su Shuerong and Ning Xian came to Yuncheng with the guide because their new assessment task was still in Yuncheng. It was a good thing that they came together, otherwise the guide would not know that Wei Fan had beaten him to death. By the way, Brother Wei, the guide said that if you are qualified, you will also complete this mission with us. Ning Xian was a little excited. If he was with Wei Fan, he would be almost certain to pass the assessment this time, and he could finally enter the Demon Suppression Division. Even the assessment tasks were arranged for him.
Wei Fan said, then do you think I am qualified?
Su Shuerong rolled her eyes at Wei Fan, the guide was almost beaten to death by you.
There is no problem with your cultivation. Now it depends on whether the guide will judge your character next.
The Demon Suppression Division does not only look at talent, but also character when recruiting members. It does not require compassion for the world, but at least do not collude with demons.
This is the basic bottom line.
Ning Xian said, Brother Wei's character is naturally fine.
So many people supported him on the street just now. He must have done a lot of good things for the people of Yuncheng. Why is the martial arts of the Demon Suppression Division's guide so poor? After chatting for a while, Wei Fan finally couldn't help asking.
If the Demon Suppression Division is not okay, he will have to consider whether to continue to join the Demon Suppression Division. Ningxian looked up at Wei Fan and said, "Brother Wei, don't think too much. The power of the Demon Suppression Division is beyond doubt.
I understand your thoughts.
If the martial arts sects are good, disciples of martial arts sects like me will not want to enter the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division has a collection of martial arts from all over the world. Many lost martial arts are only available in the Demon Suppression Division. It's normal that their martial arts are poor, because they are not combatants of the Demon Suppression Division. The real masters are fighting on the front lines, and they won't do logistical work like the guide.
Besides, is the guide's martial arts poor? That is, if you beat the guide, all the other people who were examined would be easily defeated in one move.
Boy, you are so arrogant. I have been a guide for so many years, and this is the first time that people say that my martial arts are poor." At this time, the guide came out with a dark face. Not only was he beaten, but he was also despised for his poor martial arts.
It was simply too much.
Ningxian looked embarrassed. "Please sit down, guide." The guide sat down with a dark face, and his tone changed. "But you are right, for you, it can only be said to be poor.
A genius like you is simply wasting time outside."
At such a young age, he has comprehended the true meaning of martial arts.
His comprehension can completely make up for the shortcomings in his physique.
If he is trained in the Demon Suppression Division, he may become a commander-level figure in the future. As he said that, he glared at Ningxian again. He planned to take this beating in vain. In fact, he was not angry, he just felt embarrassed. If he was angry about such a small thing, he would not become a guide. As guides and leaders of the Demon Suppression Division, what they most desire is this kind of genius who can kill them in the first assessment. Only such a genius can stir up the storm after entering the Demon Suppression Division. I don't know how many days it will take for Brother Wei to become so powerful,"
Ningxian explained. "I will investigate your character.
If there is no problem, I will notify you in 2 days to carry out the assessment task.
If the task is completed, you have to go to Sioux City."
The guide did not dwell on the previous events, nor did he ask Wei Fan about martial arts. After telling Wei Fan a few words, he was about to get up and leave. "I have a colleague friend named Hu Qing, who is also a government official. She has always wanted to enter the Demon Suppression Division.
Can the guide go and investigate her?" Wei Fan stopped the guide. He had not forgotten Hu Qing.
"Okay, I'll go and see." After that, the guide took Ningxian and Su Shuerom away. After walking for a while, until they were far away from Wei Fan's yard, the guide could not help but say, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today." Ningxian and Su Shuerom nodded wildly. The guide was so embarrassed. In the Demon Suppression Division, he was probably one of the guides who was almost beaten to death by the subjects of the investigation. "Guide, I was not able to speak just now.
Did Brother Wei not listen to our instructions and break through the body refining realm?"
On the street, Ningxian frowned. He repeatedly told Wei Fan not to rush to breakthrough, but to expand his dantian first. But the power of Wei Fan suppressing the guide with one palm did not belong to the category of horizontal training at all, and it would not be so terrifying even with the blessing of the true meaning martial arts. Upon hearing this, the guide stopped and recalled the previous battle, and finally shook his head. His aura is not very similar to the body refining realm. The body refining realm requires various extreme divine objects to temper the body and control extreme energy. He does not have that kind of extreme aura. There is no body refining aura, and the physical strength is terrifying.
Could it be the horizontal training innate? Su Shueron lost her voice.
She suddenly remembered that when they talked about the horizontal training innate, Wei Fan asked a lot of questions about the horizontal training innate. At that time, she felt that Wei Fan wanted to break through the horizontal training innate. From the outside to the inside, the horizontal training innate. Ningxian and the guide were shocked, and their hearts were in turmoil. They have been telling Wei Fan not to break through to the next realm before his dantian is developed to the limit. As long as Wei Fan has no problem with his brain, he will not destroy his foundation and miss the opportunity. The only explanation for the terrible physical strength is that Wei Fan has broken the limit and become the legendary horizontal training innate.
Horizontal training innate.
The voice of the guide was trembling. If Wei Fan is a horizontal training innate, then the monsters in the Demon Suppression Division are not good enough, and can even be said to be not in the same class.
I actually met a warrior with horizontal training innate. If he was guided to the Demon Suppression Division, the monsters now would definitely be suppressed one by one. That kind of scene, just thinking about it makes people excited. Is Brother Wei really a horizontal training innate? How old is he?
Ningxian's voice was also a little trembling.
Isn't his root bone very poor?
Dantian can only accommodate 10 years of skills. And horizontal training innate is not just based on comprehension,
but more on root bone. Whether it is true or not, this matter is temporarily classified as confidential. I will report to the commander after he enters the Demon Suppression Division and make a decision. Taking a deep breath, the guide gave a serious order to Ning Xian and Su Shuerong. The demons in the Demon Suppression Division want to get rid of them as soon as possible. If the news of Wei Fan's horizontal training of the innate is exposed, there will definitely be a large number of demons who want to kill them as soon as possible. Now let's go and see Hu Qing, who was recommended by Wei Fan, and find out about Wei Fan's character. The three of them left quickly and soon disappeared on the street. Sword Intention, Entry, Tiger Roaring Golden Bell Cover, Perfect, Dragon Roar Shattering Skyfinger, Perfect. Current skill, 207, Wei Fan first looked at the Tiger Roaring Golden Bell Cover. This was the most magical existence among all his martial arts, and it was also the martial arts that had the most skill added. Even though the true chi of the Golden Bell Cover in his body had been expelled by the true chi of the Supreme Horizontal Training, the huge golden bell was still attached to his skin membrane to protect him. He was going to meet the old bear tomorrow. He knew that he had killed Huang Daxian but still dared to challenge him. He must have some skills, so he couldn't keep his skills any longer. Originally, he prepared these skills for entering the Demon Suppression Division. After all, after entering the Demon Suppression Division, he would learn more powerful martial arts. Let's add 100 years of skill to the Sword Intention and the Tiger Roaring Golden Bell Cover. Wei Fan made a decision quickly. The Tiger Roaring Golden Bell Cover is mainly for defense, and the Sword Intention is mainly for killing. Adding both is the best choice. His only worry is that after adding 100 years of skill, the Tiger Roaring Golden Bell Cover and the Sword Intention will not improve much. After all, he added 50 years of skill to the Golden Bell Cover last time, but there was no change at all. Golden Bell Cover, Tiger Roaring Golden Bell Cover. What will happen if I continue to add more? There is also the Sword Intent. It took 60 years of effort just to get started, and I don't know how many years of effort it will take to achieve a small success. First add the Sword Intent, and achieve a small success in the Sword Intent. Then add the Tiger Roaring Golden Bell Cover with the remaining effort. Wei Fan changed his mind and felt that it was not a good idea to roughly divide it into 100 years. It would be the most correct to add the Sword Intent that he was sure to improve first. Give me 100 years of effort to add the Sword Intent. The understanding flashed. Subtract 100 years of effort and add the Sword Intent. Your Sword Intent has entered the entry level, but you are not satisfied with the entry level Sword Intent. You have been honing your sword skills, hoping that your Sword Intent can reach a higher level. With 10 years of effort, you have been practicing the Blood Evil Sword skills, the Evil Breaking Demon Sword, and the Tiangang Burning Blood Sword. The three sword skills are getting more and more powerful in your hands, and the Sword Intent has improved. Wei Fan closed his eyes, and a large number of sword practice memories began to surge in his mind. He turned into an ascetic practitioner, immersing himself in the Sword Intent day after day. 50 years of practice. Due to your lack of actual combat experience and limited knowledge of sword techniques, your Sword Intent has not yet achieved a minor breakthrough. 80 years of practice. You have not given up, and firmly believe that a drop of water can wear away a stone. This strong belief has made your Sword Intent more and more condensed. 100 years of practice. After your unremitting practice of sword, without a sword in your hand, there is a sword in your heart, and your Sword Intent has finally achieved a minor breakthrough. Sword Intent, minor success. Current practice, 107 years. Without a sword in your hand, there is a sword in your heart. In an instant, a long sword emitting a chilling aura appeared in Wei Fan's mind. At the same time, the void above his head twisted, and an illusory knife slowly appeared, emitting an extremely condensed knife intent. Wei Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and actually caught the illusory knife in his hand. Then he waved his hand casually, and a thin line was drawn on the ground silently. It doesn't matter to me whether I have a knife in my hand or not. Wei Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the illusory knife in his hand disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he thought about it, and the illusory knife appeared in his hand again. Small achievement of knife intent. I can think of a knife. This knife is the result of his knife intent, which is almost indestructible. And this knife can be even stronger. He not only has knife intent, but also has the supreme true chi cultivated by the innate practice. In the past, he needed a knife in his hand to condense the knife aura, but now he has reached the state of having a knife in his heart without a knife in his hand, and the true chi can be condensed directly without the need for a knife in his hand. The purple supreme true chi in the dantian rolled out, and the illusory Sword Intent in his hand soon became full and turned into a dazzling purple sword, as if it really existed. After trying for a while, Wei Fan put away the Sword Intent and looked at the panel again. Use 100 years of skill to add the Tiger Roaring Golden Bell Cover. He did not continue to add Sword Intent. From small success to mastery, the skill required must be more than from entry to small success.
If the skill of this 100 years is continued to be added to the sword intent, the sword intent will not show a substantial improvement. Deduct 100 years of skill, add the martial arts tiger roaring golden bell cover. As the panel began to flash, the purple true chi in Wei Fan's dantian began to circulate. Although this purple supreme true chi is cultivated from the outside to the inside of the horizontal martial arts, the mental method of the golden bell cover can still be driven, but it is not as smooth as before. Your tiger roaring golden bell cover has already been perfected, but you are not satisfied and hope that the tiger roaring golden bell cover can change further. You have practiced hard for 50 years to perfect the tiger roaring golden bell cover, so continue practicing. Wei Fan's heart moved. This edition is to continue the 50 years of skill added last time. With 80 years of skill, the golden bell tiger soul is becoming more and more real, but the tiger roaring golden bell cover has not broken through. With 100 years of skill, under the cleansing of the supreme chi, you found that the golden bell has some subtle changes, but it is not visible for the time being. With 120 years of skill, the changes are becoming clearer and clearer. You see a dragon-shaped phantom on the inner wall of the golden bell. With 150 years of skill, the tiger roaring golden bell cover breaks through, and a wisp of dragon soul condenses. When using the golden bell cover, the tiger roars and the dragon roars, and the sound shakes the demons. Tiger roaring dragon roaring golden bell cover. Beginner, current skill, 7 years. In the room, Wei Fan only felt the golden bell in his body vibrating steadily, and the tiger roared and the dragon groaned. Originally, the purple supreme true chi and the golden bell were clearly separated and had no connection, but now every time the supreme true chi circulated, a part of it would be swallowed by the golden bell. On the inner wall of the golden bell, in addition to the previous tiger soul, there is now a dragon shape. This dragon is all golden, with its claws spread out, exuding a supreme charm, and its long body surrounds the golden bell. The only shortcoming is that his eyes are still closed, not as agile as the tiger soul. Finally, there is a change again. It's worth it that I have spent so much energy. Up to now, he has been working on the golden bell for 250 years, and he has only been working on high-end things like sword intent for 150 years. Wei Fan exited the state of internal observation and did not call out the golden bell. With the power of the golden bell, if it appeared in his small house, the house would be destroyed and collapsed in an instant. He carefully felt the changes in the golden bell again, and then turned off the lights and went to bed. Early in the morning, Wei Fan entered the classroom with a knife on his waist. Hu Qing ran over with a face full of joy. The guides from the Demon Suppression Division are really here. How did you know they would come? By the way, did they contact you? They went to see me first. Wei Fan replied casually. It seemed that the guide went to see Hu Qing, but Hu Qing's cultivation was a bit low, only the 5th level of true chi. At her age, she has such a cultivation level. She is considered a genius in Yunqing, but in a place like the Demon Suppression Division, she is not even good enough to be the bottom. What Wei Fan can do is to help the guide. As for whether Hu Qing can enter the Demon Suppression Division, he can't help. Wei Fan, I'm not sure. The guide brought 2 people who are still in the assessment. Do you know how strong their cultivation is? They are all masters of opening acupoints. Hu Qing showed a distressed look. The appearance of Ning Xian and Su Shuerong put great pressure on her. If you are not sure, wait a few years. It is not a good thing to go to the Demon Suppression Division with a low cultivation level. After comforting Hu Qing, Wei Fan sat down at his seat. As soon as he sat down, Luo Wen came. Do you really want to go out of the city to fight that old bear? Luo Wen's eyes widened, obviously knowing what happened in the restaurant yesterday. Wei Fan nodded. Luo Wen showed a worried look and persuaded. That old bear has been in Yunqing the longest, and he is unfathomable. All other big monsters obey his orders. If you go, it will be very dangerous. Among the big monsters near Yunqing, the old bear is the most mysterious and low-key. Although he controls all the big monsters, few people have seen the old bear. The balance between the Yunqing government and the monsters can be attributed to the old bear's restraint, which prevents the monsters from going crazy and eating people. Wei Fan whispered, if I don't go, the descendants of Huang Daxian will enter the city. Besides, he is not completely unsure, and from Xiong Wanqing's tone, he knows that it is a fight rather than a fight to the death, which proves that the Demon Suppression Division has a great deterrent effect on the old bear. Even if the old bear wins, he probably won't dare to kill him. The old bear was not stupid. He should have understood that a genius like him must have been targeted by the Demon Suppression Division. Luo Wen gritted his teeth, they are so despicable. They use this to threaten you. I will gather everyone in a while. We will go to meet these demons together. If they besiege you, you will be in trouble. He never saw through Wei Fan's ability. He was most worried that the demons would not follow the moral code of martial arts. After all, in addition to the Tiger King and Huang Daxian who were killed, there was also Hu Mainyang among the great demons in Yuncheng. In addition to these two, who knows if there are any real level demons under their command? If Wei Fan was deceived and all the demons besieged him together, Wei Fan would not be able to cope with it even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Wei Fan directly rejected this proposal. He was not afraid of siege at all. He had the golden bell to protect his body, and he was also a horizontal training innate. As long as it was not a group of real level demons besieging him, he would not be afraid of any siege. If he was really afraid of being besieged, he would have invited Ning Xian and Su Shuerong to help yesterday. I will take Hu Qing and Zhou Qi to help me bring back Lao Xiong's body. You stay in the yamen and get ready. Once I kill Lao Xiong, I want you to contact a few captains immediately to completely eradicate all the forces in Yunqing that are in collusion with the demons. Wei Fan's eyes flashed coldly. If he defeats Lao Xiong, the demons in Yunqing will retreat, and all the forces that are in collusion with the demons will come to an end. It is impossible to wipe out all the forces in one fell swoop relying solely on the manpower in their east district. They also need to contact a few captains. With his current reputation, even if he is just a captain of police, those captains will not give him face, and this is also a meritorious thing. Okay. Luo Wen was greatly encouraged. Wei Fan's words proved that he was confident in killing Lao Xiong. If he could follow Wei Fan to eliminate all the forces in Yunqing that colluded with demons, when the new city lord took office, the position of Wei Qing Yuan's clerk might be his. I'll arrange the personnel right away. Luo Wen left with his blood pumped up. Wei Fan sat down and began to close his eyes and measure the sword intent. When it was almost noon, he took Hu Qing and Zhou Qi to Wugong Mountain. The two already knew about Wei Fan's appointment with Lao Xiong, and they were extremely excited along the way. They had more confidence in Wei Fan than Luo Wen, and they didn't worry at all. After leaving the city, they saw Ning Xian and the other two standing on the road from a distance. Hu Qing shouted happily, "It's the guide envoys." Ning Xian waited for Wei Fan to get closer and blamed him. "Brother Wei, you didn't even tell us that you had an appointment with the demons, and you still treat us as friends?" Upon hearing that Wei Fan had made an appointment to fight with the demons outside the city, the three of them came early. One reason was to be prepared in case of an emergency, and the other was to verify whether Wei Fan was a horizontally trained innate person. The three of them joined, and the group of 6 walked towards Wugong Mountain. Wei Fan did not reject the three of them, nor did he think of concealing the fact that he was a horizontally trained innate person. This kind of thing could not be concealed. The purple true chi was too special. Unless he never used true chi in his life, it would be sooner or later that people would discover that he was a horizontally trained innate person. Wugong Mountain is not far from Yunqing, only about 5 or 6 miles away. When Wei Fan and his group arrived here, they saw a huge black bear sitting on a boulder not far away. It was just the half of its body that was standing up on the stone, and its height was nearly 3 meters. Its body was thicker than a water tank, and its strong muscles were like tree roots intertwined. "Did you bring helpers?" The giant bear looked over calmly. When he opened his mouth, his voice was as resounding as a bell. Zhou Qi, who was still an ordinary person, couldn't stand it on the spot. He covered his ears in pain and quickly retreated. "They are my friends. They came to watch the fight out of curiosity. They will never interfere." Wei Fan looked around. This old bear's mother was really a picky person. When he said he wanted to fight, he was the only bear who came. There were no other monsters around. He looked around and finally his eyes fell on the old bear. "Bear monster, true realm 4th grade, with divine power, commanding the monsters in Yunqing. Kill it and you will gain 160 years of skill. Bear demon, 4th level of the true realm, possesses divine power, and commands the demons in Yunqing. Kill him and you will gain 160 years of power." Wei Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. This old bear is indeed extraordinary. The true realm of demons is also divided into 1 to 9 levels. 1, 2 and 3 levels are considered a small realm, and 4 to 6 are another realm. Some demons have no potential and can only be 3rd level of the true realm in their lifetime. Being able to become a 4th level demon shows the difference between the old bear and other demons. Moreover, the panel also marked "possessing divine power" on his information. Want to watch the battle? Then please move away. The old bear was still a little worried that Wei Fan would join forces with Ning Xian and others to surround and kill him. He was a person of integrity, but he didn't know whether Wei Fan was a person of integrity or not. For the sake of safety, it was better to let Ning Xian and others move away. If they were really besieged, he would have to deal with it. Forget about Hu Qing and Zhou Qi, but he could sense that Ning Xian and the other two were all acupuncture warriors. If they really joined forces with Wei Fan to besiege him, it would definitely be enough to make him suffer.
You guys get out of the way,
Wei Fan said, and Ning Xian, Su Shuaron and the others quickly retreated 100 meters away.
You are indeed a very particular person.
The old bear stood up from the boulder, and his body, like a small mountain, emitted a huge oppressive force that stirred up a strong wind around him. He stood on the boulder and looked down at Wei Fan. I don't want to provoke you, but the demons in Yunqing have always been restrained by me and are not allowed to eat people wantonly.
We have always been at peace with the Yunqing government.
Now Tiger King and Huang Daxian have been killed by you. As the leader, I have to step forward.
In fact, he didn't say something.
Wei Fan grew up quickly, and his killing of demons was no different from those fierce people in the Demon Suppression Division. He just started to show his talent, and even pulled out the Tiger Gang and the E-God Gang, and killed Huang Daxian. Yesterday, I heard that Wei Fan was so bold that he didn't even listen to the City Lord's transfer order, and waited until the City Lord was killed by the evil spirit before taking action. With such a character, sooner or later he would pull out the forces controlled by the demons in Yunqing, and then kill the nearby demons. The monsters near Yunqing naturally include him. So instead of waiting for Wei Fan to find him, it is better to kill Wei Fan before he has fully grown up. If he loses, he will die alone. He has already arranged for the other monsters.
If he dies, the other monsters will immediately flee Yunqing.
If Wei Fan loses, Yunqing will also return to its previous state.
As long as Wei Fan, the god of killing, no longer cares about the monsters in Yunqing, it will not be difficult to recover. Even if the City Lord is replaced, at most he will attack those little monsters in the initial stage, and will not find them, the big monsters in the real stage. Wei Fan had a blank expression on his face. You don't need to explain. Even if you didn't come to me today, I would have killed you sooner or later. It's just that I came a little earlier. Come on, I've used up all my strength, let me use some of it.
Anger flashed in the old bear's eyes. Young man, you are so arrogant.
Let me see how much you are capable of. What gives you, a person in the Qi realm, the courage to say such a thing? He kicked his two hind legs on the boulder, and the boulder exploded with a bang.
In an instant, he was like a cannonball, killing Wei Fan with a monstrous momentum. His huge body crossed the air, bringing a terrifying howl.
You are pretending to be a good person, why don't you continue to pretend?
There was a bang on Wei Fan's body, and his figure instantly rose 1 foot out of thin air, and his skin gave off a metallic luster. Although his figure was not as big as the old bear, his momentum was not much weaker.
Giant bear palm.
Wei Fan stepped on the ground and took 3 steps in a row, then slapped the old bear that came across the sky. With the blessing of the giant bear's true meaning, this palm was like a raging wave, exploding the air and instantly blowing up a cloud of dust around.
You are so brave, you actually fight me with your physical body.
The old bear saw that Wei Fan's body-protecting true qi was useless, and he didn't use the knife on his body, but used a pair of physical palms to deal with him, and his eyes could not help but emit cold light. He was a black bear spirit. Before he became a spirit, he was known for his strength. After he opened his spiritual wisdom, he specialized in strength. A warrior competed with him in physical body, which was simply a provocation to him. The huge bear's paw was like a cushion, and he did not avoid or give way, but also slapped Wei Fan's palm. The next moment, his bear's paw collided with Wei Fan's palm, making a deafening sound. In midair, the old bear was horrified, and felt that the palm was like hitting a cliff, and the figure rushing towards him stopped in midair, unable to move forward. At this moment, like an ant lifting an elephant, he was held up in the air by Wei Fan's single hand, and even his thick bear paw felt a sharp pain.
Is this your divine power?
The strength is only about 100,000 pounds. He saw disappointment in the eyes of Wei Fan opposite him, as if he was very dissatisfied with his performance.
Asshole!
The old bear was furious, his muscles trembling, and he wanted to break Wei Fan's arm. But the next moment, Wei Fan exhaled and spoke, and his other hand slapped him. He felt a sharp pain in the bear paw again, and his body flew back in the original direction, smashing a crack on the ground.
Sure enough, there is no extreme aura, he not a body training master.
Jia Yun's heart trembled, and he was sure that Wei Fan was practicing the innate skill. Although he did not see the supreme true qi, everything in front of him was enough.
No one could have such terrifying physical power except for the innate skill. I can't lose to a warrior in strength.
The old bear roared, and slapped the ground with a pair of bear paws. His body stood up from the ground amid the dust explosion. He looked over and saw that Wei Fan had rushed up like a shadow and slapped again.
Let me show you what real power is.
The old bear's legs cracked the ground, and a yellowish-brown light lit up, as if something invisible was sinking into his body from the ground. In an instant, his body swelled and his breath became more violent. His palms were like wash basins, smashing towards Wei Fan all over the place. Boom! Wei Fan flew backwards, and this time it was his turn to be slapped away, and his blood surged. Good! This is interesting. His agile body stopped in the air with a series of steps, and then jumped high. What a strong body! The old bear took a breath of cold air. Only he knew how much strength he had used in the palm strike just now. He was confident that he could blow up a small mountain. However, although he slapped Wei Fan away, Wei Fan did not suffer any damage, but became more vigorous. You are already not as strong as me, so just use whatever means you have. The old bear walked on the ground, causing a mountain-shaking earthquake. As he walked, wisps of ochre-colored light kept entering his body. Wei Fan, don't hold back. This beast has mastered the power of the earth. The longer the time, the stronger his power will be. The guide shouted. He knew that Wei Fan still had some reservations, such as the supreme true chi of the horizontal training innate, which had not been used yet, and the killer moves such as the dragon roar shattering skyfinger. I have a lot of means, but I'm afraid you won't live to see them all. The giant bear paw is indeed not enough to deal with a real bear like you. A loud rumbling sound came from Wei Fan's body, as if a river in his body was bursting its banks. The next moment, a purple light flashed in the air, and he approached the giant bear at lightning speed, and grabbed the giant bear with his 5 fingers with a sharp whistle. The dragon roar skybreaking finger driven by the supreme true energy. With just a puff, his 5 fingers were like sharp knives that dug into the old bear's iron body, splashing a string of blood. Supreme chi, that is indeed the purple supreme chi. Jia Yin's eyes lit up, and he felt his blood boiling. This kind of monster will be personally taken to the demon suppression division by him, and those monsters now will be suppressed one by one. We have discovered a monster with horizontal training innate. Ning Xian and Su Shuerong were also excited. Roar! The severe pain made the old bear scream heartbreakingly. He slapped Wei Fan with one palm, but saw that the purple chi under Wei Fan's feet had already disappeared with a large piece of his flesh and blood. You are the legendary horizontal training innate, no wonder your body is so strong. The old bear also saw Wei Fan's purple supreme chi at this time, and immediately recognized him as a warrior with horizontal training innate. Wei Fan threw the flesh in his hand. How about my dragon roar shattering skyfinger? The Tiger King was killed by my dragon roar shattering skyfinger after his bones were broken. The old bear was huge, and although his strength was increasing, he was a living target for him with his flexible steps. Unless his defense can withstand the dragon roar skybreaking finger, he will be torn to pieces sooner or later. The old bear obviously realized this and began to shrink his body, but his huge body could not shrink much. There was a cold light in his eyes. I can't let you go today, otherwise I don't know how many creatures of my demon clan will die in your hands in the future. The old bear was chilled to the bone. At first, he didn't intend to kill Wei Fan. Even if he won, he would let Wei Fan go as Wei Fan guessed. But when the horizontal training innate burst out, he had a murderous intention and didn't care about the deterrence of the demon suppression division. Die! For the first time, a strong demon power rose from his body, protecting his whole body, and then he ran towards Wei Fan and slapped him. The huge bear paw brought a fishy smell and set off a gust of wind. Wei Fan stepped aside, and the place where he was standing before exploded. His 5 fingers emitted purple light and grabbed the old bear, but this time he only scratched the old bear's body protecting demon power, leaving a scratch on the old bear and couldn't go any further. The protection of the demonic power made his defense even stronger. Your dragon roar sky-shattering finger is no longer effective, but I am still getting stronger. The old bear waved his palm and slapped again. Congratulations, next you can see one of my real skills. Wei Fan grinned. The old bear is indeed extraordinary, just like a genius among humans, his talent far exceeds that of his peers. Relying on the giant bear's true meaning and dragon the heaven-breaking finger of songs had almost no chance of defeating him. After training for so long, it was time to end this battle. Then use it quickly. The old bear looked up and saw that the purple true energy on Wei Fan's body had dissipated, and one hand had been placed on the saber without knowing when. Isn't his saber just for show? The old bear had this thought in his heart, and suddenly he could hear the sound of a saber ringing in his ears. Saber! With a light shout, Wei Fan's saber intent became fierce, and the sharp saber intent from his body cut through the old bear's momentum. What kind of demonic power and demonic energy was under the saber intent? It was like avoiding snakes and scorpions, and quickly melted away. What is this? The old bear screamed, and felt that his body was like being held by the blade, and it would be torn apart in the next moment. This feeling made him feel terrified. This is saber intent! The guide shouted in a panic. This is saber intent, pure saber intent, not the kind of saber intent that is honed by the true meaning martial arts.
With this pure saber intent, any true meaning martial arts in terms of saber techniques will soon be fully comprehended in Wei Fan's hands. Sword intent. A flash of purple sword light lit up, instantly cutting through the demonic energy on the old bear and breaking his demonic power. He used his strongest bear paw to block it in fear, but it was cut in an instant. Two puffs sounded, and the old bear's two bear paws broke off in the middle, and half fell to the ground. "Spare my life!" he shouted in fear, and tried to move aside, but it was useless. A flash of sword light passed through his body and killed through the demonic energy before disappearing. The old bear's horrified expression quickly solidified, and the spirit in his eyes quickly dissipated. He looked down and saw that his body cracked with a snap, breaking into two halves, and a puff of dust splashed on both sides. Kill the bear monster and gain 160 years of skill. Current skill, 167 years. Sword intent can't be blocked, and I didn't even use the golden bell cover of Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. When the smoke and dust dissipated, two huge pieces of the bear's body smashed the ground, and the internal organs were scattered all over the ground, and even the demon was cut in half. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Wei Fan looked down and saw that the sword in his hand was quickly covered with cracks, and then broke into pieces. Rubbish! He threw away the hilt in his hand. The head of the police's sword could not withstand the impact of the sword intent and the supreme true chi, and broke on the spot. I have to find a way to get a good sword. Although he has no sword in his hand now, he has a sword in his heart, but the power of the sword intent with and without the sword is different. Obviously, it was not the same thing. Use your knives to dig out the demon's sacks. We will stir-fry them tonight and have a drink. Wei Fan turned around and called Ning Xian and others. Several people had already been stunned and were still standing there. When they heard Wei Fan's voice, they ran over excitedly. "Let me do this kind of chores." Jochi drew out his sword and jumped onto the old bear's body to dig out the demon's sacks. However, he had not even entered the golden bell cover yet. He was just an ordinary person. He was almost knocked off the old bear by the evil spirit naturally emitted by the old bear's body after his death. Wei Fan hurriedly grabbed him and took the knife from his hand. After a few breaths, two pieces of white meat that were more crystal clear than the demon's sacks he had obtained before appeared in his hands. "Brother Ning, Miss Su, you were in a hurry to leave last time and didn't have time to entertain me. I haven't thanked you for your kindness. I will use it to entertain you tonight." Wei Fan raised the demon's sack in his hand. He had directly stir-fried the two demon's sacks he had obtained before. Regardless of the effect, the taste was indeed unique. Brother Wei is the boss. Ning Xian and Su Shuerong's voices were a little hoarse, and the shock in their hearts had not ended. It was not that the sword intent was rare. There were many people in the Demon Suppression Division who had comprehended the sword intent, but how many years had those people comprehended the sword, and how long had Wei Fan been practicing martial arts? Moreover, those people had a complete inheritance of the sword intent, and there was a place in the Demon Suppression Division specifically for practicing the sword intent. What about Wei Fan? He didn't even have any martial arts related to the sword intent, and it was obvious that he relied on some common sword techniques to comprehend the sword intent. His terrifying comprehension was simply unbelievable. "I want it too, I haven't eaten the demon bag yet," Hu Qing shouted. Compared with Ning Xian and Su Shuerong, she was not very shocked, all because of his blind worship of Wei Fan. As for Zhou Qi, he had no idea what the sword intent and the horizontal training innate meant. He only knew that it would be strange if Wei Fan couldn't kill the old bear. "Everyone, come. I'll treat everyone tonight." Wei Fan handed the demon bag to Zhou Qi, leaned over and dragged the two halves of the old bear's body in his hands. "Let's go back to the city now. The old bear is dead, and it's time to wipe out the forces cultivated by those demons in Yuncheng." He didn't think about looking for the bear demon's lair or anything like that. The old bear came alone, which should have been arranged. Once killed, other demons should have a way to know that the old bear is dead, and they won't wait for him to come to them. And it's not easy to find them in the deep mountains and old forests. Dragging the old bear's body, some people walked towards Yuncheng. At the entrance of Yuncheng, Luo Wen had already arranged for people to be here. When Wei Fan appeared dragging the corpse of the old bear, the gate was immediately closed. At the same time, someone rushed to pass the news of the old bear's death to the three chiefs. After making an appointment with Ning Xian and the other two to have dinner in the evening, Wei Fan took Hu Qing and Zhou Qi and quickly rushed back to the East District Yamen. When they arrived here, Luo Wen had summoned all the Yamen runners to get ready. "Let's go to the West District." When the three of them appeared, Luo Wen immediately ordered to set off. "I discussed with the three chiefs, and they each cleared the forces in their own territories. The chief of the West District died and there were no masters. We need to help the West District take down the Huangxian gang.
Luo Wen came up to explain to Wei Fan. There is no such force as gangs in the inner city of Yunqing, only in the 4 major districts, and the East District has long been cleared by Wei Fan. Only the 3 districts of South, North and West still have gangs supported by demons. There is also a chief in the East District, but the chief of the East District has not appeared for a long time, and Wei Fan doesn't know where he went. Wei Fan nodded and said loudly, "Brothers, today's action is a bit big. The whole city's government offices will act together to wipe out all forces that collude with demons. There will be a lot of people arrested, and the prison may not be able to hold so many people. When we start, try to kill them, not alive." The Huangxian gang in the West District is a gang that collects treasures, beauties and human food for Huang Daxian. Because Huang Daxian has many demons under his command, the people there live more miserably than those in the East District, and people disappear every day. "Try to kill them, not alive," someone shouted in response, his eyes shining. The best thing about following Wei Fan is that you don't have to be bound by your hands and feet, and you can do it freely. Today, the West District will be a river of blood. Luo Wen didn't persuade him, and he knew that he couldn't persuade him. What's more, what Wei Fan said was right. There were too many people arrested and there were not enough cells. Anyway, they were all damned guys, so it would be easier to kill them directly. When Wei Fan and others arrived in the West District, the runners of the West District government office were ready. The 2 sides met and immediately rushed to the Huangxian class's lair. "Captain Wei, we surrender." Apparently the news had been leaked. When Wei Fan and his men arrived at the Huangxian gang's lair, most of the Huangxian gang's members had already gathered together, shouting surrender. This scene caught everyone off guard, and everyone looked at Wei Fan to see how he would handle it. Surrendering with weapons? Wei Fan looked around and saw that several people were still holding weapons. Kill. This time he was too lazy to say anything about surrendering without killing. After a loud shout, he didn't give those people an explanation or let them go. The time for Wei Fan to put down his weapon was short, and he immediately rushed into the crowd. The Yamen runners in the West District were still staring blankly, while the Yamen runners in the East District followed Wei Fan and rushed over. Suddenly, there was a panicked voice. "We put down our weapons. Run! This Wei Fan is the demon. He won't spare us even if I say surrender. Fight them!" Wei Fan rushed into the crowd and killed anyone who responded to the panel. Compared with the Tiger Gang, the Yellow Immortal Gang had more people, and the killing lasted for almost a minute before it ended. When the killing was over, the courtyard of the Yellow Immortal Gang had been stained with blood, and there were bodies lying everywhere. In the end, only 7 or 8 of the more than 100 people were not killed. Ugh! This scene made some Yamen runners vomit directly, and their faces turned pale. "Please ask colleagues in the West District to deal with the bodies. Let's go to other districts to have a look." Wei Fan didn't kill enough, these are all skills. Current skill, 271 years. He glanced at the panel and found that he only got more than 100 years of skill. He was about to go to the Demon Suppression Division, so he had to collect as much skill as possible. An hour later, Wei Fan returned with the Yamen runners from the East District. The other captains were not slow in their movements. When they arrived, the forces in other districts that colluded with the demons had been wiped out. "My knife is broken again. Give me a new one." Wei Fan found Luo Wen. Although the captain's sword was rubbish, he couldn't live without it. Luo Wen was helpless. "It's only been a short time, and you've changed a few knives. Wait, I'll get you a better captain's sword." In the following time, Wei Fan waited for the end of the shift, and then went to find Ning Xian and others. On this day, the whole city of Yunqing cheered. First, the city lord died, and now the gang forces supported by the demons were also wiped out. How could they not cheer? There was even a rumor that the Captain Wei Fan killed the old bear outside the city, and all the demons in Yunqing would disappear in the future. "Oh no, something happened to Lord Pan, we are late." 3 horses galloped on the streets of Yunqing. Listening to the discussions on the street, Han Xian's face changed slightly. They rushed here day and night after receiving the request for help from the Lord of Yunqing, but they were still a step too late. The Lord of Yunqing had already been killed by the demon. The 3 horses galloped all the way and soon entered the inner city and arrived at the Lord's mansion. Looking at the Lord's mansion with white silk hanging everywhere, Han Xian and the other 2 no longer had any luck. "We are from the Han family in Sucheng. Take us to see the lady and the second son." Han Xian and the other 2 jumped off the horse and quickly stepped forward to report their identities. The servant who was guarding the gate heard this and said with a sad face, "Why did you come just now? The second young master and the city lord were killed." After these words came out, Han Xian and the other 2 changed their faces again. "Demon, take us to see Madam quickly, we must kill the demon and avenge Lord Pan and the second young master."
The three followed the servant to the city lord's mansion, only to hear the servant say, "No need, the demon has been found and killed by a head of the police named Wei Fan in the Yamen. Madam now hopes that the second young master and the city lord can return to their roots." Hearing that the demon had been killed, Han Qian's expression looked better. "We want them to return to their roots. The Lord of Yunqing has been the Lord of Yunqing for decades, and he has managed Yunqing in a mess, but he is still fine. Naturally, he is not without background. The wife of the Lord of Yunqing is a woman from their Suqing Han family." This time, the city lord's mansion was entangled by demons. The city lord of Yunqing did not dare to ask for help from the Suqing officials, because if the people who came were not from their own people, it might expose the seriousness of the demon disaster in Yunqing, so the request for help went to the Han family. After walking for a while, they met the wife of the city lord of Yunqing, a married woman of the Han family. "Aunt, I am sorry." Han Qian looked sad. According to seniority, this was his aunt. "You are finally here, but you have to take charge of your uncle and cousin." Seeing the Han family coming, the city lord's wife burst into tears. While crying, she told how Wei Fan disobeyed the order and the city lord died. "I will kill this Wei Fan." Han Bai stood up with a murderous look on his face. Although the city lord was killed by the demon, Wei Fan was an accomplice for not saving him. Han Qian and another person also looked very unhappy. They thought that no one in Yunqing had the ability to kill the demon that was causing chaos in the city lord's mansion, so the city lord died. Unexpectedly, it was not like that at all. Wei Fan had the ability to find the demons and kill them, but because he hated the city lord for letting the demons harm the people and only cared about plundering the people's wealth over the years, he watched the city lord being killed by the demon. Others hated, but they naturally did not hate it, because all the money the city lord had plundered over the years was sent to the Han family in Suchun. "You blatantly killed a head of the police. Do you want to cause trouble for the Han family?" Han Qian stopped Han Bai. The city lord was dead, and it was hard to say who Sucheng would send to be the city lord of Yunqing next. No matter how much he hated Wei Fan, with Wei Fan's current prestige in Yunqing, he could not kill him blatantly. "You the aunt back to Sucheng, and I will find a chance to kill Wei Fan." After work, Wei Fan took Hu Qing and Zhou Qi to the restaurant they had agreed on, and handed the demon sack dug out from the old bear to the restaurant's master for processing. The three of them waited for a while, and Ning Xian and the other two also appeared. "Brother Wei is so kind, now everyone in Yunqing remembers your kindness." Ning Xian immediately gave Wei Fan a thumbs up. Wei Fan almost changed the status quo of Yunqing by himself. After they sat down, Su Shuaron looked at the guide and said, "Guide, Wei Fan's character investigation should have passed." The guide nodded. "Of course, he has done so many things. If he doesn't pass, there will be few people in the world who are qualified to enter the Demon Suppression Division." Wei Fan was right to wait for the Lord of Yunqing to be killed by the evil spirit before taking action. That is, the Lord of Yunqing died, otherwise when he returned to Sucheng, he would report the matter to the Demon Suppression Division. As the guides of the Demon Suppression Division, they not only help the Demon Suppression Division absorb fresh blood, but also monitor the world and collect information about demons from all over the world. Brother Wei finally passed. "You have to drink a few more cups later." Ning Xian and the others were overjoyed. The Demon Suppression Division shocked the demons of the world and everyone yearned for it. Being able to enter such a place was like graduating from high school. It was a happy event anywhere. After a while, the food and wine began to come. The old bear's demon sack was fried into a large plate and served. Wei Fan pointed at Zhou Qi and asked the guide, "By the way, Zhou Qi is still an ordinary person. Will he be in trouble if he eats the demon sack?" The guide and Ning Xian nodded affirmatively. The demon sack is the place where demons store their demon power. It is the essence of the body. If a warrior handles it improperly, it will cause impure true qi. However, ordinary people will strengthen their bodies and may even be able to practice true qi. Even they can only eat this kind of thing occasionally, otherwise how could they be eager to eat Wei Fan's feast? After eating for a while, Zhou Qi was sweating all over and his blood was boiling. Ning Xian and others asked him to sit down and meditate and practice. Zhou Qi didn't waste any words and hurriedly sat down. Half a quarter of an hour later, he felt his abdomen getting hot and a light yellow qi appeared in his dantian. "I have reached the first level of the Golden Bell." Zhou Qi stood up excitedly, almost bursting into tears. From today on, he was also a warrior, and his status was immediately different. "Congratulations!" Wei Fan congratulated him. In fact, this was the purpose of calling Zhou Qi here. As a friend, he was about to leave. Opening Yunqing, this is the only thing he can do to help Zhou Qi. His predecessor had an upright character, and Zhou Qi was often implicated when he was his partner, but Zhou Qi never complained.
nor did he mean to change to someone else. After a group of people ate and drank for a while, Hu Qing and Zhou Qi took the lead to say goodbye and leave. Now that there are no outsiders, I will talk to you about the assessment. After Zhou Qi and Hu Qing left, the drunkenness on the face of the guide faded away, and he sat up straight. The assessment I arranged for you is to destroy the Black Wind Village outside the city. Black Wind Village? Ning Xian and Wei Fan were all stunned, and Wei Fan raised his eyebrows and said, "Does the Demon Suppression Division also deal with bandit affairs? To do good things, you must do it thoroughly." So before leaving, Wei Fan planned to flatten the Black Wind Village before leaving. He didn't expect that the assessment task arranged by the guide was to destroy the Black Wind Village. The guide shook his head. The Demon Suppression Department will naturally not take care of the bandits, but according to the information of the Demon Suppression Department, the leader of the Black Wind Village is a demon. He looked at Wei Fan. Remember the crocodile monster of the Yishan gang? That crocodile monster is just a demon in the initial stage. How can a demon in the initial stage have the courage to come to the city to support a gang? The real big demon is the leader of the Black Wind Village, and that crocodile monster is just the descendant of the leader of the Black Wind Village. The one who really colluded with the Lu family is also the leader of the Black Wind Village. Wei Fan was a little moved. The information of the Demon Suppression Department was really terrifying. They just set their sights on Yunqing, and they found out so quickly that the leader of the Black Wind Village was a demon. The Yunqing government probably didn't know these things. No. Wei Qingyuan, that, should know. He remembered that Wei Qingyuan asked them to take down the Black Wind Village within 7 days. No wonder he didn't let him kill other demons, but chose the Black Wind Village. That must have tipped off the Black Wind Village first, waiting for him to go to the Black Wind Village to die. Wei Fan frowned and said, "As far as I know, the other two leaders of the Black Wind Village are both warriors of the second level of Pishue. We don't know how strong the leader is. Yunqing has organized thousands of people to attack Black Wind Village before but failed. Can the three of us do it?" This is why he hesitated to attack Black Wind Village before. Even if he was not afraid of the leader of Black Wind Village, Ning Xian and Su Shuerong had just entered Pishue and were no match for the two leaders, not to mention that Black Wind Village was not just these three people. The guide said, "You have misunderstood. My destruction does not mean that you have to kill all the people in Black Wind Village. The three of you only need to find a way to kill the demon leader of Black Wind Village. You are only responsible for killing demons, and other people will do the work of suppressing bandits. Moreover, I haven't told you all the information I should have given you. The assessment task will not assign you an impossible task. The Demon Suppression Division has found out that the leader of Black Wind Village is a third-grade demon in the True Realm. You even killed the old bear in the fourth-grade True Realm. It should not be difficult to kill a third-grade demon. It's just the third-grade True Realm, and you only need to kill the leader of Black Wind Village, so the difficulty is reduced suddenly." Wei Fan looked at Ning Xian and Su Shuerong. "If you have no problem, then I'll accept this task." The two of them naturally had no problem. "The mission is set. You have 5 days to act. If the leader of the Black Wind Village is still alive after 5 days, you will be considered to have failed the assessment. One more thing to add, one person only has 3 assessment opportunities. If you fail 3 times, you will not have the chance to enter the Demon Suppression Division again." The guide left after he finished speaking. For the sake of fairness, he would not appear in front of the 3 people again before Wei Fan and the other 2 completed the mission. Ning Xian looked at Wei Fan. "Brother Wei, do you have any good ideas? It's not easy to kill that demon hiding in the bandit's nest." With Wei Fan's combat power and the 2 of them, it is not difficult to kill a third-level demon in the True Realm. The difficult part is the leader of the Black Wind Village without facing a group of bandits in the Black Wind Village. Wei Fan shook his head. What a good idea he had. The way he thought of before was to break through from the inside and kill the 3 leaders first. The leader of the Black Wind Village was so low-key that few people knew he was a demon over the years. It was impossible to lure him out of the village with a trick. I have been planning to destroy the Black Wind Village before. I have collected a lot of information about them, but I have not visited them in person. I will go to the Black Wind Village tomorrow night to take a look. If it doesn't work, just attack by force. At worst, I can take out the golden bell and smash it. It's hard to say about others, but Ning Xian and Su Shuerong are still trustworthy. Or let Su Shuerong and Ning Xian wait for him at the foot of the mountain, and he will destroy the Black Wind Village alone. In the past, he was afraid because he didn't know the cultivation level of the leader of the Black Wind Village. Now that he has accurate information, Wei Fan's fear of the Black Wind Village is basically gone. After making an appointment with the 2 of them for the time and place to meet tomorrow, the 3 of them left the restaurant separately.
After returning home, Wei Fan took a bag of things and went out again.
The things in it were nothing but the secret manuals and some gold and silver he had obtained before. After going to Suchang and entering the Demon Suppression Division, he didn't know when he would be able to come back, so he naturally had to leave some things for his sister's family. Recently, he had done a lot of things for Yunqing, but he also offended a lot of people, so he had not contacted his sister's family. Now that the enemies were dead or captured, he no longer had these concerns. After walking for a while, a small courtyard appeared in front of him, which was not as good as the one where Wei Fan lived.
His brother-in-law's family was not a wealthy family, but an ordinary family, doing some handicrafts for a living.
Uncle, hold! As soon as he stepped into the door, his nephew ran over, and Wei Fan immediately bent down and picked him up.
Xiaofan, why are you here?
Hearing the noise, his sister and brother-in-law also came out.
Come to see you.
Holding his nephew, Wei Fan walked into the house and sat down, putting down the bag he brought with him, and soon the brother and sister started chatting about family matters.
They chatted until late at night,
explaining clearly what he was going to do in the Demon Suppression Division and the things he brought with him, and then Wei Fan got up and went back.
Here he comes.
As long as he opens the door, I will chop him with my sword.
Even if he is a 5th-level master of Pishue, he will die.
Kill him and leave Yunqing overnight to catch up with Han Bai and others. Even if the people from the Demon Suppression Division come in person, they will not be able to find out that I killed him. Han Xian stood behind the gate of Wei Fan's yard, holding his breath, waiting for the moment when Wei Fan opened the door. According to the information he inquired, Wei Fan's combat power was about the 3rd level of Pishue, and he himself was the 4th level of Pishue. With a sneak attack, he was sure to kill the 5th-level master of Pishue with one sword.
Ha!
The footsteps stopped.
Did they find me? He found that the footsteps that came from far away stopped when they approached the gate, and did not open the door.
Come out, you want to sneak attack me behind the door? Just when he was in doubt, a calm voice came from the other side of the door.
How did he find out? Did he deliberately trick me?
When Han Xian still couldn't believe that his ambush was discovered, the air began to rise outside. At this moment, he realized that the other party had really discovered him. If he didn't get out, the other party would break down the door.
You are very alert. You actually discovered me. But I'm curious, since you discovered me, why don't you attack me?
Han Xian opened the door and saw Wei Fan standing not far away, one hand pressed on the hilt of the knife, with no expression of surprise on his face. Wei Fan shook his head. Because I don't want to break my own gate, I will find someone to repair it tomorrow. He looked at the man in front of him whose face was covered with a black cloth, and the panel began to flash. Han Xian, 4th level of Pishue, killing people to rob treasures, killing innocent people indiscriminately, kill him and you can get 40 years of power. Wei Fan prefers to kill demons because demons explode more power. The black-clothed man in front of him named Han Xian is the 4th level of Pishue, which is the same level as Lao Xiong's 4th level of the True Realm. But Lao Xiong can explode 160 years of power, while Han Xian can only explode 40 years.
Han Xian's only eyes flashed with surprise.
He didn't expect that Wei Fan didn't want to break his own gate, so he didn't sneak attack him. It seems that you are very confident and think you can kill me without a sneak attack. Tell me your origins and why you want to kill me, I can give you a quick death later.
Wei Fan didn't rush to act.
A master of the 4th level of acupuncture, there are almost no such people in a small place like Yunqing, and ordinary families can't afford such a master. If such a person comes to assassinate me, it is best to clarify the matter and find out the origin of Han Xian. If there are other enemies, they can be killed together.
Young people are really arrogant. In this place where the inheritance is not perfect, they really think they are invincible after killing a few demons?
He has confirmed that the person in front of him is the head of the police Wei Fan, because this arrogance is almost exactly the same as the Wei Fan he knows. Han Xian immediately said, I won't talk nonsense with you, I will send you to death.
Remember not to be so arrogant in your next life.
He raised the sword in his hand, and at the same time, a step was taken and a knife energy was chopped to kill Wei Fan. Before the knife energy arrived, there was a cold chill in all directions, causing the air temperature to drop sharply, as if winter was coming. Wei Fan's expression did not change, his palms suddenly swelled, and a faint roar came from his body.
He smashed Han Xian's knife energy with one palm. Catch the sword energy with bare hands? Han Xian's eyes almost popped out of his head. Is his body made of iron?
His sword energy didn't even break the opponent's skin, but only left some ice crystals on his hand.
Isn't Wei Fan's most powerful skill the Dragon Roar Sky-Shattering Finger? How come he has become a body training master? In an instant, Han Xian found that the information he had obtained was completely wrong. Is that all you can do?
I thought you were so powerful, but you are not even as good as the old bear outside the city. Wei Fan's figure was as fast as a lightning. Without even drawing his knife, he quickly stepped forward and slapped again.
The giant bear palm was not weak.
As the only true martial arts he had mastered, this palm technique could be ranked among the top few of his killer moves. It was just that the old bear was stronger than him and his body was also terrifying, so the giant bear palm seemed a little weak against the old bear. In an instant, the air made an explosive sound, and the terrifying pressure like a mountain pressing down on Han Xian directly.
True martial arts, horizontal palm technique. Han Xian's pupils shrank violently, and a huge roar resounded in the dark night. He seemed to see an explosive bear getting angry. He desperately retracted his sword and chopped at the huge palm. In the dark night, the dazzling blade light almost condensed into a solid, and instantly chopped on the palm that slapped him. The power of this knife was even more powerful than the previous one. Ding!
A dull roar echoed, and Han Xian felt like he was chopping a huge mountain with his sword. In an instant, the sword light shattered, the tiger's mouth cracked, and the precious sword flew out of his hand, almost cutting off his own head.
What a close call!
He was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. If it weren't for the body-protecting true chi that bounced the precious sword away, he would have been killed by his own sword.
This is a monster, run!
Almost instantly, he gave up the idea of killing Wei Fan to avenge City Lord Pan. The strength of the two was not at the same level at all. With the terrifying and powerful strength and the flesh like fine steel, he was not even qualified to break the defense. However, as soon as this idea came up, before he could put it into action, the big hand that shook off his precious sword smashed his body-protecting true chi like a broken bamboo and grabbed his neck. Ah! The feeling of suffocation, coupled with the huge pain of his neck being pinched off, made him unable to help but make an uncomfortable sound.
Now, can you tell me why you came to kill me?
Wei Fan tore off the black cloth, and saw the face of a middle-aged man with a lingering look of horror.
Don't even think about it. If you have the guts to kill me, someone will avenge me in the future.
Han Xian felt that he could breathe again. Although he was terrified, he did not give in. Wei Fan showed a kind smile. There is no hurry to kill you.
Don't you want someone to avenge you? What if they don't avenge you? Tell me who asked you to kill me, and I will go find them. In this way, someone will definitely help you avenge, don't you think? It seemed to make sense.
Han Xian's face showed a hint of hesitation for a moment, but it disappeared quickly. You are dreaming.
Fortunately, he was almost fooled into revealing his identity.
We caught a petty thief, don't worry about it. The noise of the fight between Wei Fan and Han Xian had alarmed the neighbors. Someone opened the door and asked Wei Fan if he needed help, but he persuaded him to go back.
He looked down at Han Xian, who was restrained, and said, "You don't want to tell me? You want me to make you suffer?"
Han Xian's expression changed, and the next moment he felt a piercing pain in his hand, which made his expression distorted. It turned out that Wei Fan had crushed one of his fingers, and the blood and flesh were blurred. Han Xian gritted his teeth and said, "I admit defeat, and sooner or later someone will get this blood debt back for me." He was also tough, and he didn't shout even when his fingers were crushed. Crack! Seeing this, Wei Fan crushed the remaining fingers of Han Xian. "You have one last chance." Han Xian's expression was distorted with pain, and he was sweating all over from the pain, but he still didn't say anything.
"You're still so stubborn, so I'll send you on your way." Han Xian didn't say anything even at this point. Wei Fan knew that he probably couldn't get anything useful out of him, so he immediately crushed Han Xian's neck. Kill Han Xian and gain 40 years of power, current power, 331 years, the accumulated power has exceeded 300. Wei Fan began to search the body. After a while, he found that except for some money, there were no useful clues on Han Xian's body. Forget it, unless those people don't avenge him, they will know who wants to kill me sooner or later. Wei Fan went over and picked up Han Xian's flying sword. The material of this sword is very good. Although it didn't hurt him, under the huge force of 100,000 pounds of his single arm, the sword didn't break, and even didn't curl. Cold Moon Sword. He looked carefully and found that this sword actually had a name. There were two small words Cold Moon engraved on the handle. "From now on, you will be my sword." He pulled out the sword he had just received and touched it with the Cold Moon Sword, and a gap was instantly cut out. After getting a few night patrol officers to take away Han Xian's body, Wei Fan went home to sleep. Early in the morning, Wei Fan entered the classroom with a knife slung over his waist. "Captain Wei." "Hello, Lord Wei." Facing the people who greeted him, Wei Fan nodded one by one and walked to his seat and sat down. After sitting for a while, the squad leader Luo Wen appeared. "The identity of Han Xian who assassinated you last night has been revealed." Luo Wen just sat down. He was still sleeping last night and heard that Wei Fan was assassinated. Killing came to deal with it overnight, and now he has found out some things. It is because you, Wei Fan, were assassinated that the people in the city are so eager to identify the body. Someone just reported that Han Xian came to Yunqing yesterday and brought 2 people into the city lord's mansion. After that, the 2 took the bodies of the city lord and the second young master and left Yunqing. This matter should be related to the death of the city lord. The city lord? The city lord was killed by a demon, so it was his fault. Luo Wen continued, I checked, the city lord's hometown is in Suchong. You should be more careful in the future. The person is dead and there is no way to investigate later. Wei Fan nodded, knowing what the origin is. When he goes to Suchong later, he will check Han Xian's background. By the way, is there no news about the new city lord? That is to say, he has swept away the monsters in Yunqing with force, otherwise the city lord will die and Yunqing will be in chaos. Luo Wen said, Suchong has been notified. The new city lord should take office within 7 or 8 days. By then, with your contribution, no captain will be able to escape. Wei Fan shook his head. Luo Wen didn't know that he was about to enter the Demon Suppression Division. How could a captain in a small Yunqing be as majestic as the Demon Suppression Division? A day passed quickly. After work, they had a meal in the restaurant. Seeing the captain changed his clothes, Wei Fan joined Ning Xian and Su Shuerong and rushed to the Black Wind Village. The Black Wind Village's nest is located in a steep mountain outside Yunqing. It is independent on a steep mountainside. When Wei Fan and the other 2 arrived here, the sky was slightly dark. This terrain is not easy to sneak into the mountain village. It is said that it is enough to kill the crocodile monster, but with this posture, there is no chance to kill the crocodile monster except for a strong attack. Looking at the terrain around the Black Wind Village, Ning Xian frowned. Even if they could sneak into Black Wind Village, how could they not alert others when fighting the crocodile monster? We should have a chance to sneak into the village at night. You 2 just need to protect yourselves, and I will take care of the rest. Wei Fan looked for a long time and found that except for fighting all the bandits in Black Wind Village head-on, there was no possibility of killing the crocodile monster alone. Then I'll trouble you, brother Wei. The 3 of them found 2 hidden places to sit down and recuperate, and time soon came to late at night. At this time, the people patrolling the Black Wind Village began to relax and were not as serious as before. It's time to change guards, now. When they found that the patrolman was missing at a certain moment, the 3 of them began to move, climbing up along a hidden cliff and successfully entered the mountain village. Although this is a platform on the mountainside, it is extremely vast, with many houses built and even a training ground. You stay here, I'll go catch someone to ask where the crocodile monster is. If there is any danger, you can come to pick me up. After discussing with Su Shuerong and Ning Xian, Wei Fan disappeared into the night and quickly caught a patrolling minion. Tell me where your boss's room is, and I will spare your life. Don't shout, I can kill you before you shout. Wei Fan let go. The minion was terrified and did not shout, but pointed in a direction to Wei Fan. Don't kill me, the boss is there. Now you get some sleep. He slapped the minion unconscious with a slap, but did not kill him. Although the opponent was a bandit, the panel did not respond to this minion, which means that he did almost no bad things. In fact, except for a few people in the Black Wind Village who were really bad, most of them were forced to go up the mountain to become bandits because the people living down the mountain could not survive. If they really wanted to have food and clothing, not many people would be willing to go up the mountain to become bandits. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Wei Fan turned into a wisp of green smoke and floated towards the room pointed by the minion. Ding! As soon as he approached the room, a deep bell sounded. I've been discovered. Wei Fan frowned and stopped. Then, torches lit up in all directions, and dozens of crossbowmen appeared in an instant, surrounding him. Ha ha! Wei Fan, you are finally here, are you satisfied with my gift? The room opened, and a sturdy man walked out. He had a full beard, but like the crocodile monster that Wei Fan killed, he had a big bald head, and his hands and feet were generally short and thick, very uncoordinated. Crocodile monster, 4th level in the real realm, the boss of the Black Wind Village, has eaten more than 100 people, kill it and you can gain 160 years of power. Wei Fan's mouth twitched. Before, he praised the Demon Suppression Division for its terrifying intelligence, but now it seems that it is just that. The guide said that the boss of the Black Wind Village was only a 3rd level monster in the real realm, but the panel showed that he was a 4th level monster. If he hadn't gotten involved, Ning Xian and Su Shuerong might have been tricked to death. You all knew I was coming. It seems that you are the demon who was colluding with Wei Qingyuan. This kind of posture clearly shows that the people of Black Wind Village have been setting traps for him for a long time. Wei Fan was not surprised. He had never thought that he could kill the crocodile demon silently and retreat. Collusion? It's just mutual use. You killed the old bear and cleaned up the city. How could we not be on guard? The crocodile demon showed a fierce look. You killed my son. You can't escape today. Wei Fan had a blank expression. Since you know that the old bear was killed by me, you are just like him. How can you be confident that you can kill me? With these crossbows under your command? The crocodile demon grinned. Of course not. The ground under your feet is already full of explosives and kerosene. I only need a fire to blow you up. Wei Fan nodded. Explosives and kerosene? But if I die, few of your men will survive. Do you really not take their lives seriously? After these words came out, the crocodile demon's expression did not change, but Wei Fan saw that some of the crossbowmen showed a look of fear. The explosion of explosives and kerosene killed Wei Fan, and those who were close to him would probably die as well. Few people are not afraid of death. Brother Wei, hold on. Suddenly, there were shouts of killing outside. It turned out that Wei Fan was ambushed by Ning Xian and Su Xuerong. There are helpers. Start the fire. The crocodile demon leader shouted, but his men hesitated for a moment. At that moment, Wei Fan had seized the opportunity and a dazzling golden light burst out of his body. In a breath, a huge golden bell was turned upside down on his head, with tiger shadows and dragon shapes on it, lifelike. What is this? The martial arts golden bell? The crocodile demon stared at the golden bell that appeared on Wei Fan's body. How could the golden bell be so big and so real? There was no picture of the interweaving of true energy at all. The golden bell seemed to have existed in the first place. Ding! The next moment, a powerful and melodious bell sounded, and the tiger shadow dragon shape on the golden bell opened its mouth and roared wildly. In an instant, the roar of tigers and dragons resounded, and the terrible sound waves swept like huge waves, hitting in all directions. Explosives, kerosene, and torches all exploded under the terrible sound waves, and houses on all sides collapsed as if they were equipped with explosives. Run! Someone shouted in fear, desperately trying to escape the range of the sound waves, but his body was torn to pieces while still in midair. How is this possible? The crocodile demon's back, his spine went cold, his body cracked, and he fled madly. Is that the golden bell cover? Ning Xian, who was not far away, pointed at the huge golden bell standing in the dark night with a trembling hand. He felt his blood boiling and couldn't raise his true energy at all. The minions who besieged them in the Black Wind Village had already been stunned by the terrifying sound waves and bleeding from their mouths and noses. A sound wave almost wiped out the Black Wind Village. In an instant, he felt a chill on his back, which was more shocking than the first time he knew that Wei Fan was a horizontal training innate. The golden bell cover is just a true chi martial art. How could it have such power? What Wei Fan has may be a legendary magic weapon. Su Xuerong's eyes were full of doubts. It's not like she had never seen other people's golden bell covers. Whose golden bell cover has such power? Look, your explosives and kerosene are useless. Do you have any other means? The ground on the sides of Wei Fan was lifted up, and all the gunpowder disappeared and was cleared away. He was very satisfied with the group-killing ability of the Tiger Roar Dragon Roar golden bell cover. The group of people surrounding him were almost killed by the shock. Only the crocodile monster who was far away was still standing. Even if he was still standing, his body was broken and blood was oozing from his mouth and nose. He looked at the almost flattened Black Wind Village in horror. You are not a human. What kind of demon are you? The crocodile monster looked at the upside-down golden bell in horror, thinking that Wei Fan was more like a demon than himself. The power was terrifying. If he hadn't stood far away, he would have been torn to pieces. Kaka. The heavy injuries finally made him unable to maintain his human form. He turned into a big crocodile and appeared on the ground, breaking apart and bleeding. If you don't have any tricks, I'll send you to death. Wei Fan stepped over and slashed out a few meters-long sword. The crocodile monster didn't care about recovering from his injuries. His limbs swung on the ground and fled frantically. Boom! However, he was still a little slow. Wei Fan cut off half of his tail with a knife, and it smelled burnt and smoke rose on the spot. He screamed and continued to flee. Just when he ran a short distance, he suddenly realized something was wrong and looked up. He saw Wei Fan falling from the sky like a meteor, nailing the crocodile monster to the ground with one knife. After the huge body twisted a few times, it gradually calmed down. Killed the crocodile monster and gained 160 years of skill. Current skill, 874 years. Seeing the number 874, Wei Fan showed a happy expression. After a lot of killing, he gained more than 500 years of skill. Brother Wei. Ning Xian and Su Xuerong came over. They looked at Wei Fan but felt their throats were a little hoarse. After shouting Brother Wei, he didn't know what to say.
The shock on their faces had not faded, and their hearts were still in turmoil. The huge upside-down golden bell seemed to be still in front of them, and the roar of tigers and dragons seemed to be still echoing in their ears. They all stared at Wei Fan in a daze. Wei Fan nodded gently, "Go and gather the rest of the people." His ringing of the bell did not kill all the people in the Black Wind Village. The most deaths were the people who were ambushed by the crocodile monster. Those who were far away were only injured. At this moment, living people began to crawl out of the ruins, looking at the ruined Black Wind Village in despair and horror. Ning Xian took a deep breath, and finally didn't ask a bunch of questions. He nodded and said, "Okay. The 3 bosses are all dead. The big boss is actually a demon, he is a crocodile demon. We were forced by the demons to go up the mountain and become bandits. Why did we become demons' subordinates? Those missing people were secretly eaten by the big boss. Obviously, the big boss of Black Wind Village is a demon, even the people of Black Wind Village don't know." Looking at the huge dead crocodile, the living people showed fear and hatred. Soon, the living people gathered together, and there were about 100 people. Wei Fan didn't kill all of them, because most of them were ordinary people. He only picked out those who had responses on the panel to kill. This action scared the remaining people. "I know most of you were forced to go up the mountain, so I won't pursue you. Now tell me where the treasure house of the crocodile monster is, and then go down the mountain. Now that the upper and lower demons have disappeared, you can go home without worry, but remember not to do evil after you go home." He didn't think of arresting these people and putting them in jail. The lack of response on the panel proved that they had not really done many bad things, so it was better to let them go directly. They were all forced by the world, so there was no need to kill them. Moreover, the Yunqing prison was already full, and there was no place to put these more than 100 people even if they were arrested. "Thank you, Captain Wei, for sparing us. Captain Wei, I know where the demon hides the treasure. I'll take Captain Wei there." "I know too." Hearing that Wei Fan was going to let them go, these people were delighted and said they knew where the crocodile monster hid the treasure. Wei Fan randomly selected 4 or 5 strong men to lead the way, and let the others leave on their own. In a small stone chamber, Wei Fan and his companions saw the treasures that Black Wind Village had plundered over the years. It was not a lot, and the total amount of gold and silver was only a few thousand taels. Of course, in addition to these things, there were other jewelry and jade in the stone chamber. Wei Fan was not very familiar with these things and could not estimate the price. Moreover, he was not interested in these things. His eyes were immediately fixed on several secret books on a shelf. He quickly walked over and picked them up, and found that there were a total of 5 secret books. "Brother Wei, come quickly, there are good things here." Wei Fan was about to take a look at these secret books when he heard Ning Xian's voice. He walked over and saw that Ning Xian was holding a box in his hand, and a bull-sized stone was lying in the box. The stone was black and looked a little ugly. "What is this?" Wei Fan reached out to grab the stone and was surprised. This bull-sized stone was surprisingly heavy, heavier than iron. A small piece actually weighed 40 or 50 kilograms, like a lead block. Ning Xian said, "Brother Wei, this thing is called black iron. It is a good thing for forging weapons. You can't buy it even if you have money. When we warriors reach the Pishua realm, because our skills are too powerful, weapons made of fine iron can't withstand the infusion of true qi, and they will be destroyed after a few uses. If this black iron is used to forge weapons, even if you become a master of heaven and man, it can withstand the burst of true qi. It's a pity that this piece is a little small and can't be forged into a complete weapon. This is yours, you keep it." As he said, Ning Xian's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. That is, this piece of black iron is not heavy enough, so it was placed in the treasure house by the crocodile monster. Wei Fan was not polite and put this black iron away. "Now this is not enough to forge weapons, but it doesn't mean that you can't find other black iron in the future. Look at what material my knife is made of. How does it compare with this black iron?" He took out the cold moon knife and handed it to Ning Xian. Although he is better at fighting than Ning Xian, he has always been a wild Wei, and his knowledge is not at the same level as Ning Xian, a warrior from a sect. Ning Xian looked at it for a while and said, "This is also a weapon forged from black iron, but it is just a mixture of ordinary fine iron and black iron, so it can't be considered a real treasure. The implication is that the cold moon blade is just ordinary." Wei Fan nodded and put the cold moon blade away. The 3 of them counted for a while and didn't find anything good. A few people were left behind to pack the gold, silver, and jewelry into boxes. When daybreak came, they began to transport these things back to the city and took them to the largest bank in the city to exchange for silver notes. In total, they exchanged for more than 12,000 taels. Shentai Wei Fan did not share the silver with the 2, but he gave Su Shuerong and Ning Xian 2,000 taels each. Although he had done more work, it was a task they did together. Originally, he wanted to split it equally, but the two said that they did not do much and said they did not want anything. Wei Fan forced 2,000 taels each. Get ready. We will go find the guide. We may leave Yunqing and rush to Suqing tomorrow. Ning Xian and Su Shuaron clasped their fists and turned to leave. The leader of the Black Wind village had been killed. They had completed their assessment tasks and wanted to return to Suqing as soon as possible to join the Demon Suppression Division. Okay. Wei Fan nodded, and he was also a little excited. Although he had not slept all night, he was not sleepy. After separating from Ning Xian and the others, he went to the government office. On this day, Wei Fan was very serious. He personally led people to patrol the streets for the whole morning. After lunch, he took a group of his subordinates to the parade ground and taught them martial arts one by one. When it was almost time to leave, he found Luo Wen and put his captain's badge and sword on Luo Wen's desk. Luo Wen's eyes widened. What? You don't want to be a captain anymore. Are you going to retire after achieving success? Just last night, he raised the Black Wind village and cleared out the monsters around Yunqing. Are you not going to be a captain anymore? Wei Fan nodded. No, Yunqing is peaceful now, and I am no longer needed. Luo Wen was a little anxious. No, the new city lord hasn't come yet. If you don't become a captain, no one can control the place. He and Wei Fan are now on the same boat. As long as Wei Fan is here, when the new city lord comes, maybe he can become the clerk of the East District. If Wei Fan leaves, he will have no capital. Wei Fan shook his head. I don't care about this. I can't stay in Yunqing forever. I will probably leave tomorrow and go to the Demon Suppression Department of Suqing Town. Demon Suppression Department. Luo Wen stood up in shock. You became a member of the Demon Suppression Division? It's not that he quit, but he was promoted to a member of the Demon Suppression Division who was more powerful than the captain. They are a group of notorious people. For so many years, no one has seen anyone from the Demon Suppression Division appear in Yunqing, but the demons around Yunqing have always been intimidated by the Demon Suppression Division. Wei Fan grinned. Yes, we raised the Black Wind village last night. This is my assessment task for entering the Demon Suppression Division. In the future, you must not collude with demons, otherwise I may come back and kill you one day. Luo Wen didn't care about Wei Fan's words. He had never colluded with demons before, but like many old-timers, he chose to protect himself when facing demons harming people. He still did a lot of good things when it came to issues that were not demons. Because of this, Wei Fan didn't kill him, otherwise how could Luo Wen live to this day? Entering the Demon Suppression Division is a matter of honor for the family. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go, call the brothers to go to the restaurant. I'll treat you today. He didn't try to keep Wei Fan from being a captain, but excitedly pulled Wei Fan out and started calling people. After a while, more than a dozen Yamen runners came out of the Yamen in a mighty manner and walked towards a nearby restaurant. No wonder Captain Wei looked down on the captain given by the city lord before. It turns out that he wanted to be a member of the Demon Suppression Division. Captain Wei has won a reputation for our Yunqing. Knowing that Wei Fan was going to enter the Demon Suppression Division, the envy of these Yamen runners was basically written on their faces. As Yamen runners, most people's goal was to enter the Demon Suppression Division, but it was not a place that one could enter whenever they wanted. The meal ended very late. Wei Fan said goodbye to a group of former colleagues, returned home and used his true qi to dispel the drunkenness, and then took out the secret books he got in the Black Wind village and started reading. 5 secret books, 1 for light kung fu, 1 for boxing, and 1 for swordsmanship. The remaining 2 books were mental methods, 1 for the true qi realm, and 1 was actually the mind method for the acupoints that he had never had, named Baichuan Gong. He did not read the light kung fu boxing method and the mind method for the true qi realm, because these things were not very useful in the acupoints realm, and there was no need to waste his skills. Although that sword method was also a sword method in the true qi realm, he was now nurturing the sword intent, and he only needed the sword method to broaden his horizons and accumulate the sword intent. The sword method is called the Crazy Sword 9 Slashes, which is a sword method that integrates the inside and the outside, not a sword method that condenses the sword aura like the Tiangang Burning Blood Sword. Strictly speaking, the sword technique of Tiangang Burning Blood Sword is the application of true energy, not pure sword technique, which means that the Crazy Sword 9 Slashes focuses more on the sword intention and sword skills. It took a while, and the Crazy Sword 9 Slashes in Baichuan Gong appeared on the panel. Crazy Sword 9 Slashes, not yet started. Baichuan Gong, not yet started. Tiger Roar Dragon Roar Golden Bell Cover, starter. Current skill, 882, 9 Slashes of the Mad Blade, not yet started. 100 River skill, not yet started. Tiger Roaring Dragon Roar Golden Bell Cover, starting.
Current skill, 882 years. Looking at the panel, Wei Fan fell into deep thought. I won't practice the 100 Rivers skill for now. I'll talk about it when I go to the Demon Suppression Division. His cultivation has always been at the 9th level of True Qi. It's not that he can't obtain the mind method of the acupuncture realm. Whether he goes to Ning Xian and Su Shuerong, or to other captains in Yunqing, he is sure to get the mind method of the acupuncture realm. However, a warrior can only practice one mind method. It is very troublesome to change it once, and it may even damage his skills. So he has always planned to go to the Demon Suppression Division to obtain a real top mind method and then break into the acupuncture realm. At present, he only has the 100 Rivers skill, which is the acupuncture mind method. He doesn't know whether it is good or not. He can only wait until he goes to the Demon Suppression Division to compare it. And if the Demon Suppression Division has the acupuncture mind method of the Golden Bell Cover, he is likely to choose the Golden Bell Cover to continue practicing. Although the Golden Bell Cover is a popular mind method passed down by the Demon Suppression Division, it seems to be different from all martial arts. It took 10 years of practice to add the Crazy Blade 9 slashes. Since he decided not to break into the Pishue realm for the time being, he would add the Crazy Blade 9 slashes first. He followed the old rules and added 10 years of practice first. The panel began to flash. Subtract 10 years of practice, add the martial arts Crazy Blade 9 slashes. With 1 year of practice, your sword intent has already been a small success. A true Qi realm sword technique is easy for you. It only takes 1 day to get started with sword techniques. In 3 days, you will have a small success. With 1 swing of the sword, you can cut out 3 sword shadows. With 7 days, you will have mastered the Crazy Blade 9 slashes, and 1 sword can cut 5 sword shadows. I was careless. It seems that with his current sword realm, it will not take a year of practice to perfect the Crazy Blade 9 slashes. But it will not be wasted. Sword techniques are the nutrients for him to nurture the sword intent now, and the sword intent is the foundation. His goal is not to learn a sword technique, but to strengthen the sword intent through new sword techniques. Half a month, your Crazy Blade 9 slashes will be perfected. 1 month, your Crazy Blade 9 slashes will be perfected, and you can create 9 blade shadows with 1 strike, making you invincible. 2 years of practice, you continue to practice Crazy Blade 9 slashes to sharpen your sword intent. 5 years of practice, your sword intent has improved, and you can create 12 blade shadows with 1 strike. 10 years of practice, your sword intent has condensed a little, and you can create 18 blade shadows with 1 strike. Crazy Blade 9 slashes, round full. Current skill, 872 years. The original state of the Crazy Blade 9 slashes was that 1 sword could cut out 9 sword shadows, and the 9 sword shadows had the ability to attack and kill, which was a very powerful sword technique. But now with the increase of skill, it can cut out 18 sword shadows with 1 sword, and the power has reached a higher level. Of course, the most important thing is that he felt the improvement of his own sword intent, which is the most important thing. In his mind, the sword shadows in the sky merged into one, and finally turned into an indestructible sword intent. That's it. After not sleeping for a day, Wei Fan felt tired and began to sleep with his eyes closed. When he opened his eyes again, it was already bright. Get up, wash, change into a set of tight clothes, and go out to eat breakfast first. 3 big neat buns. I don't know when I will come back from this trip to Sucheng, so he came to this bun shop where he had eaten for a long time. Ha! Master Wei, you are not wearing the head of the police today, aren't you going to work? The owner of the bun shop was surprised to see that Wei Fan was not wearing the head of the police clothes he was familiar with before. No, I won't go there anymore. After leaving the money for the buns, Wei Fan turned and left, leaving the boss standing there. He didn't respond when someone came to buy buns. After eating the buns, Wei Fan returned home and started to pack the things he needed to take to Sucheng. In fact, there were not many things, just 2 sets of clothes, banknotes, and some small change. There was no need to take anything else. After packing these things, he heard Ning Xian's voice outside. Brother Wei, it's time to set off. He opened the door and went out, and saw Ning Xian and his 4 men holding 5 horses standing outside, looking very excited. All 5 horses were white horses, with smooth body lines, high spirits, and bright eyes. They were good horses at first glance, and it was obvious that one of them was prepared for him. Of course, Wei Fan's attention was not on these horses, but on the extra Hu Qing. She also took off her yamen uniform and changed into a set of tight clothes, looking heroic. If it weren't for that familiar face, Wei Fan almost couldn't recognize her, because this was the first time he saw Hu Qing without the yamen uniform. Captain Wei, we're here to see you off. Wei Fan and his companions took their horses from Ning Xian's hand and were about to leave when they heard loud shouts from the other side of the street. Wei Fan looked back and saw a huge crowd of people coming.
There were the officers from the government office, the owner and his wife of the steamed bun shop, and the others. There were waiters and shopkeepers of restaurants he often visited, Zhang Saiwei's cousin, his brother-in-law and sister, and many passers-by he often saw when patrolling the streets. The huge crowd became larger and larger, filling the entire street. This scene was a bit shocking, and Ning Xian, Hu Cheng and others were trembling in their hearts. Although the crowd did not talk much, the enthusiasm and reluctance were like wildfire, burning like crazy, passing on to everyone. Go back, folks. Wei Fan waved his hand, and his heart was also in turmoil. No one went back, and everyone followed Wei Fan all the time. When they reached the exit of Yunqing, the streets in all directions were filled with people who heard the news and rushed over. Goodbye, Captain Wei. Step by step to success. Yunqing will always remember your merits. When several people stepped out of the city gate, thunderous shouts began to come from behind. Let's go! After taking a last look at Yunqing, Wei Fan jumped on his horse and galloped away. Ning Xian rode his horse closer to Su Shuerong. I feel that we did a bad thing by taking him away from Yunqing. Su Shuerong nodded gently, but the world outside is more suitable for him. There are more people in the whole world who need him to protect, not just Yunqing. The guide also rode forward. I have been a guide for my whole life, and I don't know how many people I have guided to enter the Demon Suppression Division. This is the first time I have seen such a spectacular scene of the whole city seeing them off. It is really unforgettable. After running for more than 10 miles, Wei Fan's mood finally calmed down. He turned back and shouted to Ning Xian and others, "Why are you dawdling? Run faster." Hu Qing smiled, "We let you run first. If you don't choose a horse, your horse is not as good as ours. If you don't believe me, let's compete. I guarantee that you won't even see your back. Go." She waved her whip and quickly caught up with Wei Fan and even surpassed him. Ning Xian and the other two soon got side by side with him. Wei Fan was a little embarrassed. His horse was indeed not as fast as Hu Qing and the others. This road is not peaceful. Shuerong, catch up with Hu Qing and keep an eye on her. Don't get too far away. Seeing Hu Qing running farther and farther away, the guide asked Su Shuerong to chase Hu Qing. How can Hu Qing be qualified to enter the Demon Suppression Division with her cultivation? Wei Fan asked the question in his heart. He had always thought that Hu Qing could not enter the Demon Suppression Division for the time being. He had wanted to ask before, but he was distracted by the people who came to see her off, so he forgot about it for the time being. On the road, Wei Fan, Ning Xian and the other two rode their horses at full speed, raising a cloud of dust. The guide looked back at Wei Fan and said, "The Demon Suppression Division not only recruits masters like Ning Xian who have grown up, but also recruits potential seedlings to train themselves. Although Hu Qing's cultivation is not high now, she has a good foundation. After 1 or 2 years of training by the Demon Suppression Division, she can become a formal member who can go on missions. In fact, most members of the Demon Suppression Division are trained from the reserve camp, and there are very few people like you who are recruited from the outside. Good seedlings will be discovered and taken away by the Demon Suppression Division very early, and your situation is special." He was actually also puzzled. With Wei Fan's methods, he should have become famous long ago. However, after he checked, Wei Fan did not show much edge except being upright. Until Yang Jun of the Tiger Gang took revenge for the Zhang family's affairs and used the innocence of the Zhang family girl to force Wei Fan to kneel down, Wei Fan was furious and killed people. Since then, he has been killing until all the demons and monsters in Yunqing are gone. The Demon Suppression Division can make her a formal member in 1 or 2 years? Wei Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Hu Qing is only at the 5th level of True Qi now. As far as he knows, the minimum requirement for members of the Demon Suppression Division to be able to go on missions is to be a Pishue warrior. Can the Demon Suppression Division train Hu Qing to become a Pishue warrior within 1 or 2 years? Ning Xian's voice sounded, "Brother Wei, you still don't know much about the Demon Suppression Division. All the warriors in the world are eager to enter the Demon Suppression Division, not only because they have a collection of various lost martial arts, but also because of their rich resources and various elixirs that the outside world is fighting for. If the Demon Suppression Division is willing, it doesn't take 1 or 2 years, but only 3 or 2 months to train Miss Hu Qing into a Pishue warrior. There are not many Pishue warriors in Yunqing, but in a place like Sucheng, Pishue warriors are not all over the streets, but they are by no means rare. I am familiar with Yunqing, but there is not a single store on the streets of your Yunqing that targets warriors. But in Sucheng, weapons, secret books, and elixirs can be bought as long as you have money. The martial arts here are not perfect at all. To be honest, if you had entered the Demon Suppression Division earlier with your talent and worshipped a commander as your master, you might have become a heavenly martial artist who shocked one side." Wei Fan was fascinated by what he heard.
This is the place where warriors yearn for. Compared with Sucheong, Yunqing is simply a country town. In the area, except for a few blacksmith shops that were related to warriors, there were no other things related to warriors. The Lu family colluded with demons because they did not have such a thing as elixir, so they had to get the human elixir, which was despised by the demons. Please introduce me to the Demon Suppression Division. He was now considered a member of the Demon Suppression Division, but his understanding of the Demon Suppression Division was still superficial. Hearing this, the guide nodded and said, "The Demon Suppression Division is divided into 5 camps. The reserve camp is where Hu Qing will go. I am from the Internal Affairs camp, which is responsible for all logistical chores and intelligence. There is also a barracks. You don't need to understand the above, you just need to understand the battle camp you will go to next. The battle camp has 3 demon commanders, 8 demon generals, and dozens of demon lieutenants. Below them, there are black-clothed demon guards, red-clothed demon guards, silver-clothed demon guards, gold-clothed demon guards, and purple-clothed demon guards. The black-clothed demon guards are the lowest, and generally they have to be accompanied by red-clothed demon guards when they go on missions." As the few people galloped and talked, the Demon Suppression Division gradually took shape in Wei Fan's mind. In simple terms, the duties of the Demon Suppression Division are that they are in charge of everything related to demons. In addition to basic subsidies, every time they complete a mission and make meritorious contributions, they will have corresponding merits recorded in the book. With these merits, they can exchange martial arts secrets, cultivation resources, etc. in the Demon Suppression Division. Wei Fan waved his whip. There are some rules for which commander to join and which lieutenant general to serve under. Since there are different commanders and lieutenants, there will be differences. If you want to choose, you should naturally choose the right one to join. It is better to take shelter under a big tree. He is not afraid of too many tasks or dangers. People who enter the Demon Suppression Division are not the kind of people who want to stay at home, and in his case, he is destined to fight with demons. It's just that he has a strong murderous nature, so he has to find someone who can cover for him. The guide looked at Wei Fan again and shook his head. For Ning Xian and Su Shuerong, it is indeed necessary to be cautious in choosing which commander to serve under. But you are different. You should not think about which commander to join, but which commander is suitable to be your master. Anyway, it's a step to the sky for you. The difference is which direction you want to step from." Ning Xian was silent for a while, and sighed in his heart. When they first met Wei Fan, they were the reserve personnel of the Demon Suppression Division, who came to perform the assessment mission. Even the news about Wei Fan was passed to the Demon Suppression Division by them. Now he is still considering which commander to join, while Wei Fan has to consider which commander to worship as his master and from which direction to ascend to heaven. And seeing that Wei Fan has no interest in worshipping as a master, he probably looks down on those commanders. Several people traveled day and night, except for occasionally stopping to eat some dry food and let the horses rest. They hardly slept, because there were no people or villages along the way. 2 days later, a thick fog appeared in front of Wei Fan, and the magnificent mountains could be vaguely seen in the fog. After passing through this fog, we will reach Sucheong. After passing through the fog, a region with a variety of weather appeared in Wei Fan's sight. What a place with outstanding people and beautiful scenery! Wei Fan was a little shocked when he sat on the horse's back. After passing through the fog, he clearly felt that the true energy in his body was more active. There were undulating mountains in front of him, and at the end of the horizon, a majestic city stood on the earth and stretched for who knows how many kilometers. Ning Xian rode his horse and walked side by side with Wei Fan. It is indeed a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery, but it also breeds countless big demons. I don't know how many demons are dormant and ready to devour people at any time. Sucheong has 12 cities and 182 large towns under its jurisdiction. Every day, a large number of people are eaten by demons. Wei Fan's heart trembled. In such a place, demons must be terrifying. It is not surprising that there are old demons who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Finally arrived in Sucheong. After running for another half an hour, they appeared under a majestic city wall, with only cars and people coming and going. Get off the horse. Sucheong is not allowed to ride a horse in the city except for emergency official duties. The guide Ning Xian and the other 2 jumped off the horse first to remind Wei Fan and Hu Qing, who came to Sucheong for the first time. Hearing this, the 2 also jumped off the horse and led the horse to walk. Wei Fan looked up and saw that the majestic city wall had 3 gates opened. The middle gate was closed, and only the side gates on the left and right were open. However, this side gate alone was more than 10 meters wide, which was larger than the main gate of Yunqiang. So many warriors. What attracted Wei Fan the most were the people coming in and out, those carrying knives and swords.
Almost one-third of them were dressed as warriors, and their temples were bulging. Take these horses and sell them first, then go to the Demon Suppression Division. When you need to ride horses for missions in the future, the Demon Suppression Division will equip you with special war horses. Under the guidance of the guide, the horses were sold and they walked for a while. A place with a plaque of Demon Suppression Division appeared in front of them. Wei Fan looked up and saw the big words Demon Suppression Division were majestic and powerful. It was obvious that they were written by a master, with a sense of solemnity. I am the guide, and this is the newcomer I brought back this time. The guide showed a token and took Wei Fan and the others in. I will take Hu Qing to the preparatory camp to join the job first, and then take you to the combat camp. He led the way in front. The Demon Suppression Division is not a place that everyone can come to, so even if Ning Xian and Su Shuerong are from Sucheng, it is their first time to come here. As a member of the reserve camp, Hu Qing, you can only live in the Demon Suppression Division before you become a formal member. Wei Fan, you can freely choose to live outside or in the Demon Suppression Division. If you live outside, you need to buy a house by yourself. If you live in the Demon Suppression Division, you will be provided with a separate small courtyard. Ning Xian said, Brother Wei, how about we choose 2 houses next to each other and live here together? This will be convenient when there are missions, and the houses near the Demon Suppression Division are not cheap. Wei Fan nodded, and had no idea of living outside for the time being. And if he bought a house outside, he could live in both places. When he was on duty in the Demon Suppression Division, it was not like when he was in Yunqing. He would go in the morning and return in the afternoon. I heard from the guide that when he was on duty, it was 24 hours a day, and it was very inconvenient to live outside. After walking for a while, the few of them arrived at the reserve camp, and the guide completed all the procedures for Hu Qing to enter the camp. When you have time, come visit me often. When they were about to part, Hu Qing finally showed her little girlish attitude. No matter how fearless she was in Yunqing, she was still a woman. She didn't have many acquaintances in a strange place, so she still hoped that Wei Fan would come visit her often. The guide smiled and said, Wei Fan, if you have nothing to do, you can come to the preparatory camp often. First, you can come to see Hu Qing. Second, there are many beautiful girls in the preparatory camp. Most of the girls in your combat camp have been captured. You are so old, it's time to find a woman. At first, he actually thought that Wei Fan he and Hu Qing are a couple, and Hu Qing's coming to the Demon Suppression Division was also his way of comforting Wei Fan. But along the way, he found that Wei Fan and Hu Qing were not actually that kind of relationship, they were more like very good friends. Hu Qing might have some feelings for Wei Fan, but Wei Fan didn't seem to have any such thoughts. Ning Xian and Wei Fan's eyes lit up, and Wei Fan nodded and said, Okay. I will come to see you often. Hu Qing glared at the guide and Wei Fan angrily, You don't have to come to see me, she said, and turned around and left. You guys. Su Shuerong also glared at the two of them. The Demon Suppression Division covers a large area, and it took a long time to walk around. However, along the way, Wei Fan's only impression was that there were very few people, and he didn't see many people at all. He followed the guide for a while and finally arrived at the battle camp. Go register first, collect your badges and clothes, and allocate rooms, etc. By the way, have you decided which commander to work for? The guide led the 3 people into a hall. Ning Xian said, Shuerong and I are going to serve under the second commander. If you don't mind, Brother Wei, you can also come to the second commander. Most people from the martial arts sects are under the second commander, and they can take care of us. Moreover, the second commander originally came from the martial arts world, and he values the loyalty of the martial arts world. He doesn't have as many rules as other commanders. I think you don't like being bound, so the second commander is a good fit. Wei Fan nodded. In fact, he had already made up his mind. The Demon Suppression Division had introduced some information about the 3 commanders before. The 3 of them had similar cultivation levels and no difference in official positions. The only difference was their personalities and the martial arts they practiced. Martial arts aside, in terms of personality, the 3rd commander was more old-fashioned and had to follow the rules for everything. The 2nd commander was the kind of person who valued ability more and also had the heroic spirit of a martial arts man. The last commander was a very strong and domineering person. If he said 1, you should not say 2. Are you all going to serve under the 2nd commander? That's fine. We can go on missions together and take care of each other. To be honest, in a place like the Demon Suppression Division, there are not many people who have risked their lives for each other. It's easy to lose your life when you go on a mission. Soon the 3 of them received their own clothes and badges, as well as 2 chi gathering pills in a porcelain bottle. As for weapons, none of them wanted them, because the Demon Suppression Division the weapons provided were not as good as the ones they had, and better ones needed merits to be exchanged. If your clothes and weapons are damaged in the future, come here to exchange them.
In 1 or 2 days, someone will come to find you. It is not up to me to decide which lieutenant you will be assigned to.
Now I will take you to recognize the places where you usually eat, and the places where you can exchange merits for secret books and elixirs, and then take you to find the courtyards assigned to you. You can slowly get familiar with the rest by yourself. The guide took the 3 people for a while, recognized the different functions of each place, and had a meal in the dining hall. After the meal, it was already dark, and the last few people came to the place where they lived. The houses of the 3 people were side by side. In order to hurry on their way, the few people who had not rested for several days greeted each other and went into their houses to sleep and rest. After separating from Wei Fan and the other 2, the guide did not return to his place to rest. He walked for a while despite his fatigue and arrived in front of a magnificent courtyard. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Brothers, I am the guide Zhou Tong. I want to see the Demon Suppression Commander for something. Please inform him for me." The guarding military officer looked at the guide Zhou Tong and said, "The demons in Qingyun Mountain are causing chaos. The commander went to suppress it but has not returned yet." Zhou Tong could not help but look disappointed. He came to the commander-in-chief to report Wei Fan's affairs. Horizontal training innate. There has not been such a warrior in Suching for many years. Of course, the reason why he came to the commander-in-chief is because the commander-in-chief himself is a warrior who cultivates both inside and outside, and his path is the same as Wei Fan. If Wei Fan can become a disciple of the commander-in-chief, it will only benefit the commander-in-chief and not harm him. And even if Wei Fan has no intention of becoming a disciple, this matter must be reported to the commander-in-chief for disposal. For geniuses, even if they do not become the commander-in-chief as their master, the Demon Suppression Division has a policy of resource bias.
"Guide? What do you want to see the master for?"
Just as Zhou Tong was disappointed, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. He looked back and saw a tall young man appear behind him without him noticing. He emitted an invisible pressure from his body and rushed towards him.
Li Chuyang,
one of the disciples of the commander-in-chief, and also one of the most popular evildoers in the Demon Suppression Division.
"Hello, Captain Li."
After recognizing Li Chuyang, Zhou Tong's mind quickly turned and he bowed and said, "I went out for the assessment this time and found a person with quite good talent. I want to recommend him to the commander-in-chief." The commander-in-chief was not there, and he actually didn't want to talk about Wei Fan. But facing Li Chuyang's question, he couldn't say nothing, so he had to say this half-truthfully. Li Chuyang frowned and looked at the guide in front of him. "Master is very busy, don't come to Master for everything.
If that person is really a genius, you can take him to complete the test set by Master.
If he passes, Master will naturally accept him as a disciple." This is how he became the commander-in-chief's disciple.
After saying this, Li Chuyang didn't care about Zhou Tong's reaction and stepped into the courtyard.
Zhou Tong naturally knew all this, but the horizontal training innate must be reported. Wei Fan had not yet confirmed that he wanted to become a disciple, and his biggest purpose was to report the horizontal training innate. As for whether to become a disciple or not, and whether to accept a disciple or not, he had no right to decide at all. Next, he went to find the second and third commanders, but they both said they were not there, as they were out suppressing demons.
"It seems that I can only wait for the commander to come back before reporting."
Rubbing his eyebrows, Zhou Tong felt that he could not bear it any longer, so he went back to his own residence to sleep.
Wei Fan slept very soundly this time.
When he woke up, he found that Ning Xian, who lived next door, was already practicing.
"Brother Ning, you are so hard-working."
Wei Fan lay on the wall and greeted Ning Xian.
The small courtyard provided by the Demon Suppression Division was not independent.
One building was next to another, and the courtyard wall was shared. The courtyard was about 100 square meters, and there were only 2 rooms, but it was enough for a lone person like Wei Fan.
"There is no way. I am not talented, so I can only work hard." Ning Xian was sweating profusely.
Seeing that Wei Fan had gotten up, he did not continue to practice. After cleaning up for a while, the 2 called Su Shuerong to the canteen to eat, and then went to the merit hall. The merit hall is a place where merits are exchanged for secret books and other things. Although Wei Fan and his friends have not yet achieved any merit, as new employees, they can obtain 2 secret books in the merit hall. Of course, Su Shuerong and Ning Xian are here to accompany Wei Fan. They have already been Pishui warriors and have their own inheritances.
They don't care about the secret books given when they join the company.
Only Wei Fan, who is still in the Qi realm, urgently needs the secret books to enter the Pishui realm.
Are there newcomers again? Looking at the waist badge handed over, He Wei couldn't help but glance at Wei Fan. What martial arts do you need? Do you want me to introduce it to you, or do you want to look for it yourself? Or if you have any requirements, just tell me directly. Wei Fan's eyes lit up. It would be best if he could directly ask for it. Do you have the golden bell cover of the Pishua realm? Although the chi he cultivated with the golden bell cover before was expelled by the supreme chi born from the horizontal training innate, it does not mean that the golden bell cover's mental method cannot be used. Now the mental method he uses to operate the supreme chi is the golden bell cover mentality. The golden bell cover has been changing and has become the current tiger roar dragon roar golden bell cover. If there is a golden bell cover mental method for the Pishua realm, he plans to continue practicing this martial art. Upon hearing this, He Wei looked up at Wei Fan and said, "Did you get promoted from other yamen?" When he heard Wei Fan asking about the golden bell cover for the Pishua realm, he understood where Wei Fan came from. Because only yamen runners from all over the country who don't have any background would practice the golden bell cover. Those with backgrounds would not practice the golden bell cover, a martial art that only reaches the true chi realm, because it would be very troublesome to switch mental methods later. Wei Fan nodded. He Wei shook his head and said, "No, the golden bell cover is only a martial art that reaches the true chi realm. It is said that there was a martial art for the Pishua realm before, but it has been lost for many years." Wei Fan's face was full of disappointment. It turned out that it was not that it didn't exist, but that it was lost. Even the Demon Suppression Division, which is known to be the collection of martial arts in the world, doesn't have it. I'm afraid it has really been completely lost. You haven't opened the acupoints yet, right? I've seen many people like you who have been promoted from local government offices. You don't have to stick to the golden bell cover. The true chi properties of Baichuan Gong, Guiyuan Gong, and Vajra Gong are similar to the true chi properties of the golden bell cover. You can choose these. The right way is to open the acupoints as soon as possible. Moreover, these mental methods are passed down completely, and there are mental methods from opening acupoints to heavenly beings. Wei Fan's heart moved. Baichuan Gong is also the martial arts of the Demon Suppression Division? Hearing this, He Wei looked up at Wei Fan and said, "Have you seen Baichuan Gong outside?" How should I put it? Baichuan Gong was once the martial arts of Huayun Valley, a sect outside the city. Because they colluded with demons and were annihilated by the Demon Suppression Division, Baichuan Gong has since become one of the martial arts of the Demon Suppression Division. Some disciples of Huayun Valley ran away that year, and there should be many people outside who know Baichuan Gong. In this way, Baichuan Gong should not be bad. Is there any martial arts to cultivate supreme true chi? Without the golden bell cover of the opening acupoint realm, he naturally hopes to learn a martial art that matches his own true chi properties. He Wei showed a surprised look. You also know about the supreme chi? Supreme chi can't be cultivated by a technique. Only those who practice the innate horizontally can produce the supreme chi. He didn't think that Wei Fan was practicing the innate horizontally. He just thought that Wei Fan might have known the word supreme chi from that place, and wanted to practice the martial arts that could cultivate the supreme chi. Su Xuerong and the others who had been listening understood that He Wei didn't understand what Wei Fan really wanted to ask. Su Xuerong couldn't help but said, "The Purple Xuanwu Classic is the cultivation method after practicing the innate horizontally." He Wei glanced at Su Xuerong. It's good for young people to have ambitions, but without the supreme chi, you can't practice the Purple Xuanwu Classic at all. Moreover, the Purple Xuanwu Classic needs merits to exchange, not a free mental method for joining the company. It's all right to have it. Wei Fan and the other two looked at each other and didn't explain. He took a deep breath and said, "I have practiced the Liuli treasure body and Tiangang burning blood knife of the chi realm. Can I choose the subsequent mental methods of these two martial arts?" He had already planned to use Baichuan Gong for the chi martial arts. If he could only choose two, he decided to choose the glazed body and the heavenly blade. As for the dragon roar skybreaking finger, he planned to exchange it with merits in the future. Of course. After He Wei gave a positive answer, he couldn't help but say, "You've wasted my time, asking about the golden bell cover and the supreme chi, but now you're choosing the body refining martial arts. But I want to remind you that the horizontal training realm is different from the body refining realm. The horizontal training realm can be practiced on its own. But the body refining realm requires the cooperation of various extreme divine objects and the control of extreme power. If you don't have these things, you can't practice the body. You don't have merits now, and you can't exchange these things for practice, so your strength can't be improved. You'd better choose the Pishue heart method, improve your strength and then practice the body." Wei Fan nodded. He already knew all this, and he had a panel, so he didn't necessarily need extreme divine objects. "Thank you for the reminder, but I have already obtained the Baichuan Gong outside,
so I didn't choose the Pishu at heart method. Hearing this, Wei said no more, and quickly went to get the glazed body of the body refining realm and the heavenly blade of the Pishu realm and handed them to Wei Fan. After taking the secret book, the three of them walked towards their residence. According to the introduction of the guide, the number of people in their battle camp was about 2,000 to 3,000, but the three of them did not see many people on the road. Occasionally, they met and left in a hurry. It will be very busy when I start my duty, Wei Fan was thinking, and suddenly heard Su Shuerong's happy voice, "Brother, are you back?" Wei Fan looked up and saw a man leaning against the courtyard wall not far away, wearing a red dress. Red-clothed demon suppressing guard. This man has a handsome face and fair skin. His outlines are somewhat similar to Su Shuerong. Su Shuerong ran over. His name is Su Guangwen, and he is Shuerong's eldest brother. You should be careful in the future. Any man who approaches Shuerong with bad intentions will be beaten by him. Ning Xian whispered in Wei Fan's ear. He and Su Shuerong are not actually a couple. Their two families are old friends, so they have a good relationship, but not the kind between men and women. Sister control. Wei Fan spit out two words, but he didn't have any thoughts about Su Shuerong. Ning Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Sister control? That's a great word. What are you two whispering about? Ning Xian, can't you even say hello to me when you see me? Su Shuerong and Su Guangwen came over. Ning Xian hurriedly greeted Su Guangwen, and then introduced Wei Fan. Su Shuerong said excitedly, "My brother said that we have been incorporated into their team and are under the command of the demon suppression captain Shan Jinhong. It will soon be our turn to be on duty. He is here to collect our information so that it will be convenient to arrange tasks in the future." Wei Fan only noticed at this time that Su Guangwen had a booklet and a pen in his hand. Although they had completed the entry procedures before, they actually did not report their own information. It was completely handled by the guide who helped them to do everything. Several people entered Ning Xian's yard and sat down. Su Guangwen spread out the booklet, and Wei Fan found that there were densely packed names on it, with cultivation levels, things they are good at, etc. March behind the names, but there was still a blank behind the names of the three of them. Su Guangwen began to write, and after Su Shuerong's name, he added first level of Pishuet, good at swordsmanship, and after Ning Xian's name, he added first level of Pishuet, good at knife skills. What about you? He looked at Wei Fan. Ning Xian and Su Shuerong also looked over. Wei Fan pondered for a while and said, "I am still in the True Qi realm, good at defense. His most powerful skill is the golden bell cover, and he is indeed good at defense." Su Shuerong and Ning Xian were silent. Wei Fan is good at many things, slaying demons, knife skills, horizontal training, finger techniques. They thought Wei Fan would say one of these. I never thought that Wei Fan would say that he was good at defense. Su Guangwen frowned. What the hell is the guide doing? Although we are short of people now, why do we recruit people in the true energy realm into the battle camp? Isn't this harming people? He thought Wei Fan was at least a Pishuet warrior, and the pen in his hand stopped for a moment. Su Shuerong couldn't help but say, "Brother, Wei Fan is very strong in combat. He has killed demons in the true realm." Hearing this, Su Guangwen's expression relaxed a little. "Yes, I forgot that you have to complete the assessment task to become a member of the battle camp. It seems that you are still a little genius, but the demons in places like Sucheng are not demons in the countryside. Anyone from the battle camp of the Demon Suppression Division who goes to the countryside when he is at the 9th level of true energy can kill demons in the true realm." The countryside. My brother, can you please stop talking? Su Shuerong felt her eyelids twitching. She was not a talkative person, so she would not publicize Wei Fan's affairs, and the guide also issued a gag order. What Wei Fan killed was not just a normal demon in the true realm, but a demon of the 4th rank in the true realm. The Golden Bell wiped out a group of bandits in one fell swoop. Apart from the few demons that were famous in the Demon Suppression Division, few people in the True Qi realm had such a record. He looked up at Wei Fan and said in a serious and caring tone, "Defense is the skill of taking a beating. The Demon Suppression Division is to slay demons and eliminate demons. The skill of taking a beating is useless. Offense is the best defense." After that, he turned to look at Ning Xian and Su Shuerong. "Be prepared. Now there is a shortage of manpower and more things to do. You may have a mission in 3 to 5 days at the latest. In the past, there would be a master to lead you for a while and give you some merits to improve your strength. Now there are no such benefits. But don't worry, I will take care of you." Su Guangwen wrote down Wei Fan's information and finally stopped saying any country words. Su Shuerong breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Xian hoped that he would continue to talk and let Wei Fan beat up this sister Khan. "If there's nothing else, I'll go back first."
After filling in the information, Wei Fan returned to his yard. He was too lazy to go outside, so he jumped directly from the wall and jumped into his yard. Baichuan Gong, not yet introductory, Tiger Roar Dragon Roar Golden Bell Cover, Introduction. Current skill, 882 years. I didn't expect that after waiting for so long, I still have to practice Baichuan Gong. However, when the merits are enough, he will exchange for the purple Xuanwu Classic. Now he can only use Baichuan Gong to break through the acupoints. Use 100 years of skill and add Baichuan Gong. He directly used 100 years of skill, because there would be no waste. After obtaining Baichuan Gong, he had a clear understanding of the practice of the acupoint realm. There is a limit to the true qi that the dantian can contain. After the dantian can no longer contain the true qi, if you want to continue to become stronger, you can only let the body contain more true qi. So the predecessors created the method of acupoints, opening up new acupoints to continue to contain true qi, so that the skill can continue to improve. Generally speaking, an acupoint can accommodate 1/10 of the true qi in the dantian. That is to say, if your dantian can accommodate 10 years of power, then the acupoint you open can only accommodate 1 year of power. If the dantian can accommodate 20 years of power, the acupoint you open can accommodate 2 years of power. Wei Fan's dantian can accommodate 100 years of power, and the acupoints he opens after that can accommodate 10 years of power. This is why most people measure whether a person is a genius by the capacity of the dantian. Ning Xian and Su Shuerong have always told him not to break through the acupoint opening until the dantian reaches its limit. Different people have very different acupoint opening levels. For each acupoint opening, some people can increase their power by 3 or 4 years, and those monsters can even increase it by 5 or 6 years or even 7 or 8 years, while people with poor qualifications can only increase it by about 1 year. In the Qi realm, my dantian can hold 100 years of power. After opening the acupoints, one acupoint can increase my power by 10 years. In the entire acupoint realm, I need to open 360 acupoints, which means that after the acupoint realm cultivation is completed, my power can reach 3,600 years. Oh no, including the 100 years in the dantian, it is 3,700 years. Hiss. Wei Fan himself was a little scared by this number. He couldn't imagine how terrifying it was to have 3,700 years of power. It really makes sense to measure whether a person is a genius only by the capacity of the dantian. At that level, it doesn't matter whether the martial arts are perfect or great. As long as the martial arts are introduced, everything can be suppressed by the power alone. Of course, the power required will also be terrifying. With 3,600 years of power, how many demons will he have to kill? If there is no panel, I am afraid that he will not be able to complete the acupoint cultivation until his death. It is not much to smash 100 years of power at a time. Subtract 100 years of skill and add the martial arts Baichuan Gong. With 1 year of skill, your golden bell cover has been perfected, and the supreme qi has already had fixed meridians to run. It is not easy to change to the mind method. In the dantian, the supreme qi has been running according to the golden bell cover, and suddenly it changes to the Baichuan Gong, which is not controlled at all. Even Wei Fan felt that the dantian and meridians suffered a backlash impact. The supreme qi was like an angry bull and did not listen to the command at all. If it were not for his horizontal training, his body and meridians were incredibly tough, and someone else would definitely suffer internal injuries. This is why ordinary people rarely change their mind methods. Not only does it take a long time, but it may also be backlashed. Of course, there is also the reason that the supreme qi is domineering and the Baichuan Gong is not a top martial art. It's like a top general is going to listen to the command of a small soldier. How can a top general be willing to do so? If the purple Xuanwu Classic that specializes in the supreme qi is changed, it shouldn't be so difficult. After 2 years of practice, you suddenly understand the purpose of Baichuan Gong, and you can accept all rivers and seas, and successfully improve your martial arts skills. The supreme qi begins to be driven by the Baichuan Gong skills. After 3 years of practice, you begin to try to open the first acupoint. In 1 month, you successfully open the first acupoint and become a martial artist who opens acupoints. It doesn't sound like much to open an acupoint in a month, but it will take a total of 30 years to open 360 acupoints. The Demon Suppression Division seems to have elixirs for opening acupoints, but it's a pity that I don't have merits now and can't exchange them, otherwise I can save a lot of practice. As the first acupoint near the dantian was opened, Wei Fan saw an acupoint space that was 1/10 the size of his dantian in his inner vision. In an instant, a mysterious breath gushed out from this acupoint space and blended with the true qi. The originally domineering supreme qi became even more domineering. At the same time, his meridians were also widening at a speed visible to the naked eye,
and his physical body was changing. He took out the 2 chi gathering pills he got yesterday and swallowed them, and immediately felt a sweet taste in his mouth. It has to be said that the Demon Suppression Division is very generous. It is said that one of these chi gathering pills can increase 1 month's power. Even if the people in their combat camp have no merits, they will be given 2 pills as a benefit every month. If you stay in the Demon Suppression Division for a long time, you don't have to worry about not having time to accumulate power. You can focus on martial arts. After 13 years of power, your first acupoint is finally filled with true chi. 14 years, you open up the second acupoint. After 100 years, you open up the 10th acupoint and accumulate 5 years of power in it. Baichuan Gong, first level of opening acupoints, current power, 782 years. Feeling the true chi surging in his body, Wei Fan was a little excited. Although he only opened up 10 acupoints, the true chi in his body almost doubled compared to before, reaching almost 200 years. Not only did the true chi become more, but it was also more domineering. It's really terrifying. It was worth it to use so much power to accumulate the realm of horizontal training innate. The entire opening acupoint level requires the opening of 40 acupoints, and he has only opened 10 now. After the 40 acupoints are opened, his chi scale can reach 500 years. With the domineering of the supreme chi, people with 700 or 800 years of power can't beat him. He didn't continue to add Baichuan Gong. His power increased too much at once, and he had to give his meridians and body some time to adapt, and it was time for lunch. He wanted to call Ning Xian and Su Shuerong to join him, but found that they were not in his yard. Wei Fan was not surprised. The two had their own backgrounds. They should have friends and acquaintances in the Demon Suppression Division. They might have gone to find friends. Of course, they might have gone home. After all, they haven't started their official duties yet, so it's possible to go home or return to their master. The food provided by the Demon Suppression Division is very good. There are 7 or 8 meat dishes alone, as well as vegetarian soups, etc. You can eat whatever you want. There are even dishes made from demon sacks, but this kind of dish requires merit to eat. After asking for some of his favorite food, Wei Fan found an empty table and sat down. Even at this time, even at mealtime, there were not many people eating in this battle camp, only a few dozen people. You have to know that there are 2,000 to 3,000 people in their combat camp, but there are only dozens of people here, which means that most of them are outside. It is said that the demons in Qingyun Mountain have rioted again. The commander-in-chief went to suppress them but has not returned yet. It is unknown how many people died. The demons in Qingyun Mountain riot every year. The commander-in-chief will kill a group of them and they will be quiet. The real trouble is the Divine Sword sect. If the third commander cannot reach an agreement with them, he may have to go to war. While eating, Wei Fan listened to the conversations of the people around him and absorbed information. Divine Sword sect. He was moved. He heard Ning Xian say this. This sect is said to be one of the 4 major sects in Sioux City. The disciples of the sect specialize in swordsmanship, and each of them is unparalleled in killing. Ning Xian wanted to join the Divine Sword sect at the beginning, but unfortunately he was rejected because of his lack of talent. Let's start the war. Will the Demon Suppression Division be afraid of the Divine Sword sect? Silly bird, there are also many disciples of the Divine Sword sect in the Demon Suppression Division. We are all brothers. How can we face our former colleagues when the fight breaks out? Brother Wei, I went to find you for dinner but couldn't find you. I knew you were here. When Wei Fan was listening with relish, he suddenly heard Ning Xian's voice. He looked up and saw Ning Xian and a man and a woman coming. The man was dignified and the woman had a pretty face, much prettier than the concubine of the Lord of Yuncheng. The three went to get the food and sat down at Wei Fan's place. Ning Xian began to introduce them. The man was Pang Mingjie and the woman was Li Fingyi. They were both from the same sect as Ning Xian and were Ning Xian's senior brothers and sisters. Among them, Li Fingyi was actually a silver-clad demon-suppressing guard, quite heroic. Wei Fan didn't really care about the level of the demon-suppressing guard, because the level of the demon-suppressing guard was not determined by the cultivation, but by the merits. If you are lucky enough to be assigned to a master, and then complete a few difficult tasks, you can easily be promoted to a silver-clad demon-suppressing guard. Wei Fan greeted the two of them separately, and they were considered to be acquainted. The two of them were not arrogant to Wei Fan, but rather enthusiastic. Finally, Wei Fan realized that, like Su Guangwen before, they all belonged to the same team, and would go on missions together in the future. People in the same team of the demon-suppressing division attach great importance to feelings, because when you go on missions in the future, the other party may be the one to block the knife for you. Wei Fan finished eating first, and after he put down his chopsticks for a while, Ning Xian and the other two also finished eating. Ning Xian came over and said, "Brother Wei, my senior brothers and sisters are going to take me to see the test set by the 3 commanders for accepting disciples.
Are you interested in going with me to see it?"
Wei Fan was of course interested. He had been thinking about becoming a disciple. Although he relied on the panel to practice, it would definitely not be bad to have a commander as a backer. Take the Purple Xuanwu Classic for example. If he had a commander master, he might have used his merits to exchange the Purple Xuanwu Classic for him. Not only does becoming a disciple not require worrying about martial arts, but you will also get support in terms of resources. Several people walked out of the dining hall.
Wei Fan showed a puzzled look. "Don't you have a master? Can you also become a commander as your master?"
Ning Xian smiled and said, "How can I become a commander as my master? I just heard from my senior brothers that there is a unique skill in the test set by the commander, and I want to see it." The 3 commanders all set up tests for accepting disciples, but they are different. Although most people look at the breadth of the dantian and how many years of skill it can accommodate to determine a genius, some people still value comprehension more.
Judging whether someone is a genius by his dantian is not the standard for everyone.
The second commander is the type who pays more attention to comprehension, so the test he set for accepting disciples is a sword technique from his unique skills. In half an hour, as long as you can comprehend the sword technique he engraved in the test place, you will pass his test. Ning Xian's senior sister Li Fingyi said, "The second commander's dantian does not pay attention to whether the dantian is broad, because his unique skills are enough to make up for the shortcomings in true qi. The premise is that your comprehension is sufficient.
The most important thing about his lineage is comprehension."
Wei Fan did not ignore martial arts just because his dantian can accommodate 100 years of skill. Martial arts are equally important. Others only focus on one aspect, not because they don't know the benefits of developing both together, but because people's energy and time are limited.
It is better to specialize in one aspect than to be miscellaneous.
For example, his own dantian can accommodate 100 years of skill. Every time a hole is opened, it takes 10 years of skill to fill the hole with true qi. If he didn't have the panel, he would have to spend 10 years to accumulate power, and the 360 acupoints would take 3,600 years. The time to accumulate true energy is not enough, so how can there be time to practice martial arts and comprehend other things? It is not without reason that most people only define genius by one aspect.
What about the Grand Commander and the Third Commander? What are the tests they set?
Li Fingyi said, "Compared to the Second Commander, the tests of the Grand Commander and the Third Commander are much simpler. Not only can they be easily understood, but there is no time limit. The martial arts they left behind can be read at any time.
What the Grand Commander left behind is a Jinshan fist.
I learned it after watching it once, but I couldn't perform it. Because the performance of this Jinshan fist requires that the dantian can accommodate more than 40 years of power, and it also requires horizontal training, that is to say, both internal and external training is required. If these two conditions are not met, and this set of boxing is forcibly performed, the result is that he would be shocked to death before he could perform his fist technique." Ning Xian glanced at Wei Fan. He didn't know whether Wei Fan could comprehend the second commander's sword technique within half an hour, but he could definitely learn the great commander's mountain-shaking fist. As for the third commander's test, it is actually similar to the great commander's. It is a palm technique called Taishu collapse palm.
Taishu collapse palm does not require horizontal training, but it requires the dantian to be able to accommodate at least 50 years of power.
Li Fingyi said, glancing at Wei Fan and Ning Xian, "Don't look at the martial arts of the great commander and the third commander. It requires too much power. If you can't help practicing after watching it, your lack of power may harm you. You can just take a look at the second commander's soul-destroying demon-slaying sword later. Just take it as a way to broaden your horizons and understand the difference between top-notch skills and ordinary martial arts."
Ning Xian. Ning Xian's breathing stagnated.
He did go there to gain knowledge. Even if he couldn't learn the top skills, he would feel comfortable just by looking at them. But Wei Fan was different. They were in Yunqing, and saw with their own eyes that Wei Fan used some rubbish sword techniques to practice sword skills. There is also horizontal training of the innate, and his dantian can accommodate 100 years of skills. This guy is likely to learn the martial arts left by the three commanders, instead of gaining some useless knowledge. Under the guidance of Li Fingyi and Pang Mingjia, Wei Fan soon saw 3 stone houses side by side. In front of the 3 stone houses, there was a soldier with a knife standing guard. Li Fingyi pointed to the 3 stone houses and said, "This is the place where the 3 demon-suppressing commanders left to test martial arts."
Wei Fan looked at the 3 stone houses, a ray of light flashed in his eyes. If I learn all the unique skills left by the 3 commanders, but don't worship them as my master, will it anger them? Li Fengyi felt that this friend of junior brother Ningxian was really interesting. She held her forehead with a funny expression. What are you thinking about? There has never been such a person who has learned the unique skills of the 3 commanders at the same time. If there really is such a person, the 3 commanders would be too happy to be angry. They left their unique skills to recruit disciples, more to select talents for the demon suppression division, not to require those who have learned to worship them as masters. Li Chuyang, the disciple of the great commander, learned the Taishu collapsed sun palm from the 3rd commander here, but in the end he did not worship the 3rd commander. There is also Che Jia, the evil disciple of the divine sword sect, who also learned the Thunder 9 swords from the 2nd commander here, but did not worship the 2nd commander as his master. The unique skills left by the 3 commanders here are only the first of their unique skills, not all of them. Moreover, their unique skills can be exchanged in the merit hall, and they have never asked whether to worship or not. Wei Fan nodded. Thank you for letting me know. Then he looked at Ning Xian. Brother Ning, please go first. Ning Xian did not refuse. He took out his badge and handed it to the guard guarding the stone house of the 2nd commander. The guard took out a booklet to confirm that Ning Xian had never entered the stone house, and then let him in. Seeing him disappear, Wei Fan also walked into the stone house of the 3rd commander next to him. Since the test of the 3rd commander and the great commander has no time limit, their stone house is not as troublesome as the stone house of the 2nd commander, and they can walk in at will. He went to watch the Taishu collapse palm. Seeing that Wei Fan did not listen to her reminder in the end and went to watch the Taishu collapse palm, Li Fengyi wanted to call him, but in the end he did not call him. After all, they only met for the first day today, and if they just watched and did not force to practice, nothing would happen. Wei Fan entered the stone house and saw dense words and figures engraved on the wall of the stone house. He understood that this was the content of the first style of the Taishu collapse palm, and immediately read it word by word. After a while, the panel began to flash. Taishu collapse palm first style, not yet introduced, current skill, 782 years. A smile appeared on Wei Fan's lips. He had easily obtained the special skills of the 3rd commander. He turned around and walked out of the stone house, and found that Ning Xian had not come out yet. I'll go see the great commander's Jinshan fist again. After chatting awkwardly with Li Fengyi, Wei Fan turned around and went back into the stone house where the Jinshan fist was recorded. He is quite self-aware. This new member is very obedient. Although he watched, he obviously did not learn. Li Fengyi saw Wei Fan coming out after a while, and nodded secretly. Such a short time was obviously enough to only read it once, and the content must not be remembered. Just like the Taishu collapse sun palm, Wei Fan spent a little time reading the Jinshan fist word by word, and the first move of the Jinshan fist appeared on the panel. Seeing this, he did not stay and walked out of the stone house. Ning Xian had not come out of the 2nd commander's stone house. Wei Fan recorded the Jinshan fist and the Taishu collapse sun palm in a short time, and it was obviously less than half an hour. In front of the 3 stone houses, Wei Fan and the other 2 were still waiting for Ning Xian. Suddenly, the stone house in the middle opened, and Ning Xian walked out with a pale face and unsteady steps. Seeing this, his senior brother Pang Mingjia immediately stepped forward to help him. I told you to broaden your horizons, but you actually watched for so long. If you force yourself to comprehend the soul-destroying demon-slaying sword of the 2nd commander without sufficient comprehension, you will only hurt yourself. Do you think the 2nd commander set a half-hour limit because he was afraid that others would learn his unique skills? He is actually protecting those who are not comprehensible and greedy. Ning Xian smiled helplessly. Faced with such a unique skill, who would not be lucky and think that he could comprehend it? He looked at Wei Fan. Brother Wei, it's your turn. Be careful. The things in this stone house will hurt your mind. If you can't comprehend it, don't force yourself to comprehend it. He was still very confident in Wei Fan before. But after comprehending it himself, he was no longer sure of Wei Fan's comprehension. Because he had been comprehending for half an hour, except for the damage to his mind, he didn't gain anything. Okay. Wei Fan nodded. It was just a sword technique. If you don't have enough comprehension, you will be hurt. He was also interested in this kind of sword technique. If it was just ordinary, he would not be very interested. He stepped forward and handed over the badge. After the guard confirmed that Wei Fan was also here for the first time, Wei Fan also stepped into the stone house. At first glance, Wei Fan saw a mess of knife marks. Apart from that, there were no words, pictures, etc. Unlike the martial arts left by the 1st and 3rd commanders, everything from meridians to acupoints and mental skills was clearly written.
If he didn't know that this was the place where the second commander left his unique skills, he would have thought that someone had cut a few times here. With just this thing, if someone can really comprehend a sword technique, Wei Fan would have to say that he admires it.
The key is that someone really comprehended a sword technique.
Che Jia, a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, comprehended the first style of the soul-destroying demon-slaying sword here.
Sword intent?
As he approached, Wei Fan began to feel a sharp sword intent on these knife marks.
That's it. He just said a style of swordsmanship. How could forcing yourself to comprehend it hurt your mind?
It turns out that the second commander left a sword intent on the sword mark here.
The closer you get to comprehend it, the more intense the sword intent you will bear. Sword intent? It happens that I also know it.
A smile appeared on Wei Fan's mouth, and the sword intent in his body surged in an instant, rushing towards the sword intent emitted by the sword mark on the stone wall. In an instant, what he saw was no longer the sword marks carved on the stone wall, but a sword light emitting a sharp sword intent. These sword intents did not kill him. As his sword intent appeared, these sword intents began to demonstrate a sword technique with unparalleled killing in front of him. At a certain moment, the sword intent on the stone wall disappeared, and Wei Fan's eyes turned into the messy sword marks again, and no sword intent was emitted. He glanced at it from the corner of his eye, and the panel flashed slightly. Soul-destroying demon-slaying sword first style, not yet started, current skill, 782 years, done. Although he still had no idea about the soul-destroying demon-slaying sword, it was enough that the soul-destroying demon-slaying sword appeared on the panel.
How is Brother Wei?
Turning out of the stone house, he was met with the expected question from Ning Xian.
Wei Fan smiled and said, "Very powerful skills, the second commander is also very powerful.
He also knows the sword intent, but he doesn't have the ability to leave his martial arts in the form of sword intent in the sword marks."
Li Fengyi nodded. More than powerful, the second commander has killed countless demons with this soul-destroying demon-slaying sword.
As she said, she glared at Ning Xian. "Look at Wei Fan, he can tell at a glance, unlike you who are so greedy that you were hurt by the sword intent left by the second commander." She found that her perception of Wei Fan was getting better and better. This kind of self-aware teammate may not be very powerful in battle, but one thing is that such a teammate will never do things that implicate his teammates because of stubbornness. Such teammates are the easiest to get along with.
I was wrong, senior sister.
After hearing what Li Fengyi said, Ning Xian did not delve into the meaning of Wei Fan's words. He was praising the soul-destroying demon-slaying sword, but he still hadn't figured out the soul-destroying demon-slaying sword. The three of them left the stone house and walked towards the yard. After they left for a while, the tall and straight Li Chuyang appeared here.
Are there any newcomers coming here for the test today?
He did not forget what the guide said yesterday about recruiting a genius and wanted to lead him to be his master's disciple.
If there is really a genius, he doesn't mind having more junior brothers.
Since the master is not here, he, as a disciple, naturally has to pay attention to the master's affairs. One of the guards stepped forward and said, replying to Captain Li, "Two newcomers just came." One of them entered the second commander's stone house and forced his mind to comprehend. The other one went into all three stone houses, but came out after just one look. The first, the one who only looked at the second commander's unique skills, was obviously not the one the guide mentioned, but the second one.
But he left after just one look and couldn't remember the content.
It was obvious that he was very self-aware. A hint of disappointment flashed in Li Chuyang's eyes.
Yes, those guides are not very knowledgeable. They think that the genius may be just average. There is no such thing as an unknown genius in the world.
Suching is not small, but not big.
If he is really a genius, he will not be unknown.
For example, before he became a disciple of the commander-in-chief, his name as a demon had spread throughout Sucheng. Unless he is a child who has not yet started to practice martial arts, he has already entered the combat camp. If he is a genius, he will not be without a reputation.
You continue to guard. Li Chuyang turned and left. Current skill, 782 years. In the room, Wei Fan looked at the panel.
There are still about 800 years of skill, which sounds a lot, but it is actually not enough.
The first level of Pishue requires the opening of 40 acupoints.
Now he has only opened 10, and he needs to spend more than 300 years of skill to complete the first level of Pishue. Now there are several more unique skills to add, and this skill is not enough, because most of the previous martial arts are useless. When you reach the Pishue realm, it is no longer just the Dantian that stores the true Qi, but also the acupoints. The martial arts in the Qi realm do not involve the acupoints at all. Of course, it is not really unusable, but when those martial arts are used, they can only mobilize the true Qi in the Dantian, and cannot use the true Qi in the acupoints. Use 310 years of skill to add Baichuan Gong. He did not intend to use all of this skill to improve his skill.